Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Has Gilgamesh Powers and crossover with DxD, Percy Jackson and Fate movie. Before we start, please go support Nicuchio for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. BNHA x Fate x Percy Jackson x DxD. Who would have thought that a villain's attack during practice would cause such a stir? Clarifications. This is a BNHA x DxD x Percy Jackson crossover. I won't be following any canon from a certain point of view, so don't expect to see any of this or that. Fate will simply rely on the characters who have their blood and activate it in their offspring, and especially their attacks. It's not your typical betrayal story. It all starts at a certain point and becomes dark and hostile as time goes on. If you are one of those who hate Issei, let me tell you that this is not your story, since Issei will have a lot of participation, in addition to the fact that awakening his legacy will change a lot, and his perversion will decrease a lot. Egypt as a faction will be considered extinct, so there will be rules and laws. In the event that a faction returns or a new one emerges, it must have the support of at least one existing faction. The same applies to Babylon. The Olympian gods are not going to be so stupid and arrogant. For example, Zeus is a good king, at least in this story. Artemis, she is not the typical feminazi, although she treats men with care, and the demigods saving Luke and his group know about the other factions. Now yes, the beginnings of the story. For Izuku on Nabu Island, where there will be changes, and it will be after Nine's first attack that everything will begin. For Issei, after the raiding game against Reyes, and I clarify, Issei adores Reyes as a sister and not as a woman, in addition to Circe being a complete bastard, and Michael and Azazel go there. Neither of them will be a reincarnation of, but they will be descendants. The Midoria lineage is a descendant of Gilgamesh, where the blood would fall asleep until it was in the green-haired man, where a fragment of the soul of the king of heroes himself would be the one who would awaken the genes, making the green-haired man mutate, going from having those broccoli hairs to being the blonde that would be due to the inherited genes. The same would happen with Issei being the heir of Ramses II, Ozymandias. Before Issei sells his arm to Drake for power, he would awaken the blood of his lineage with his soul fragment. Izuku as Gilgamesh will be 2 of 3 god, but he will not be arrogant. Or well, he will have his moments, but he will not be a second Gilgamesh as if he were a clone, just a sadist in fights. He will not trust those he does not know, but those who are by his side, and those who support him will have him as a friend and ally. It is similar with Issei, since he is the heir of Ra's reincarnation on Earth. Harems. Izuku Midoria from Uraraka. Artemis, goddess of the hunt, main wife. Momo Yaoyorozu. Reyes Gremory. Tiamat. Graphia Lucifuge. In potential Quetzalcoatl. They all fall in love with him because he is not like the others, who see the body. He will see them for who they are, and that is why he loves them. Issei's harem. Athena, goddess of strategy and wisdom, main wife. Kuroka, LeFay Pendragon. Seraphal Leviathan. Akino, Uraraka Achiko. Piper McLean. Ross Weiss. Irina Sherdao. Allies to both. Olympus, the main one. India, the strongest. Yokais, possible marriage agreement. Shinto, the closest. Renegade demons in your favor. Ajuka Beelzebub. Sona Citri Entourage. Ravel and Reyes Phoenix. Hero Killer Stain and his associates. Izuku's family. Children. Millikas Midoria of Uraraka x Gremory will be seen in the course of Y. Eri Midoria of Uraraka. Mahoro and Katsuma Shimano Midoria from Uraraka. Mother. Inko Midoria once deceased. We will see what happened. Ex-girlfriend. Mina Ashido. Allies and close supporters. Reyes's Gremory entourage. Members of Class 1A. Bakugo Katsuki. Eijiro Kirishima. Todoroki Shoto. Kaminari Denki. Minoru Mineta, Momo Yaoyorozu, Uraraka Achiko, Tsuyu Ajui, Tokoyami Fumikage. Members of Class 1B, Nito Minoma, Ibara Shiozaki, Itsuka Kendo, Yui Kodai, Kurwaro, Hananuki. Top heroes, Ryukyu, Almight, Aizawa Shota, The Hussycats, Edshot, Mount Lady, Gang Orca, Fat Gum, Midnight, Present Mike, Snipe. Support class, Mei Hatsum. General class, Shinzo Hitoshi. Valid team. Allied demons, Sirord Baal and his retinue, Diodora Astaroth. Allied angels, Metatron, Azrael, Gabriel. Camp Half-Blood, Camp Jupiter. Buddha. Team Servant, the Babylon team. Kirishima Eijiro, descendant of Seiyu Chulin. Koda Izumi, descendant of Shiro Amiya. Shoto Pendragon, formerly Todoroki, descendant of Arthur Pendragon; Bakugo Katsuki, descendant of Karna; Katsuma and Mahoro Shimano, descendants of the Dioscuri, Castor and Pollux; Kaminari Denki, descendant of Sasaki Kojiro; Eri Midoriya, descendant of Jack the Reaper; Ibara Shiozaki, descendant of Atlanta; Nito Monoma, descendant of Merlin; Persis Jackson, descendant of Charlemagne; the Return from Babylon. The supernatural and human worlds, two worlds that are destined to coexist, where the latter is completely ignorant of the former given its veil of arrogance produced since the awakening of the Quirks phenomenon. Gods, demons, angels, fallen, dragons, vampires, etc., all the races that many beings consider myths and legends, or tales of the folklore of various cultures, are real, but humans are truly aware of it, the vast majority, yes, with few who truly have that knowledge and prefer to keep it in complete ignorance, given the commotion it can cause. The symbols of peace are an example of this. All those who have taken up the mantle of support for society know perfectly well what would happen if that information were made public, mainly because of the beings of immeasurable power that exist, Great Red, Ophis, or even the beast that many consider unstoppable, Trihexa, the beast of the apocalypse, the true monster catalogued as 666. Such beings of immeasurable power are powerful. But there were two beings who at least managed to gain respect in that world, both part human, one of them strongly feared by the biblical god Elohim and the four original mouse of the biblical underworld, a being that the gods take with great caution, because this being was responsible for the death of almost the entire Sumerian pantheon, leaving three beings alive. The ancient primordial Sumerian sea, Tiamat, today called the Chaos Karma Dragon or Queen of Chaotic Karma, the goddess of death Ereshkigal, and the goddess of love and fertility Ishtar. The person responsible, a demigod, the rarest of his kind as he was 2 out of 3 god and 1/3 human, bearer of the greatest amount of the world's riches, possessor of an extremely terrifying power and ruler of Babylon from his throne in Uruk, the basis of every legend that has ever existed. The king of heroes Gilgamesh. For centuries, it was believed that the bloodline of the King of Heroes was lost. The factions thought that he never had children, since his feared power, known as the Gates of Babylon, was never felt since his death, even by humans who thought he never had offspring, but they were all wrong. His blood remained latent, liquefied enough to wait for a worthy heir, safeguarding a part of his soul so that the right one could take what he bequeathed on his deathbed, after growing bored of spending several centuries given that he was immortal. And since the gates of Babylon housed weapons of all kinds, killing immortals would not be a problem. It was then that after at least 4 millennia, he found him. At first it did not matter since he had many ideals and was not able to fend for himself, but when he saw the beginning of how he was preparing to be a hero, he found respect for him, a little, but honestly seeing that everything that was considered a hero was nothing more than a mockery of the heroes of the past, schools to be heroes, licenses, plastic cards that enabled one to be heroes, something that in ancient times would have been seen as nefarious for being a measure of control. Without a doubt Marduk, Iskandar, Siyu Chulin, even Leonidas of Sparta would turn in their graves because by modern standards they are historical figures and not heroes. But he was prepared for his chosen successor to change this from the roots, even if he has to cut heads. Nabu Island, miles away from Japan. Nabu Island is a small, isolated, and peaceful island with a population of approximately 1,000 people living in a close-knit community. They have a single hero agency, but all of its members have retired, which is why the Japan Hero Commission, in conjunction with the most prestigious Hero Academy, UA, decided that the best option is for a group of students to take charge, without knowing the underlying problems that were about to occur. No one was sure what would happen and more so when a League of Villains convoy was shot down, and only a capsule of what they suspected was a Nomu was missing, but a city attacked with lightning. And a corpse in the area with traces of the victim's lack of quirk, knowing that All for One, symbol of chaos, villain number 1, is in Tartaros is not something that can be taken lightly. Class 1A was chosen for this proposal. At first, they had no problems, given that there were no villains, thieves, or other crimes. They did nothing but help civilians in their daily lives and monitor. They did not perform rescue work, given that tourism and the sea were key to them, as lifeguards, or simply stop harassment attempts, repair engines of some unfortunate farmer, or charge cell phone batteries. They thought it would be an easy week, even when a girl deceived the students twice, first by reporting her younger brother missing, and then by appearing to prove that they were nothing more than guys in Mayan language, and the other time by saying that there was a villain, created from her hologram gift, which allows her to create holograms of whatever she wants at will. The girl was small with dark brown eyes, straight brown hair that she wore in 2 pigtails tied with dark pink bubble-shaped hairbands, and she had freckles. Her name was Mahoro Shimano, and what she wanted to do was protect her younger brother, Katsuma Shimano, although all she did was encourage him when she saw who would become his biggest idol, Izuku Midoria. Izuku Midoria, apprentice to Hiro, under the current name of Deku, name given by who he considers his little sister, Achiko Uraraka, bearer of the power known as One for All, whose potential is immense if properly guided. In addition to being the last direct bloodline of the King of Heroes, Gilgamesh, and the only one of his descendants born with the same proportion as Gilgamesh, 2/3 god, 1/3 human, he was presumably destined to join the supernatural before the age of 18, but the intervention of Almight plus his training regimen caused the awakening of One for All, accelerating the meeting, without knowing it. Along with his classmates, they never expected what would happen. A group of villains, in command of an experiment to replicate All for One's quirk, had attacked the island, putting civilians at risk, causing Class 1A to split up and act. They were the only ones there, although from Japan, Toshinori Yagi, the former #1 hero, symbol of peace, was setting sail for the island, given the discoveries he managed to learn. Although many teachers tried to stop him, they did not succeed, and the former blonde hero, today being a skinny man due to his injuries. On the island things were not going well. Several of the students, when protecting and fighting, ended up losing. Given the confrontations against the villains Mummy and Chimera, they were stronger than what many had faced, given that only a few had experience. Ida, Shoto and Midoriya with Stain, Izuku with Overhaul and Muscular in addition, but they were the only ones with rare exceptions. Those without the necessary experience were left out of combat immediately, but those who fought managed to stay waiting for reinforcements. Izuku, for his part, was searching for both children. The reason they had reported a villain attack, something many didn't want to believe, but the loss of signals and electricity indicated nothing else. He managed to get there by running into the group's leader, 9. 9 is an idealist in that a truly superhuman society should be one where the supremacy of one's quirk is the sole measure of one's worth, and that both heroes and villains are irrelevant. Unfortunately for his achievement, he was forced to put himself under the watch of Shigaraki, as his primary quirk, weather manipulation, was too powerful to control, and this resulted in the destruction of his own body's cellular tissue. The process ended with Shigaraki creating a copy version of All for One's quirk of the same name, capable of stealing other people's quirks and using them as his own. 9 can steal up to 8 quirks, having in his arsenal at the moment Cell Activation, which is dependent on blood type, a quirk stolen from the Shimano brothers' father after killing him, Scanning, being able to analyze people's quirks, Air Wall, Laser Bullet, and Hydra. Izuku had to face him. Even though he tried to steal One for All, the former users of said power did not allow it, since One for All is a gift that maintains the consciousnesses of those who have carried it in history, being a worthy bearer capable of accessing the gifts of the former bearers. Izuku knew that he could not use more than 20% given the muscular load it needs, since his lineage is not awakened. Knowing that the villain wanted Katsuma's gift, Izuku could not afford to lose, so he would fight to defend and buy the children time to flee. But Izuku was not alone in that fight. His rival, childhood best friend, his bully in the past until they got back on track, would attack 9, causing him to release him on a second occasion that the villain tried to steal One for All. Neither of them wanted to back down, so they decided to throw themselves into combat after Izuku told the children to run away. Izuku would notice 9's weakness when using more than 2 quirks, so between the two of them they would try to at least exhaust him while the Shimano brothers fled. Even between the two of them, 9 was strong, and in a joint blow, 9 would make a lightning bolt fall, leaving them badly injured, but causing several of Izuku's strands of hair to turn from green to blonde. Bakugo and Izuku, despite their state, would try to stop the villain after he threw a lightning bolt at them, but using Hydra's quirk and lasers, he would manage to knock them out. Only for the members of Class 1A after the rest of the villains left them, they went to their aid, being Shoji, a boy with 6 arms, and the others who would take the 4 present, since the children, despite wanting to flee fear, did not let them move. Class 1A would see thanks to the doctors on the island their states, and it was an overexertion of their gifts, plus a state of unconsciousness while the green-haired boy changed his green highlights for a very shiny straight blonde similar to gold, something that all his classmates noticed. At the same time, a certain green-haired boy woke up in a dark place, since in reality he did not wake up. He was filled with mist. He could see everything around him, and noticed 7 figures looking at him in surprise. Izuku Nana? Would say as if he were telepathic since the mist covered his mouth. Nana, 9th, it's not yet time for a what are those blonde highlights, noticing how Midoriya's green hair, which previously resembled a vegetable, was turning blonde, ceasing to be its broccoli form. First, this is not the time. And when will they say it's Faker's time? A voice that caught their attention would say. The previous carriers, eh? Seeing the blonde Nana, Gilgamesh, she would whisper nervously, since she knew who he was as a symbol of peace before. A new figure would appear, blonde with red eyes, dressed in robes with gold embroidery and multiple gold wings, drinking wine from a gold cup while an arrogant smile appeared on his face. Izuku, I would say in shock. Gilgamesh, this is very boring, using immense power to clear that fog. Now you can talk. Izuku, what's going on? Gilgamesh, it is time to awaken who you truly are, for you are my descendant, the descendant of a king, the origin of the word hero. Izuku, but how? Gilgamesh, you are more powerful without what the fakers and half-bloods call quirk. You are my heir, the one who will return the world to Babylon and give back the meaning of the word hero. Izuku, what? I mean, they'll try to stop me. Gilgamesh, you are a king. Your power is more than enough to subdue them and teach those stray dogs who defile what it means to be a hero, what one truly is. Izuku, no license, right? Starting to draw an arrogant smile. Gilgamesh, until you understand it, grandson, placing his arms on his shoulders, do not hold back. A true threat today becomes a cancer tomorrow. If you must remove them, then so be it. Izuku, whatever you say, grandpa. Gilgamesh, my treasures are now yours. Use them well, since there are weapons capable of killing gods. Izuku, can I bring only Babylon? Gilgamesh, get yourself allies or friends, not too many, just enough, I would say, very seriously, because from now on, many will not tolerate your change and will see you as scum. Izuku, if those stray dogs do that, they're nothing more than fakers, he would say arrogantly, given the active inherited genes. Gilgamesh, from now on you are the second king of heroes, grandson, hugging the green-haired man. You must not stop being yourself with those you appreciate, and who appreciate you, is my last advice. After those words, Gilgamesh would vanish into golden dust, leaving the green-haired man somewhat sad but happy, sad to lose his ancestor, but happy to carry on his legacy. But his previously emerald green eyes turned red, with a striped iris in the middle. Out of space, Katsuma was using his quirk to help Katsuki and Izuku heal faster, but it would cause Izuku's power to be broadcast all over the world, and Class 1A would see how the one who was once their classmate's green-haired boy changed not only physically, but also mentally. He was not going to be a carbon copy of his predecessor, but would adopt several of his ways of thinking to add them to his ideas. Uraraka, Deku-kun, Kirishima, Izubro, Shoto, Izuku, Ida. That's not normal. In the ports of Nabu Island, a boat was arriving while Toshinori Yagi looked at this in surprise. Toshinori, what happened here? Reaction of the factions. At the shelter, Katsuma Shimano, thanks to his cell reactivation quirk, was healing Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya under the watchful eye of the other members of Class 1A. The concern was latent, but as time passed, and the boy who, despite being exhausted, was determined to continue helping his heroes, several blonde strands came out of the green-haired boy, while an immense golden glow followed by a very intimidating presence became present in the place. Kirishima, Izubro, Ida, Midoriya-kun, Momo, Izuku-san, Uraraka, Deku-kun, Kaminari, Iie, he would say in idiot mode while charging batteries for energy. Shoto, Midoriya, he didn't have blonde locks. What's going on? Outside the shelter, Toshinori Yagi, former hero Almight, approached the shelter area, or where he sensed, thanks to his experience where they could be. He began to feel a tingling. He possessed a little of the flames of One for All, something he considered lost after his confrontation with the number one villain, All for One. Toshinori, whose power is this? He would ask in surprise, as would his companions, police officers assigned by Naomasa Tsukachi. Let's hurry in. Police, yes. Unbeknownst to anyone, the presence of the blonde future began to be felt by everyone, not only humans, but also the supernatural. In Grigori, located in Japan, the current headquarters of the Fallen Angels faction, part of the biblical pantheon, given its agreements with Amaterasu, was completely calm. Its leader and regent Azazel quietly signed the paperwork, the greatest enemy of the leaders of the supernatural world, when an immense power that many came to know began to be felt. Azazel, what? Starting to sweat bullets. No, he is impossible. That guy has not had descendants. No. If that happens, P could be that he makes a change of power, he would say, very scared. He perfectly recognized the origin of the power, but he was reluctant to think that the only one who dared to kneel to the biblical God out of pure fear is their feeling. In the Vatican, the priests did their own thing, the nuns supported the members of the clergy, while the exorcists waited for orders to hunt demons and fallen outside their territory. Of course, all this was done under a veil of ignorance given the death of the biblical God by sealing the Trihexa in the Great War of the biblical factions, a war in which Gilgamesh himself intervened by bringing the biblical God to his knees as he was shedding the blood of innocent humans without caring about anything other than finishing off the fallen and demons. It was undoubtedly the greatest joy of the other factions that someone brought that man and the four leaders of the biblical underworld at that time, Lucifer, Beelzebub, Leviathan, and Asmodeus, who boasted of a lot of power by attacking the other factions a little. When the power began to be felt, everyone began to tremble with fear. Many did not recognize that power, but were more than willing to punish the blasphemer, as they called the one who caused it. In heaven, above the Vatican, the current home of the angel faction, formerly led by the biblical God, now led by Michael, one of the greatest servants, was signing papers while thinking about what they were going to do when his legs began to shake as he felt and recognized the power that someone emanated. Michael, no, it can't be, it's not possible. If there were descendants, we would have killed them. It can't be, he would say, annoyed and trembling with fear that bastard Gilgamesh couldn't have had descendants. Gabriel, brother, this power is so warm. Michael, what do you mean? Gabriel, I can feel it. It's warm, it's overflowing with warmth, and it's very pure. It doesn't reflect any hate or sadness. Michael, stay away from that power, sister, it's a danger to our faction. Gabriel, but brother, you're acting very paranoid, like when starting to cry, like when you gave the order to exterminate the elven faction and the dwarf faction. Michael, listen to me. Gabriel, he would say seriously, or I will strip you of your seraph status. In the biblical underworld, Serzex Lucifer, formerly Gremory, currently considered the most powerful demon since the original Lucifer, although of course, he does not reach the power he possessed, was signing paperwork after correcting his son, venting his frustration, after his sister, Reyes Gremory, managed to win a rating game, to break the arranged marriage with the heir of the Phoenix House, something that in itself did not like. He was eager for power and create a bloodline that combined the power of Gremory, destruction with the fire abilities, and the healing of the Phoenix clan. As he watched his son come out very seriously covered in bruises, he began to feel the power and fear took hold of him. He recognized from having been in the war of the biblical factions, he was so terrified the first time he felt it that it made him look like an ant in front of a tiny son. Serzex, and no P can be, that damn MN had no offspring. We made sure that the previous legacies are dead with Michael, it can't be possible. For Milikas, the child, despite being a demon, felt a great warmth instead of raw power. He felt that if he followed that being that emanated power, he would be protected and guided as he was not in the underworld. New York, Empire State Building, Mount Olympus. On the tallest building in New York, the home of the Greco-Roman gods was currently located. Originally located in Greece, on Mount Olympus, it has been moved according to the course of Western civilization, and is currently the home of the same. A bearded man with lightning bolts was looking at one of the greatest human inventions, his cell phone and dating apps, trying to get one, of course, behind his wife's back, until he felt such power. Zeus, the leader of the Olympians, knew whose power that was. He had never dealt with Gilgamesh, but having a descendant of his was undoubtedly something interesting and terrifying, being capable, like his ancestor, of turning one's features upside down. Zeus. So someone has the power of the legendary king of heroes, it would be best to get on his good side. I don't want the demigods to pay for our arrogance. Zeus knew from experience of others that Gilgamesh was not to be trifled with, and if he had to kneel, offer up a goddess daughter, be it Artemis or Athena, he would do it, for the sake of his faction. The king of heroes was someone who was on par with Shiva if he could put himself in a top position, and Shiva was a top 3 most powerful existence in the human and supernatural world, slightly matching cows. The Greek primordial in the top 2. At Swarga, the summit of the Hindu faction, Shiva was tending to his 3 wives, Kali, Durga and Parvati. When Gilgamesh's great power began to be felt, he could be signing paperwork, but he was the laziest leader of all. Shiva. So that guy had descendants. I have a feeling things are going to get interesting from now on. In Asgard, the land of the Norse, home of the most well-known deities thanks to Marvel, home of the feared Valkyries and the Thunder Berserker, everyone was sitting talking at the table of Valhalla. When the power was present, Thor. So that bastard had descendants, he would say with a smile. I'll finally have someone worthy to fight. The last one was Lubu. Our fight will be legendary. Loki. It can't be that that damn bastard has returned or had descendants. His power was abysmal for a mortal. Thor. What do you think, father? Odin. We will think clearly and not out of paranoia or jealousy. We respected Gilgamesh, and we will maintain that, even if we were to sign an agreement with him. Loki. You're not serious, old man. Odin. If I do it, it's none of your business. Loki. Loki. Yes, it is. It's been centuries since that damn bastard Gilgamesh, a disgusting mortal, brought us to our knees. We are gods, he is beneath us. Thor. And if that were the case, what would you do, Loki? He would say seriously, Gilgamesh had enough power to subdue any god and even primordials, and it is most likely that his offspring will be just as powerful as him. Odin. That's why I'll sign if the Cimmerian faction returns. I won't have any problems with someone like that. It's better to have powerful and dangerous beings like that as allies. Loki. Damn old man standing up and walking away. This will not be well received, he thought. Unknown location, Chaos Brigade base. The Chaos Brigade, also known as the Army of Disaster, created by the fallen angel traitor to Grigori, Satanel, and ceded to Ophis Ouroboros, the dragon goddess of infinity, top 1 of powerful existences, with the sole purpose of eliminating Great Red, the most powerful dragon in existence, known as the true dragon that inhabits the dimensional gap. Currently in the power of Clippeth, an organization that is under the command of Rizavim Levon Lucifer, whose ideal is to invade other worlds, being aware of the existence of parallel worlds. But to access them they must kill Great Red, who protects the dimensional gap. Rizavim, damn, feeling the power. Together with the hero faction, this power, father told me about it once. Chow. So this is the power of the legendary king of heroes. I hope to recruit him. With his power we would be unstoppable. Heracles, a descendant of Chow. No one rules over him, not even the gods. Chow, what do you want me to do, descendant of Heracles? To go and give up command? I won't do it, even if I have to bewitch him and put him under my dominion. We will cause a genocide in the other factions to show that we are superior. Humans are superior. Jean, this is not so. I know I am a descendant of the Maid of Orleans, but since they placed the control seal on me, I have no will to defend myself and defend the innocent, she thought, frustrated. Leonardo, what does Chow-sama think? George, it won't be a problem, will it? Chow, let's hope he's not alone. Otherwise we'll kill him for being a traitor to the humans. In the lair of the League of Villains, Spiner, being part animal, felt the imbalance of the world. It worried him without knowing why. So he decided to dismiss his instincts, not knowing that the monster that awoke could go after their heads and kill them without a shred of mercy. After all, the heroes of the past have killed their enemies. At the UA, Niza felt the change. His skin being part animal bristled. He felt fear and respect at the same time, as well as a strong bad feeling. Nizu, what's going on? Dimensional gap. Great Red, also known as the Dragon of the Apocalypse. The true God Dragon Emperor Red. The true dragon. And the Dragon of Dragons is the dragon engraved in the Apocalypse. He is the most powerful dragon and being in existence. As the one in charge of the dimensional gap, he is responsible for ensuring that no one enters or leaves his domain. Therefore, In addition to observing the human and supernatural world, in order not to be bored all the time, he felt the power and set out to observe its origin. Red, so you've selected your heir at Gilgamesh? Ha 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 ha, this will be interesting, very interesting. Back on Nabu Island, All Might had entered the area, running into all of his students, who explained the situation to the hero, arriving at the room where Shoto and Kaminari were taking care of the children and the two unconscious people. Taishinori couldn't believe it, although he felt relief and fear for the change in his student and relief to see that he was okay. It wasn't long until Katsuki woke up, being brought up to date on everything, while he joined in to see Izuku's change, undoubtedly a fascinating event. When the glow ceased, Izuku was no longer completely green-haired, his hair stopped being fluffy like broccoli, and his hair became the finest golden thread like a ray of sunshine. He slowly opened his eyes, running into the others who saw that his eyes were no longer emeralds, but a crimson red with slanted pupils. His body was more toned, and his scars and wounds disappeared. Izuku, and what's next? He would say smiling, opening the gates of Babylon. The return from Egypt. Previously, everyone watched the former green-haired man get up. His plant-colored hair was gone. His emerald eyes disappeared, leaving in his place a ruby-eyed blonde with an aura of absolute imposingness. Izuku, so, what's next? He would say smiling. At the moment, Taishinori, my Midoriya shonen? What happened to him? Katsuma, did I do that with my quirk? He would say in amazement. Bakugo, nerd? He would say waking up. Izuku would simply nod, as he opened a small portal from which a golden glass would emerge, surprising All Might, as he took the container and proceeded to drink it. The green-haired boy's new appearance made a large part of the girls of Class 1A blush because while he was a good match physically, he was without the bandages on his upper body, revealing the new muscular build he possessed. His pants were shorter given the growth he made, going from 1.66 meters tall to 1.90. Momo, Midoriya-san. Izuku, is something wrong, Yamamo? He would say with a somewhat more daring attitude. Momo, your clothes have shrunk, how will you dress? Izuku, if you give me privacy, I will answer you. Taishinori, please leave me, young Midoriya, and young Bakugo alone. Class 1A would leave while the aforementioned stood there in silence. The discomfort was palpable, and Bakugo thought it was something from One for All. All Might, I would like to know the real change, because your power is not natural or normal at all. Izuku, what do you mean? Bakugo, supernatural? All Might, at that moment, began to reveal everything to both of them, the existence of the supernatural world and its influence on the world. Bakugo, and bucking shit. Izuku, it makes sense, they told me I could turn both worlds upside down. Bakugo, what do you mean and who told you? Izuku, the former carriers and someone else, drawing a smile. All Might, who? Izuku, the one where my heritage comes from, the rightful ruler of Uraraka, slayer of the Sumerian pantheon, holding the title of King of Heroes, greatly straining All Might. Gilgamesh. All Might, shonen, I would say nervously, stories of that type were somewhat unique. What are you planning? Izuku, for now, solve this situation by opening a portal and taking out a more comfortable change of clothes and a book with a kind of axe. All Might, the gates of Babylon, a power as ancient and terrifying as it is surprising. Bakugo, and after that? Izuku, I want to bring back Uraraka, my ancestors' ancestral home, to return it to its former glory. Bakugo, will we fight for the number 1 spot? Izuku would smile arrogantly and tell him that he would not let him have that easy dream just yet, so the retired hero and the Muslim with an addiction to saying, shine, withdrew, leaving only the blonde-haired boy, who was left thinking, while he felt somewhat small presences approaching. Izuku, maybe I can earn respect by killing those stray dogs that come. With others, everyone was talking about the change in the former green-haired boy. Several felt that the new aura he possessed was not a good thing, giving an indication that the villain did something to him. Others remained reluctant to treat him as someone else, Kirishima, for not being manly to do so, and changes are good. Shoto, since he was his first friend and the one who helped him with his mother and his power, he would not turn his back on him. Tsuyu, because he is like his brother and does not want to lose a friend. Uraraka, the same with Tsuyu. Momo, because she found it nice that he became more attractive, although before she found him cute, now she was more interested. For their part, Mineta and Kaminari felt more protected than with the others. Tokoemi, Koda, Ojiro, and Shoji decided to remain neutral in it, while Ida, Zero, Mina, Hagakure, and Ahoyama felt intimidated and afraid. Almight and Bakugo sat down on the green-haired boy's back, holding his affection, while he personally checked on both children and commented on the news of their father's death, somewhat devastating both infants. Katsuma, why Dad? She would say through tears. Because there are beings who do not tolerate the happiness of others, spoke a voice entering. All Deku Midoriya Dekukun Izuku Midobro. Izuku, I continue, truly evil people will do what they want without thinking about those they affect, and it is up to us to stop that. There are those who commit evil acts out of necessity, and others out of threats, so it is always possible to distinguish who deserves or not a new opportunity. Kirishima, what manly words. Ida, but if that were the case, you would be willing to kill, he would say seriously and looking at him directly. Izuku, if it were necessary I wouldn't hesitate. If taking one life saves 100 I will do it. Mina, but killing is killing no matter how you look at it. Izuku, Ian gets married and continues dreaming of being a heroine where the world you live and imagine is a fantasy. Katsuma, what will we do? Izuku, maybe you can come with me, he would say, bending down just like your sister. You saved me by warning the others, and that creates a debt for me with you, he would say, stroking his head. Katsuma, HAI, if I want I'll go with you, Izuku and I. Izuku, as for you, I'll be frank with you from now on, we are companions, not friends, because if some due to a slight change are more than willing to turn their backs in difficult times, they are nothing more than half-breed bastards. I know who I can count on to defend my back if I need it. There is still a group of villains out there wanting to finish us off, and the inhabitants of this town. We will fight, and then we will see if we continue as if nothing happened or face the consequences of it. It does not matter, then we can confront each other and say things to each other's faces. Until then, I do not want your stupid thoughts to prevent you from acting like heroes. Shoto, count on me. Bakugo, Deku, you know I never run away from a fight. Kirishima, count on me, Midobro. Kaminari, we have people to defend. Mineta, we're going to die epically and then the girls will cry. I'm in, the pervert would say, crying. Momo, Midoriya-san is right. Uraraka, you can count on me, Deku-kun. Tsuyu, I'll support you, Izuku-chan. Kero, Ida, you're right, standing up. Class 1A, we have to defend this island and there are still 3 villains among us. Shoji, there are 3 villains, one of them is like a kind of Izuku. Kirishima, in that case, Izuku, we will split up so we can attack better. Kirishima, Tsuyu, Shoto and Ida, you are a team. We will try to separate those 3 and send the big guy with you. Ida, HAI. Shoto, I hope to win. Izuku, Tokoemi, Ashido, you guys against the villain. Mine, HAI. Tokoemi, we'll take her to dark places. Izuku, All Might Sensei, you can fight. Taishinori, a little. The flames of my power are not completely extinguished yet, so I can't last long, at most 15 minutes at most. Izuku, you will be the one who takes care of the people. Mahoro, Katsuma, you will stay here. You will support each other. Mahoro, HAI. Katsuma, yes, Izuku and I. Izuku, and even if the situation seems ugly, they should not go out. Ojiro, wait, Midoriya is missing a villain. What will the rest of us do? Bakugo, it's very obvious. We'll take care of him. Izuku, when he uses more than one quirk he overloads. Bakugo, add to that the fact that using his storm gift wears him out too much. Momo, the answer would be to make him use all his quirks to weaken him, not counting that he has some power or healing type drug, or even both. Izuku, in that case, let's make the stray dog fall. Class 1A, yes? Mina, but how will we win? Izuku, don't you hear what we just talked about, faker? Scolding her. Mina, sorry, she would say, crying comically. Elsewhere, Ko Academy. A brown-haired man can be seen banging his fist against one wall, while on the other a gauntlet was trying to calm him down. Glove, partner, damaging you will gain nothing. Chestnut, I know, Drake, but it's frustrating not being able to help Reyes Ne-sama, and breaking that arranged marriage contract. Drake, say you must calm down, if you want to beat Reyes, which I have no doubt you won't do, but that the older redhead Siskin won't allow. Given that his gaze reflected agreement with that marriage, you must train more. Issei, I will do it, but there is a way to get power. Drake, there is a way, mate, you'll have to sacrifice something. Issei, yes, that's how I save her, he said, but he would fall unconscious. Drake, mate, In the subconscious, Issei was waking up in a wasteland that resembled a city of ancient Egypt. Everything seemed very familiar to him, but he would stop when he felt someone touch his shoulder. Subject: I see that my descendant is quite stubborn. Issei: who are you? He would say defensively. Subject: don't worry, Issei, I'm your great-great-grandfather, an ancestor of yours, and I stopped you from doing something stupid like giving your arm to that lizard. Issei: but it was for. Subject: you are powerful, Issei. You can't imagine how much. That's why I stopped you. You don't have to sacrifice anything. I just had to wait for the right moment to awaken your bloodline. Issei: my lineage? Subject: you are Egyptian by ancestry, so it's time for you to wake up, since you are the last living pharaoh. Issei: but who are you? Subject: I am known as the King of Kings, the Sun King, God King, but you know me as Ozymandias, or rather, Ramses II. Issei opened his eyes in complete shock. The man who, throughout the history of the factions and humans, was considered the Builder King, the heir or reincarnation of Ra, stood before him. His disbelief was unfounded when he realized he was standing in front of a powerful man who claimed to be his ancestor, Ozymandias. It is better to cleanse that demon blood, making his power like golden flames cover him. You are the heir of Egypt, my successor. You are the one who guides the dawn as the successor of Ra. Save the girl, and found your own faction. Return us to glory without making our mistakes, he said, fading into dust. Out of mind, Issei began to shine, changing greatly to Drake's astonishment. Reyes's pawn pieces came out of his body. While the dragon looked at this in surprise, and at the same time feeling fear, he recognized powerful beings wherever he went. Drake, partner? Issei: I'm fine, Drake, he said, admiring his new appearance in the mirror. Drake, mate, what happened to you? Issei: Grandpa wasn't lying, smiling. I'll save Reyes Nasan and leave here. Egypt needs to return. After that, and leaving Drake speechless, Issei retired to explore his new powers and train to be able to save his former leader and help her. Even if he had to protect her far away, she was like his sister after all. Back to Nabu Island. Class 1A was prepared to defend the area. Momo: here they come, he would say using binoculars. Izuku: everyone in position? He would ask through a communicator. Voices 2, yes. Voices 1, yes. Ahoyama: should I separate them? Izuku: no, portals starting to open behind him, surprising everyone. Momo: what is that? Izuku: my true power, my heritage, my legacy. It's time for the mongrels and stray dogs to see who they're dealing with, and fear the gates of Babylon again. As several weapons and chains came out from the golden portals. Enkidu: the chains shot out at the villains while the entire Class 1A watched in amazement as the blonde-haired boy without hesitation threw several chains towards the villains, forcing them to separate from each other. Chimera: they separated us, I would say, in a place full of nature and with a kind of waterfall. Slice: but what? Dodging acid while it was very dark when falling into a cave. 9. What the hell? 0. Now Uravity. Making many weightless rocks go towards him with his tape. Uraraka: release. The rocks were directed towards the villain. The power of the Gate of Babylon. Previously, Izuku: my true power, my heritage, my legacy. It's time for the mongrels and stray dogs to see who they're dealing with, and fear the gates of Babylon again. As several weapons and chains came out from the golden portals. Enkidu: the chains shot out at the villains while the entire Class 1A watched in amazement as the blonde-haired boy without hesitation threw several chains towards the villains, forcing them to separate from each other. At the moment, Chimera: they separated us, I would say, in a place full of nature and with a kind of waterfall. Slice: but what? Dodging acid while it was very dark when falling into a cave. 9. What the hell? 0. Now Uravity. Making many weightless rocks go towards him with his tape. Uraraka: release. The rocks were directed towards the villain. 9. Pathetic, throwing rays from the tips of his fingers, destroying the great avalanche of rocks that was going against him, but he did not count on the chains, having to use the quirk of the shields to defend himself. 9. That's new, dodging spears, swords and halberds thrown from the golden portals. Momo: what is the name of that power? Midoriya: Izuku: a power so terrifying and powerful, capable of kneeling the gods of the different mythologies, and that was able to kneel the biblical god branded as all-powerful as well as the first foremost of the biblical underworld. Momo: but that means it's a legendary power, deities don't exist. Bakugo: if they existed, would we know? He would say, starting to get angry. Izuku: if they existed as you say, They wouldn't cause panic, since if so, each mythological race would be real. Kaminari, how are we getting off topic? Izuku, you're right, Kaminari-kun. My power is known as Gate of Babylon, throwing more chains and weapons at 9 Zashu. With 9, the gray-haired boy was using all his shields and beams from his fingers to dodge and repel the weapons, but they were launched at great speeds, and he couldn't dodge the damage they caused. At the same time, Uraraka and Siro were launching rocks with their ribbons and zero gravity, in order to force him to expand the use of his powers. In the cave, Mina was throwing acid and dodging thorns thrown from the villain's hair, while with Tokoemi's help she managed to find the villain by repelling several of them. Mina, it was close. Dark Shadow would hit the villain while Tokoemi approached with claws in his hands. Tokoemi, Ashido, leave the rest to me. This is my territory. Slice. How conceited, showing off his matted hair and razor blades in his fingers. In the forest, Chimera, they wanted to separate us, he would say, annoyed when a tongue gets tangled in his leg. Suyu would take advantage of this to pull him into the water, while taking advantage of the fact that she is part amphibian to be able to swim in the water of a nearby stream. At the same time, Todoroki threw ice, freezing all the water, while Tsuyu releases the villain and leaves the water. Kirishima, Yash, Ida, it went as planned. Shoto, not yet, he would say, frowning. The ice would begin to crack as the villain broke through it at high speed and jumped out of the water. Chimera, that wasn't cold enough. Shoto, we meet again, he would say in a fighting pose while the rest got ready to fight. Chimera, you better give up taking out a cigarette today, I will fight seriously. Kirishima, we're not the same as before, stiffening his arm. Ida, everyone is protected. Let's fight with everything. Shoto, we'll stop you. Ida, Recipro turbo, firing the motors in his calves, in 10 minutes it will all be over. Shoto, Tsuyu, Kirishima, yes/Kero. Chimera would begin to enlarge his muscles and some kind of feathers would emerge from his arms. Chimera, I like it that way. With the main team, Siro, Izuku and Uraraka continued to throw everything at 9, who despite the damage and the use of 2 quirks at once seemed unfazed. Siro, damn, he doesn't stop even a little. Uraraka, how about now, crossing his hands while on top of him there was a large amount of rocks that began to fall. Uraraka wanted to throw up, but lightning bolts coming out of the dust that rose from the fall made Siro have to grab Uraraka so she wouldn't take any damage. Izuku, for his part, increased the attack speed of the weapons. The good thing about the large vault was that those that didn't hit would vanish and return inside the vault. Siro would be thrown while a rock broke his helmet, and Uraraka lost hers to a rock that 9 bounced off. Siro, I've got you, taking Uraraka and retreating, she's getting closer to the trap. Uraraka, that's right, Mineta. Siro, Uraraka giving them a thumbs up. Uraraka and Siro, Mineta, everything's ready, he would say, standing in an area with several logs holding several rocks back. Siro, it's your turn, Uraraka. The brown-haired girl would run towards the logs to use her gift, and since she was already at her last and about to vomit from overexertion, but she wouldn't give up. Siro would throw tape to escape since the villain was approaching. Uraraka, plus Ultra, would say so that her quirk would affect the entire area. Siro would get Uraraka out of there while the rocks began to roll, while 9 launched his rays, and when he couldn't repel them he would activate the shield that with each hit from the support of the Gate of Babylon weapons, they would crack regardless of the percentage of force they used. Siro, Mineta, throwing his tape. Mineta, super grape, he would say, throwing his spheres from his head towards 9, while Siro took him away. Take it, making the rock stick. Take it, while his head began to bleed. Take it. He continued throwing the same ones like crazy while the rocks stopped. That's a trap. Siro, we did it. Uraraka, thank goodness. Bwaj, vomiting rainbows. Siro, are you okay? Mineta would be brought down all dizzy. Mineta, you deserved it. We got you. The set of rocks would glow, alerting everyone, and detonate, causing a large cloud of dust, dragging the 3 aspirants backward. Shoji, he has been freed from the trap. Izuku, I guess I'll have to take care of it, starting to walk to the area. Jiro is 30 meters away from Uraraka and the rest. Izuku would stop walking, noticing about 30 figures approaching. Bakugo, what are those things? Izuku would simply move the trajectory of the gates of Babylon towards the figures. Demon, die humans! Launching attacks. Demon 2, serve us as your superiors. Izuku, the scumbags won't stop coming out, and the demons don't come out from anywhere other than greed. I'll take them all, damn half-breeds, starting a reign of destruction against the 30 figures, renegade demons. Izuku simply showed himself merciless, the spears buried in his chest and the swords in his head, causing his companions to look at him somewhat bewildered. Momo, those are them. Izuku, damn Yamamoto, I won't let those bastards attack our friends. Ojiro, but you killed them, he would say nervously and shouting. Izuku, so? Most of the heroes of old have done it, downplaying it. If you're going to be a hero, learn that you won't always speak with pretty words, and everyone will jump hand in hand toward the rainbow. This is real life, Ojiro. But, Izuku, did you say something faker? He would say, emitting killer instinct. Ojiro, no. Izuku thought so, walking towards his companions in trouble. Jiro, the fact that lightning hit Midoriya changed him, and for the worse, he thought seriously. Bakugo, without saying anything, went to Izuku. That lightning made changes, and although several of Class 1A thought that it could be fixed to be as before, Bakugo realized that there would be nothing to do but accept it. In the shelter, Katsuma felt the tremors of the battle. He was very nervous, so he slowly started to head for the exit. He wanted to stop this, even sacrificing himself if necessary. All might, little one, that won't be necessary, he would say calmly, stopping the child. Just trust them. In the battle, Uraraka, Shiro and Mineta couldn't get up. They were very weak, but the villain was approaching. Weakly, the three aspiring heroes would stand up as the 5 fingers of Nine's hand glowed for the attack. Nine, see you never. Before attacking, he had to use a shield to cover himself from Ahoyama's naval laser that was carried by Momo, given a case of lipid loss when using his quirk, creation, to create supplies for civilians. Uraraka, Ahoyama-kun. Shiro, Yamamoto, Ahoyama. Sorry for the delay. Momo, here we are. At that point, a current of dust and air would attack them, making them retreat. 9. It's useless lighting his hands in purple rays using the quirk to its fullest extent. The game is over. Bakugo would launch himself with an explosion since he was more restless and wanted to fight to defeat him, but he would simply hit the shield wall that 9 generated. 9, are you still alive? Bakugo, don't say stupid things and fall. In the surveillance zone, Shoji, Bakugo just attacked 9, but where is Midoriya? In the fight, 9 would launch an attack towards the Muslim, but an axe would block 9's attack, causing everyone to be surprised when they saw it. Izuku, I'm probably remembering wrong, right? 9 would attack with his lightning quirk from his fingers, but Izuku would take out a kind of book, while Izuku simply moved his hand, and from a golden portal on the ground a flame would come out, causing a smoke screen, until it cleared and Izuku himself was shown intact, while 4 golden portals appeared above him and to his sides. Izuku, you claim to be strong and want a utopia where they rule, but you're not very convincing shooting golden rays from portals. 9 would use his shields to cover himself, generating at least 5 layers that broke like glass. 9, shut up. Throwing himself shut up, with his hand wrapped in lightning and the blue Hydra quirk coming out of his back, he would attack the green-haired man, who would take the axe with which he started, generating a clash of attack and defense. 9. I don't need a pathetic hero telling me I won't achieve my goals. You lack the strength to stop me. I'll make sure to kill you so you don't stop me from fulfilling my dream. Your companions will follow before I steal that quirk from the pathetic boy. Throwing lightning bolts at the hydras and making a lightning bolt fall, spitting blood in the process. Izuku would make the axe vanish into gold and open the book, while in the sky and behind him a gigantic golden portal and several small ones opened, revealing many golden weapons. Without them knowing, all the factions were watching the battle. For the Olympians, especially the 6 oldest, it was a luxury they did not want to see, the power of a king of heroes, something terrifying and exciting to see. India was watching this in detail, as was happening with Asgard, Shinto, Kyoto, Yokais, Mesoamerica, and the most terrified. The biblical factions experiencing firsthand the power of the one they could not kill because they could not find him, the living heir of the one who kneeled to God, and the 4 original Satans, the last heir of the blood they wanted to purge so that another like him would not appear, and they failed. The students stood behind the green-haired man as they saw the imminent collision of powers as several lightning bolts went towards him, and the other attacks collided with each other. Izuku made the axe appear again and began to deflect the attacks that were coming towards them, ignoring the colossal clash, which shook the entire earth. In the other combat scenarios, They could barely get up from their fights. Shoto decided to freeze Chimera from the inside, but would be exceeded by his ice half. While Kirishima would have received a kind of flare in his unbreakable mode, Tsuyu would fall asleep due to the cold, and Tenya would be too tired to use his engines. Tokoimi and Mina would have defeated Slice and then left her hairless to prevent the use of her quirk, after a hard battle where Mina was injured. At the same time, nearby support from heroes and military forces approached. Despite his injuries and fatigue, Nine would recover, showing his will to continue, while looking at the blonde with hatred. Nine, damn! In his fury, he would activate almost all of his gifts, making the UA students worry, while the green-haired man would simply open the book while several words and letters in Sumerian in gold appeared. In the observation area, Almight was running out after the children who didn't want to wait any longer, and came out to see being held back by Shoji and Koda. Almight, what's going on? And why are there dead demons? He would say very nervously, revealing the existence of the supernatural. Jiro, Izuku detected them and killed them without mercy, she would say, somewhat annoyed. Almight, I should have known. The power pulse when he changed and woke up put the factions on alert, he thought seriously. Katsuma, Izuku and Aichan, Mahoro, Bakugo, in the fight. 9. The boy throwing the hydras. All Might and Shoji stood in front to protect them, but they immediately noticed a golden portal in front of them. While the hydras stopped and tiredness, fatigue and having reached their limit took their toll on 9, who would begin to suffer pain throughout his body. The cells in 9's body, given the wear and tear from the fight against Midoriya, began to die. His pace was accelerated since his body was enduring a lot of pain. Bakugo, shine! Throwing himself so he doesn't recover. But the villain on his back would activate some object's nanny. Izuku, don't attack now, he's injecting something. 9. If I had the power to reactivate my cells, I wouldn't need to hold back, having the liquid from his tubes injected directly into him, and storm clouds would begin to rise. Kaminari, arriving. 9 would launch a beam that Kaminari would intercept until he looked like an idiot, given the disadvantage of his quirk, being a voltage greater than he could handle. His brain shorted out. The lightning strike was devastating. Izuku had to use the protection portals while All Might and Shoji protected Katsuma and Mahoro. Mahoro, Bakugo, starting to cry. Katsuma, Izuku and Aichan, showing tears. Jiro, it can't be seeing 9 approaching. Ojiro, but how come Midoriya's portals don't fall? All Might, the gates of Babylon obey the king by right. That king is Midoriya. Even if his will was to protect us, they will remain active until the opponent is defeated. Shoji Shonen, take Katsuma and Mahoro away from the fight, inflating themselves to fight. 9. They won't escape. Trying to attack but being stopped by the pain. Fascinating attack. 9. The H? You, Ojiro, Kyoka, All Might, Midoriya. Midoriya Shonen. Izuku, I've heard of stronger and deadlier lightning bolts within the supernatural. Zeus's Master Bolt, the power of Indra, the power of Susanoo, the power of a Grigori cadre. Your lightning bolt was simply pathetic. 9. Bastard. 9 would charge without limit against the green-haired man who responded with a bit of his true power. Facing 9, a human being was not difficult, given that he possesses the power to kneel gods. He chose to take out a weapon that many would tremble at the sight. Not that 9 deserves it, but with the arrival of demons, the supernatural world should know that he is not someone to mess with as an enemy. All Might, maybe he'll use it. Shoji, what does Sensei say? 9. I won't let you disrupt my plans anymore. Katsuma, Izuku and Aichan. Izuku, Katsuma Ototo, Mahoro Amato, I want you to see what I'm capable of doing to protect you. All Might, it's best to step aside. The children watched as the whole class saw that there was an oddly shaped sword. All Might, I thought it was a myth, the sword of rupture capable of splitting heaven and earth. Bakugo, if All Might says that weapon is capable of that, will the nerd do it? All Might, Bakugo Shonen, the demons who attack them must know that they must be careful with him, he said, drawing the attention of those present. He must make a name for himself that the supernaturals fear and respect equally. Kyoka, that means it's going to. All Might, that will keep us safe for a while. The supernatural tends to be very invasive if given the chance, especially the biblical ones. Seeing the blonde, they felt respect and fear for him, while the children admiration and Bakugo. Well, although they felt jealous of the power of the former green-haired boy, would not abandon a friend. 9. You're going to die, Izuku. In that case I hope you attack. That comment really bothered 9, who threw himself. Momo, that sword transmits a lot of power. Jiro, I wonder what other weapons he has at his disposal. Almight, Gilgamesh is said to have possessed weapons for everything from god killing to immortal killing. Don't look for logic in it. 9 threw himself running with all his might, his fury outweighing his pain and his hatred for the green-haired man outweighing his reason, as his discernment in choosing battles he could win was extinguished. Izuku simply raised the arm that was holding Ie as he raised a smile to his comrades there, especially the children. That smile was not that of someone interested in killing, but someone who wanted to protect, making everyone feel safe. Izuku, it's time for your evil to be erased. I hope you can be reborn as someone good and of values. Ie, being the first time I use you, allow me to use your power. The sword would be activated, beginning to release an insane amount of power, astonishing everyone. 9. Damn, Izuku, Enema Elish launching the devastating attack. Nabu Island trembled, while the power and explosion spread out over a radius of over 30 kilometers, causing reinforcements and heroes to rush. While on the island, the attack hit 9 directly. The impact was massive, and Ie was seen as a powerful and unique weapon. 9 didn't even leave bones behind after the impact. Izuku, Katsuma, Mahoro, don't be afraid, because we're already here. Katsuma had a huge glow of admiration for the green-haired man, just like Mahoro, although he admired Bakugo more. Crimson defection. Alarm in the factions. The angels are no good. Nabu Island. The disappearance of the villain at the hands of the blonde-haired boy set off alarm bells within his companions. Many of them viewed him with fear, others with respect, and some wouldn't go so far as to call him a villain as the rest. Upon saying that phrase, many had a new feeling for him: hatred, resentment. They wouldn't endorse killing anyone, not even threats. Their arrogance and their belief that true heroes don't kill would condemn them to fall one day. Almight could only listen to the comments of several while he watched as the children approached Izuku. Shoji, Midoriya, he would say surprised. Mineta, his power is devastating. Siro, he killed me. He should be imprisoned, he would say with fear. Kyoka, I may not like it, but Siro is right. Uraraka, he always helps us. We will not leave him alone. He always defends us and would die every time it is necessary for us. Tokoemi, he frees us from our darkest darkness, he would say, supporting the blonde. I will not turn my back on him. Ojiro, but he killed. He's a villain. Mina, Midori's attitude is no longer cool. It's scary. The villain's lightning changed it for the worse. Our cinnamon roll is no longer there. Kaminari, guys, Midoriya always helps us, and despite not being that close, he helps us. But by behaving like this, we only prove ourselves to be complete garbage. I don't know about you, but my side is with Izaburo. Mineta, me too. I'll be safer with him, he would say, crying comically. The sounds of helicopters were heard and Hawks would arrive with the reinforcements while noticing Izuku guarding Ie at the gates of Babylon, being in shock, given that outside of All Might, the other one who knew about supernatural forces, especially those descended from the heroes of the past, was the cannibal chicken, since the Commission gave orders to find them and make them their weapons, as they had done with Nagant. They were only afraid of one Gilgamesh. His presence instilled fear and respect. No god would stop him if a fight was necessary, leaving as possible only contenders the Greek primordial cows, the dragon goddess of infinity, Ophis, and Great Red, not counting the beast 666, Thryaxa. Hawks was a little scared. If that boy had that blood running through his veins, the Commission would not be able to control him for the good of society. Hawks, All Might, is he? All Might, his appearance gives him away, right? The last descendant of the King of Heroes, Gilgamesh, Midoriya, Izuku. Bakugo, King of Heroes? Did such a title exist? Momo. But it can't be Gilgamesh, the first legend, from which it is said that the word hero originated. It was said that he had no offspring. Hawks. The demons felt it right, he would say, unconcerned seeing the bodies. I wouldn't be surprised why they hide it. It is said that in the past there was a war where angels, demons and fallen angels faced each other, and Gilgamesh himself brought God and the 4 original Satans to their knees. With those words, fear became palpable. The class began to fragment and divide, while others saw that things would no longer be as they had been. Nine's lightning activated a monster in power, given that a power like the Gate of Babylon, the largest treasury in all of history, possessing weapons from all time, present, past, and future, the greatest wealth, and within those weapons, God-killing weapons, undoubtedly awakened someone they shouldn't have. In the dimensional gap, Great Red didn't miss a thing. The Great Dragon, the most powerful existence behind the Thryaxa, didn't miss a thing about the king's return. The Great Dragon was relatively impressed by the display of power and the personality of the heir. He had thought he would be just as arrogant and not have an ounce of humility, but he was wrong. The former green-haired man possessed a big heart destined to give affection, and willing to give it for the well-being of his loved ones. He went a bit further, noticing the two Shimano brothers. He noticed their blood, so he would start laughing. The laughter was insanely funny. Big Red. The laughter was long and filled with an interesting situation. For such ancient beings, it was not difficult to recognize ancient bloodlines. Great Red. Who would have thought that this pair would have offspring and that in millennia both branches of the family would reunite, having such a strong blood surge? Dioscuri, the Gemini twins, the twins of Greece. In biblical heaven, Michael was aware of the whole fight. He didn't want to admit it. He wanted to refuse. The Babylonian treasury should never be opened. He was one of those who most ordered the deaths of Gilgamesh's descendants. His paranoia was not enough. He decided to calm down, find answers. Hatred was taking over him. He would never forgive the one who brought the biblical God to his knees in the war of the biblical factions. Given that Gilgamesh himself intervened, after the human communities were wiped out even by orders of God himself. Take the city of Ro as an example. Minute 248, and everyone is an angel. The devout Christian inhabitants of those villages had prayed to be saved, but instead, they were killed by God's command, simply for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. The angels gave them no respite. Their salvation, in the words of many, was simply a mercy killing at the hands of God's followers. Many will think they would be taken to heaven. This was not the case. The biblical heaven is simply intended for non-devout beings, but powerful ones who would accept serving God by proxy. Something the Maid of Orleans discovered in the past when she heard an angel speak to a soldier, appealing to humans' desire for power. This was the reason for her betrayal. Instead of being remembered as a heroine, Joan of Arc became a martyr for humanity in the 100 Years' War. Only one angel cried out in heaven, Azrael, Archangel of Death, the most powerful archangel since Lucifer's rebellion. Those were not the values that humans were taught to believe, but his cries fell on deaf ears. Only Amenadiel and Metatron heard him and joined his side, but the war continued, a war which ended with the death of God and the death of the original Satans. Michael, Uriel, did you find out anything? Uriel, the fourth most powerful archangel, the representative of God's fire, and the most loyal to Michael after his death, was prostrated before him while delivering some papers. Uriel, Michael-sama, we have investigated the new king of heroes. I would say with hatred. His name in the human world is Izuku Midoria, son of Inko Midoria, descendant of Gilgamesh, and Hisashi Hamada, son of the Greek god of love Eros. A rare combination, but it served to strengthen the genes and the awakening of the Sumerian bastard. Michael, I give you free rein to resolve this. I want you to leave a warning to the heir of Uraraka, that he should not interfere with heaven and the angels. Uriel, I will do it, he would say, withdrawing. While smiling, he couldn't mess with Izuku directly. The former green-haired man would kill him, but with his mother, Inko would defend herself, but eventually the Archangel would kill the green-haired woman. Brother, a sad and tearful female voice would say, why? The boy is overflowing with great warmth and has no hatred. Why? Michael, I will not discuss this topic with you, Gabriel. Gabriel, but brother staying silent upon hearing a sound. Michael, that's enough, he would say with his hand raised. Gabriel simply touched her cheek, burning from the blow, her eyes brimming with tears. With that action, the strongest seraph understood how they could bring the salvation of God's word when neither their second leader, nor even the first, fulfilled it. Seeing the tears, Michael was about to strike her again, but he felt his breath run out. If I were you, I wouldn't raise my hand to him again, brother. Michael, cough cough, Metatron. Metatron, I may have been gentle, but no one will forgive you this time. Gabriel, pack your things. I won't let this bastard of a brother hurt you. Gabriel, yes, she would say hurt, since she never thought it would happen, since like Hestia, They watched over the family and would never expect their family to raise their hand, but the seraph felt it. Metatron, with Azrael and Amenadio we're going with Gabriel, since you're cowardly enough to send your dogs after us, he said, retreating, leaving Michael, the fifth strongest Archangel, on the ground, doubled over in pain and filled with fury. In Grigori, Azazel was analyzing everything. Maybe what Kokobile was planning wasn't so bad in his eyes, because the only problem was the King of Heroes, so why not talk to him and finish him off so he wouldn't pose a threat? After all, he had brought God, Beelzebub, Lucifer, Leviathan and Asmodeus to their knees. In addition, the Babylonian treasury took a large part of the fallen angels and demons that they still haven't managed to replace, so the biblical hatred towards the Sumerian heir was very palpable. On Olympus, the gods of Olympus, the 12 athletes, along with Hades, Hestia and surprisingly Eros, god of love, were gathered watching the fight again. They were debating what to do about it, what decision to make, given that the heir of Uruk was not something to be taken lightly. Zeus. So what do you think? He said seriously. Poseidon, we've already seen what the original Gilgamesh could do, so if you're going to attack him, don't count me in. So I think it's better to go to his good side, negotiate. Even if he doesn't join our faction, we need another faction to corroborate his return or the creation of a new one. Athena. But he is a demigod. It is obvious that as gods we can defeat him. I would say somewhat arrogantly we have the strategy and the arms necessary to defeat him. Ares. Whatever it is, I want to fight him, I would say, excited and bloodthirsty. Who knows? A good friendship must be born from punches. Artemis. Although it pains me to admit it, I agree with Poseidon, she would say with a golden tint on her cheeks. Aphrodite. I can't believe it. Did the man-hating prude just fall in love? She said, smiling. Apollo. My little sister could never. Artemis. So what if that's true? I'm tired of everyone seeing me as a senseless, hating prude, and I admit I'm to blame for my hunters, for so many innocent people who did nothing and were killed by them. Instead of healing them, I simply allowed them to maintain and grow that hatred. Apollo, if you like it. Artemis, I'll give him the chance, Apollo, and if he's not like Orion and turns out to be better, if and when I have children, given that I can use Athena's immaculate method, you'll be the godfather. Apollo, sister, the price is accepted, he would say happily. Hermes, I don't know, Rick seems fake, he would say, speaking to Dionysus. Hestia, allow me to speak? Zeus, go ahead, sister. Hestia, recognizing him as an ally would be our best course of action, and in case Babylon returns as a faction, by recognizing it we can come to an agreement. Given the ancient laws, they cannot interact with their children, I would say, seriously, earning affirmations from everyone in that case. Recognizing him would be having one more refuge for their children since they care about their safety and their lives. Demeter, it's true. Hermes, very true. Dionisio, if they send them there, it would be less work for me, so go ahead. Eros, besides, he's my grandson, so he could help. Aphrodite, fufufufu, not bad, she would say, licking her lips. Artemis, I must meet him before that boar steals him from me, she would say in her thoughts. In the other factions similar conversations were held among themselves. No one knew what to do. The only ones who remained ignorant were the demons. Serzex Gremry, current Mal Lucifer, was always an ambitious, greedy man attached to his council of elders and trying to make his faction proliferate. He had his son Milikas Gremry, a child whom he never saw as a son, but as a means to. He wanted to make his son handle not only the power of destruction of the Gremrian Baal, given his parents Venelana Baal and Zeoticus Gremry. Milikas never lived with Amor. Serzex trained him very hard, even breaking his bones, something that his sister Reyes Gremry did not approve of and told him to his face, annoying the Mal. Lucifer, determined to show mercilessness and wanting revenge on his younger sister, decided to engage her to the heir of the Phoenix clan, Reyes Phoenix, an arrogant, womanizing, and power-hungry jerk. He had asked his queen, Graphia Lucifuge, to organize a raiding game, so that his little sister could defend his hand with her entourage, but this did not happen. He brought forward the wedding of both demons and left his sister's entire entourage tied up with chains dipped in holy water, causing them harm since they are demons and sacred artifacts harm them. While he left her tied up in front of the altar and next to Reyes, while the elderly representative of the council began to give the celebration, under Reyes' tears. Only one pawn, the one who took the 8 pawns from Reyes's pieces, was not present. Before words were exchanged, a guard would fall to the ground covered in blood. Surzex, who dares? Old man, who did that? Zeoticus, who crashes that celebration? Sate, it seems I arrived before Bucho. Reyes, Issei. Surzex, Security, what does this mean looking at the dust? It seems you no longer keep your words. It's clear that many humans other than those heroes of Mizurafu don't make deals with demons. I remember that one of those who signed you up to have his precious weapon was Enji Todoroki, because you told me so. Zeoticus, Reyes's pawn, behave yourself, you're breaking into a meeting of high nobility demons, a commoner shouldn't interfere. It seems they are very arrogant, my grandfather told me so he would say coming out of the dust. All the elderly and powerful demons were terrified to see the chestnut's new appearance. He was recognized by Ozymandias, Ramses II, the King of Kings, the Builder, one of the strongest beings that the Egyptian faction had before Surzex and Falbium Asmodeus, behind the backs of the mouse Seraphol Leviathan and Ajuka Beelzebub, ordered to eliminate him. Given the weakness and disappearance of the strongest gods like Horus, Osiris, Isis, and Batet. Reyes, Issei, what happened to you? Issei, my grandfather awakened my Reyes Ne genes. Now I will free you from it using the Nijay's scepter, freeing the rest of the Gremory entourage. Thanks, senpai. Era, it seems that Issei-kun became more handsome. Issei, Kaneko, Akino, it's not the time, and Kiba, help Gasper. Kiba, HAI. Issei approached Reyes, but Reyes intervened. Reyes, damn you, you're a low class, I order you to stop. Issei, a pharaoh does not bow to a greedy commoner. Reyes, cursed, launching a fire attack. Issei, Ramesseum Tentiris. The place would be filled with explosions while Issei freed Reyes, and those who wanted to avoid that fate like Siroag Baal arrived with his entourage and Milikas, joining the rest of the Redhead's entourage in Graphia, who supported by the Mouse Ajuka and Seraphol, their entourages and the entourage of the heiress Citri helped them escape from the place, causing the Crimson desertion. The abandonment of 2 Gremory from the biblical underworld, heading to a new place, following the brown-haired. Since there was a place he would go. Egypt, land of pharaohs. In Grigori, only a dangerous person felt it while giving a smile. So the king's heir returns. I hope to find the heir of my grandfather Moses' brother, even if my Lucifer blood stains her. I will always serve the pharaoh. Excalibur. Fear at Yue. Journey to the roots. At Yue, things were not entirely calm, as the news of a copy of All for One, even if poorly made them panic, but nothing filled them with terror, except for a few, knowing that one of the students of Class 1A not only changed, but also eliminated the villain without justice falling on him. The school was divided. The Heroism Class 1B was one of the most affected, as many friendships were broken. Tetsu claimed that what they heard from the new King of Heroes was not for men or heroes, so he planned to arrest him. Many thought like him, but a group did not think that way. Nito Minoma, to everyone's surprise, was the first to defend the green-haired boy. The big crazy guy from Class 1B who always claimed that his class was better, defended one from Class A. Only 3 knew where that defense came from. Eri, Minoma had tried to help the little girl lose her fear of using her quirk, which she always did alongside Izuku. Ibra Shiozaki, always faithful to the Lord, defended him, argued that someone must rid the world of sinners and then face God's punishment. Pony Tsunitori supported the former green-haired man. Since he was her so-called green friend, the foreigner learned to speak more fluently thanks to the green-haired man, so she would return the favor. Another who decided to defend him was Juzo Hananuki, who understood the reason for the decision. He did not justify it, but he was not closed-minded, since he prioritized the lives of hundreds or thousands over one that would not stop, so logic applied to save there. In the support courses, May listened to everything they talked about. Honestly, she would not care since the green-haired man was her test subject and model for her inventions, her precious babies, which 99% of the time exploded. But seeing how they were looked down on throughout the academy, students, a couple of teachers and heroes who arrived demanding his head and a stay in the Tartaro's maximum security prison, plus a delegation from the Commission for Public Safety of Heroes, CS Beach from now on, demanded the child in their hands to condition him around the practices of heroes. That filled her with fury. It angered her, they treated him like an animal. Hitoshi Shinzo was another of those who listened with Mei. For the lost son of Aizawa, there were several questions. What were they hiding in the commission? What would they want to do with his friend? Those and more questions were put to rest when Director Niza put on his pants and threatened to expose each and every one of their crimes: murders of Lady Nagant, murders of Hawks, disappearances, kidnapping of children with powerful quirks, and genocide. All those actions unsettled both students, realizing the rotten system they had. The CSBH left angrily. They would get the boy whether they wanted to or not, and if they had to launch a death operation or frame him for treason to have him in their power, they would do it. It's a shame that the anthropomorphic rodent already had his plans in mind. When Almight returned to Class 1A, the tensions were evident. Very few even spoke to the green-haired boy. Although there weren't that many who didn't speak, it was clear to the green-haired boy who his friends were. Bakugo, surprisingly, he stopped calling Deku. He liked the new Izuku more. Kirishima, given what he did, although he didn't share it, he saw it as necessary. The same with Shoto, Kaminari, Mineta, Momo, Uraraka, Tsuyu, and Tokoemi. For the rest, except for Shoji and Koda, who supported the green-haired boy without speaking, the new Izuku should be locked up like the worst villain. It seems they've returned, but now we'll take charge, I'd say seriously. Tashinori Endeavor? Shoto. Old man, he would say seriously because something didn't fit him. Endeavor, thank you for your effort, but seeing how Kamui Woods, Beast Genist, Mount Lady, Wash, Mirko, and Hawks introduced themselves, now we will take over. Taking a breath, and some leaves Izuku Midoriya. By orders of the Commission for the Public Safety of Heroes, you are ordered to come with us without opposition. Mirko, if you resist, I'll break your bones, brat. Hawks, you're too dangerous. Midoriya, I'd say seriously give up and accept that you can't win. Tashinori, that's if I allow it. Becoming muscular but becoming skinny. Puaja, spitting blood. Mount Lady, your days of defending are over. All Might, don't move, I'd say seriously. Beast Genist, let's do this, shall we? Being held by bandages, this is it. Aizawa, so you're trying to forget that this school protects Midoriya. One of my best offspring, he would say with his active and threatening quirk. Kamui Woods, Erisa retreats, being taken by a whip. Wash, wash, wash. Midnight, Fufufufu, it seems that he wants to touch a student of this academy without the director ordering it. Shoto, back off, old man, activating both sides. Endeavor, Shoto punching him in the stomach. If you didn't get in the way, it wouldn't have to be like this. But seeing that you won't understand in a good way, either you move away or I'll make sure Rei doesn't leave that hospital. At that moment Izuku's laughter began to sound. Izuku, Endeavor, what are you laughing at, brat? Izuku, I laugh at your incompetence, mongrel. Endeavor, what did you call me, brat? Throwing a punch wrapped in fire. Mirko, well, kicking. The blows would be stopped by some golden portals and the heroes had no chance but to give more blows, but they would be pushed away by an explosion. Bakugo, 2 versus 1 doesn't seem fair to me, he would say, making explosions. Hawks, Endeavor-san, Mirko-san ready to launch his feathers. Izuku simply smiled at them as several golden portals opened and several weapons came out of them. Endeavor, what's the name of that power, Hawks? What did the commission say? I would say seriously, but Hawks backed away, scared. The boy was dangerous, more than expected. Hawks, Shoto, you don't hit me. Old man choosing his side next to the blonde. Hawks, damn, we have to go. Mirko, why do you say that? Hawks, Gate of Babylon, the world's greatest treasury, the true power of the first hero. Izuku, a gift. Shoto drawing a sword, his power was truly felt, and several fallen angels, who were approaching, retreated. Fallen 1, and cannot be P. Fallen 2, that sword was broken. Izuku, Excalibur, the true Excalibur, linked to the Pendragon lineage, was believed to be destroyed and considered a sacred weapon. What a big lie the half-breeds of the biblical factions made. Shoto, what are you saying? But that sword? Izuku, that sword is linked to your blood, of course, via maternal blood, of course, since I felt resonance in the treasury from that sword. Shoto, that means, Izuku, it's your inheritance. New King of Knights handing over the weapon to the bicolor. Shoto, how do you know about that weapon? Izuku, the treasury of Babylon keeps weapons of the past, present and future, weapons of all kinds, including god killers. It was said that the sword Excalibur was a creation of the biblical god and used in the war of the biblical factions where my ancestor kneeled to the four original mouse and God himself that caught the attention of Ibra, who heard everything from a hiding place. The funny thing starting to laugh is that everything is true except the origin of Excalibur. God made nothing more than a copy of the real one. Excalibur was created by the Avalon Fairy faction, a faction exterminated by orders of the biblical god himself, that paralyzed Ibera. It couldn't be true. Excalibur represents the pinnacle of sacred swords, and the strongest sacred sword. It was given to the Lady of the Lake at the suggestion of the wizard Merlin, who linked it to the Pendragon lineage. Ibera, you say that? Is that true, Izuku? Let those crows over there answer that for you, pointing at some static fallen angels. Ibera, eh? Backing away. Izuku, I'm Shoto. It is said that that sword was linked to Clarent, the sword of the Knight of Betrayal, Mordred, so who knows, maybe you can use its abilities. Shoto would take the sword and as if it were linked to his blood, he would move it with great mastery. Hawks was about to avoid the carnage, but the fallen threw themselves preparing spears of light. Shoto, Clarent blood Arthur. He would say, activating a great burst of orange power from the blade of the sword that when touching the fallen, they screamed in horror as they were eliminated from the face. Izuku, what does it feel like? Shoto, something incredible, he said to turn to see his astonished father and very old. Endeavor. He would say to show seriousness and fury in his gaze, I am not the father of a murderer. Hawks, I'm sorry but. Nizu, well, the rodent would say, appearing, so you are bothering my students. I think I was not clear to the commission. If they are touching my students, well, don't say that I am not a man of my word, he would say, pressing a button on his suit. In another area of the UA, Maami Iba, alias La Brava, gentle criminal's assistant, was sitting at a computer until she received a signal, and thanks to the encryption and the notes, everything related to the ex-heroine Lady Nagant, all her murders, her signed orders, everything, was leaked. People all over Japan came to demand answers and the commission looked at UA in fury. The rodent had done something, and best of all, they had to cancel catching the green-haired boy because of UA's protection of him. UA would expose them and bring down so much prestige earned with much blood in the hands of that government body. Hawks, Nizu-san, what have you done? He would roar angrily. Nizu, what I agreed to when your boss came. Hawks, no less. She thought it was empty threats. Well, let her see that I'm not someone who's easily intimidated. Now, Aizawa, send the students to the Alliance. I have to talk to Tashinori about something. Aizawa, okay, students to your Alliance. Now, all the students went to their building without complaint. While that was happening in UA, in Muzidafu, Inko Midoria, Izuku Midoriya's mother, was returning from shopping. She calmly observed the place where she lived, but she never imagined what awaited her when she turned the corner. Inko, who are you? She said, noticing a winged figure wrapped in flames. Uriel, you must not know, Sumerian trash. Inko just screamed, hoping someone would help her. No one heard her, saving Naomasa Tsukachi, who was nearby. At first she wanted to ignore it, but her instincts had been telling her for a long time that something was going to happen. She listened to them, but she arrived too late. Inko Midoriya was tied to a wall dead. She seemed to have been burned at the stake. Only her face, reflecting terror, was intact. Her body burned and tied to the wall as if it were a crucifixion, while the walls were painted with blood. Naomasa, for God's sake, reading the walls. Don't mess with us, Sumerian trash. You will pay with blood for what your ancestor did, bastard king of heroes. Time skipped 1 week. Last week, the news of the macabre death of Inko Midoriya went viral. At first they wanted to blame the League of Villains, but there were no traces of them in Muzidafu. Even Kurojiri had been tracked, but they found nothing. Almight, when he saw the writings in blood, he knew who it was. Sadly, he did not think that those that the churches sell as saints would come to do such atrocities and let themselves go for revenge. He managed to run into a group of them, Amenadiel, Gabriel, Azrael and Metatron, who claimed to have deserted the biblical heaven, and confirmed Almight's suspicions. Gabriel simply cried. He did not believe that his brother could be so cynical to do such an atrocity to an innocent woman. Izuku, for his part, lost his shine. The children encouraged him to help him, which brought brief glimpses of what he was before. But Koda, Eri, Katsuma, Mahoro could not eliminate so much pain, so much hatred, since All Might told him everything that those renegade angels said. Simply for having inherited the 2/3 god of Gilgamesh, he had noticed that he was very human. Rage invaded him. He wanted to devastate the biblical heaven and teach the kind of street vermin that those damn half-breeds were, but he could not sink into revenge. His mother would not approve. His friends always supported him, especially those closest to him. For Nizu and All Might, it was necessary to get him out and let him breathe. That is why he had to go to his origin, the city of the king of heroes Uraraka. Then they would see what to do. The other classes, except for those who supported him and pitted him, mocked him and treated Inko like scum for having a villain as a son. Such actions would unleash a being that would make them kneel and eliminate them without hesitation, because if Babylon were to rise again, with several factions recognizing it as such, the nations would recognize it as just another country, and that would be counterproductive to Japan. All Might prepared the entire group to go, everyone who supported the green-haired girl, the Hussycats, Eri, Mahoro, Koda, Katsuma, him, and in addition to the hero killer, Stain, who was very surprised by everything and the changes, noticed his eyes, but decided to support him since the pain was deep. A mother is something that cannot be replaced, so he gave his condolences, and at the time All Might indicated, they would board the plane to what was once Mesopotamia, the valley of the Euphrates and Tigris rivers, without knowing that from now on everything was going to change. The roots of a hero. Chats with the heroic faction. After what happened in Japan, things started to get worse. Izuku became more aggressive, at least not with his loved ones, but with others he was extremely violent. Many aspirants, students from other courses, were sent to the infirmary for the simple fact that there are bastards who make fun of a person who suffers a loss. Several heroes tried to do the same thing that previously happened when they wanted to arrest him after literally erasing the pirated copy of All for One. The result, in the eyes of a newly arrived Stain at All Might's request, was Mirko, Rocklock, Yoroi Musha, and Beast Genist in the hospital. Nizu's decision was simple. He decided to gather all the parents under the guise of planning a field trip to ancient Sumeria, specifically to the city of Uraraka, now considered a city in ruins. The parents, like meek lambs that are easy to manipulate, said they wouldn't send their children to be assassins, with the exception of several students. From Class B, Ibara Shiozaki, Nito Minoma, Poni Tsunatori, Kinoko Komori, Hananuki Juzo, and Hiryurin were the only ones who would travel. From Class 1A, Kaminari Denki, Eijiro Kurishima, Katsuki Bakugo, Shoto Pendragon, after his father disinherited him from his surname, Minoru Mineta, Koji Koda, Fumikage Tokoemi, Momo Yayorozu, Achiko Uraraka, Mizo Shoji, would be those who would be accompanied by All Might, Aizawa Shota, and surprisingly Ryukyu and Stain as adults. Plus the help of the Hussycats, and the children who have been saved by Izuku. The plane took off from Mizurufu Airport, where they were always followed by demons and fallen angels who watched the scene. Their orders were to assassinate the heir of Uraraka, but that was no easy task. Others also wanted the blonde-haired man on their side, the Commission for Public Safety of Heroes, plus the hero faction, who argued that a true hero, a descendant of such a powerful lineage, should be secured for the good of humanity and lead other factions to genocide. The trip was interesting, calm and bearable, since Mei Hatsum and Shinzo Hitoshi joined the boys who were going, since they were not going to leave their test subject and a friend alone, and Recovery Girl had to go, since she did not want her most beloved patient, and the one who gave her the most work to break his bones for the umpteenth time. It was in the air where they saw the enormity of the city they were going to see while they approached their destination, the Baghdad airport. Upon landing in Baghdad, they were immediately greeted by several local heroes, something that bothered Stain, but since he was traveling as a teacher and bodyguard, and also claimed to be rehabilitated, they let him through. They took the vehicles that would take them and drop them off to see the ruins. They traveled for several hours by land hoping to find something that would help them learn the truth, while some goddesses followed them, in addition to knowing various things about the area. All Might knew he had time, so he decided to share everything he knew about the supernatural world and why it was being hidden from the world. The fear and panic that would ensue, plus the constant urging of governments to take measures that would lead to the killing of innocent people out of sheer paranoia at not being in control. At first, many refused to believe, but things made sense. After all, their governments have always wanted to control everything. That's why they made heroes their profession, to have control. He even mentioned what he knew about sacred gears to avoid problems in the future. Ibera, but what happened to God? If what they say is true, he would be alive, right? He watches over humanity. Izuku, Ibera, haven't you heard the saying? If God is good, he can't be all-powerful, and if God is all-powerful, he's not good. Ibera, but the Bible says so. Izuku, and I believe you say it, I've read it, but you can't deny that the atrocities of the Old Testament are from a good God, because if you think about it, if God were good and would turn the other cheek and we were guided by what they show us of a powerful God, a vengeful God, he couldn't change in millennia, just by sending his son to the mortal world. Monoma, you're right about that though, the Fallen whispered something about the sword being broken pointing to Excalibur. Shoto, same question. Almight, I'll say that, because I'll say what was said by the angel factions. Excalibur is said to be one of the 4 holy swords, along with Ascalon, Durandal and Caliban, wielded by the legendary king, King Arthur Pendragon, of Camelot. Excalibur is a sacred weapon that was created through means of magic and alchemy by which it reached the territory of God, which was destroyed long ago in the war of the biblical factions. Izuku, but that's a lie. Excalibur was always in the gates of Babylon, that means they made a copy. It is said that the original Excalibur was created by the Avalon Fairies faction along with its sheath bearing the name of its creators. Along with the spear Rongaminiad, those weapons were left under the protection of the Lady of the Lake, who linked it to the Pendragon lineage, at the suggestion and order of the wizard Merlin. Stain, I see, by the way, besides those weapons, what other ones do you have? Izuku, there are many weapons stored in the treasury, even I haven't seen them all, and each one has its own power. One of the ones I do know I have is Gibalg. Kirishima, the spear of the Son of Light. See you Chulin? How manly. Momo, what other weapons do you have? Izuku, let's see. I have the shield, Lord Camelot, that belonged to the knight Sir Galahad of the Round Table. La Pucelle, the sword of Jeanne d'Arc. I also have my Ojinjiri Muramesa, that sword is. Stain, the sword forged by the cursed blacksmith Senji Muramesa. I would say surprised. Being a swordsman is knowing what weapons existed and the best swordsmen and assassins of the past. Bakugo, hey nerd, he would say, getting everyone's attention. That's not. Everyone looked out the window noticing a large, very ancient Sumerian building showing itself completely intact. Izuku, it seems that this city is hiding something. Uraraka, without a doubt. Pony, yes, it's wonderful. Rin, do you think something is happening? The bus they were on would stop outside the city while everyone got off in surprise. Aizawa, and now what? Koda, Izuku and I surely knows. Katsuma, yes. Eri, without a doubt. Mahoro, let's hope something great happens. Mandalay, children. Recovery girl, let's see what you do, kid. Izuku would cut his hand as he approached an area that appeared to be a wall, where several strange symbols and runes began to mark themselves in red. Izuku emanated a great magical power that caused the goddesses who were nearby to remain in shock, as the level of magic he used was very powerful. At the same time, several lights swept through the city, revealing many new and intact buildings, while those that were destroyed revealed a new form. Thanks to the power Izuku demonstrated, Babylon returned to life and Uruk returned to its ancient era. Momo, are those cannons? Izuku, Malamadinger, also known as the King's Signal Cannon. Stain, wow, looks like that guy was ahead of his time. At that, several steps and applause were heard. Wow, it's really surprising. Heir of Uruk, we finally meet. Almight, who are you, young man? Pardon my manners. I am Chow Chow, descendant of the great hero Chow Chow and current leader of the hero faction. At my side, the reincarnation of the Maid of Orleans, Jeanne d'Arc, the descendant of the great dragon slayer Siegfried, Heracles, successor and descendant of the great Greek hero Hercules, George, descendant of Johann George Faust, and Leonardo, wielder of one of the 6 Longinus, Annihilation Maker. Izuku, Midoriya Izuku, descendant of the first hero Gilgamesh. Chow Chow, we know who everyone here is, so I think I'll extend my offer to your group. Stain, this guy doesn't inspire any confidence in me. He doesn't have any hero mentality, and the lost look of the successor of that saint makes me suppose that there is something behind it. He thought seriously. Izuku, tell me, Chow Chow, bearer of the true Longinus, what offers do you have for me and my people? What a tempting offer for me and my friend King of Knights. Chow chow, an offer neither you nor the Pendragon could refuse while making a strange hand movement but giving a signal to Leonardo. The hand signal did not go unnoticed by Aizawa, Stain, Izuku or Shoto, so they prepared for what was coming. Izuku, I hear. Chow chow, well, you see, you know about the supernatural world? Izuku, not knowing would be a crime. I am a descendant of the being who brought the biblical God and the original Satans to their knees, he would say proudly, so you can save the explanations. Chow chow, as descendants of great heroes, we have a moral obligation, a responsibility that we cannot ignore. Beings such as devils, fallen angels and dragons, angels and other races of the supernatural world, are threats to humanity. It is in our hands to show the true human potential. Izuku and his group would fall into a deep silence. Stain was actually about to unsheath his katana. In front of him he had a supremacist believing himself to be a hero, given that he wanted to cause genocide just to show himself superior. What about innocents who are not responsible for what their leaders do? All the adults and aspiring heroes thought the same, while May thought about the sacred gears, given that she wanted to replicate them with science. The silence was broken by a very outrageous laugh. Heracles, what do you think is so funny, bastard? Izuku, watch your tone. Stray dog, I'd say threatening. Jean, why don't we calm down? She would ask emotionlessly, implying something. Shinzo, hey girl. Jean, what? Shinzo, bingo. Tell me what Chow Chow plans to do. Siegfried, Jean. Don't tell him. George, this is bad. Leonardo, using that stupid quirk just broke my control spell. Chow Chow, what? Izuku, we're not idiots. Stain, you're just a fraud who needs to be purged for the good of society. Almight, you call yourself a hero when you're nothing more than a villain with those goals. Aizawa, Vlad's offspring and students. Monoma, Class B, let's show what we do with the villains, he would say while his hands began to shine. Chow chow, this is a misunderstanding. Izuku, I don't think so, since I know everything about your lineage. Lying and manipulative bastards. Chow chow, what do you mean? Izuku, your lineage can boast about what happened with Lubu, as if he were a coward, but we all know who read his story what he was like. Someone like him would never have cried. Chow chow, damn it. Izuku, the flying general, allowed himself to be captured along with his army, just because there was no worthy rival, since he no longer had any motivation to live and continue fighting. Chow chow, shut up, he would say impatiently and invoking the true Longinus. Izuku, how kind. Just one of the weapons that I don't have in my collection. The true Longinus, he would say, drawing Ibra's attention, the spear that killed Christ on the cross. Siegfried, we lost Jean drawing his sword. Shoto, let's see how they fight drawing Excalibur. Izuku, you shouldn't waste your time making the Arthurian spear come out of a portal. Chow chow, Rangaminiad, he would say, surprised, retreated. Hercules, leave this to me. Leonardo, we've already lost Jean, we're leaving. Siegfried, next time clashing swords with Shoto you won't be so grateful, King of Knights. Shoto, that will be decided later, moving the spear. Lion King. By revealing the power of the spear, Leonardo and George would be wounded, but Siegfried would try to repel the attack on Chow Chow, while he made a magic circle to leave, taking everyone with him, except Jean and Heracles. Shinzo, come Jean. The aforementioned obeyed even under her control, while Momo and Uraraka along with the girls from Class B took care of everything. Heracles, it seems that I must not hold back with you. The heir of Hercules would say, it is time for you to face the monster. Hercules grew in muscle mass, taking on a grotesque and completely savage form. Izuku, I'll take care of it, he would say, standing in front of the monstrous subject, while the gate of Babylon opened behind him. Hercules, grahhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh I think you can remedy how much the power of my ability can demonstrate, he would say while spears and tridents came out of the gates of Babylon. Let's reproduce here and now the battle that our ancestors have had. The weapons would fly out, beginning to collide and bounce off the hero's descendant, while with a blow from the club that he managed to pull out thanks to his magic, he deflected several of them, which were absorbed by the gates of Babylon. Izuku, I see, he would say as the gates of Babylon changed position. This time, the weapons were thrown indiscriminately at the descendant of Hercules, so that several weapons were buried in the subject's skin, flesh, and bones. But the remarkable thing is that the giant did not fall. Monoma, did he beat him? Hiryu, that's what it looks like. Pony, the battle is not over. Momo, I think so. Bakugo, if he's descended from that Greek extra, he most likely has some hidden ability. Shoto, yes, Bakugo is right. This was very easy. Kirishima, what a manly fight. Shinzo, wake up. Jean, what? Where am I? Siegfried? Ibara, let us tell you everything. BNHA. Koda, did he beat him? Katsuma, is Izuku and I so cool? Izuku, you shouldn't declare victory yet, little ones. It's too early for that. Heracles, GRHHH. Izuku, I've fought villains before, as well as heroes, but I've never seen a being demonstrate such strength. You exalted your life knowing you were descended from that guy, living in the shadows of your ancestor. Izuku would move his hand and the weapons would be sent against the descendant of the Greek hero again, while several buried themselves in his chest and stomach, and the rest were deflected by the club. Izuku, it is said that the great Hercules completed 12 unique labors and that after that he was received among the gods, he would say, noticing the presence of the two goddesses. 1. Did he discover us? 2. That's what it seems. So much wisdom and the boy detected you. 1. Silence, Artemis. We'll talk about this later. Izuku, if you give me time, I'll go to America to talk to their leader in a few days, and if you want to take me, you'll have to wait until I finish arranging the place. Artemis, okay, I'll take your word for it. Izuku, I couldn't agree more with one of the most respectable goddesses of your pantheon. I know about you, and within the goddesses of your faction, I know that along with Hestia you are one of the most respectable and responsible. 1. What are you implying? She would say, feeling offended while Artemis reflected a golden glow. Izuku, he spoke with the goddess of the hunt and the Greek moon, the most beautiful and fierce Olympian goddess known, surpassing the great Athena in several aspects. He would say mockingly to the goddess of wisdom present, Artemis, I'll take your word for it, she would say with her pink tint. Also, why do you recognize those virtues? Izuku, you are one of the few women I can respect and admire. You are not the stereotype that needs to be rescued, because you are brave, determined, and willing to change when you see that you are wrong. Artemis, in that case I'll wait for you, she would say, shaking hands with the red-eyed man while they both stared at the view. Athena, ahem, I would say, annoyed since she felt belittled. The goddesses would withdraw while the children felt more admiration, and the others present had to admit that he had balls to speak like that in front of two goddesses. But among the girls, one Azabache felt jealous, although who knows, Izuku cannot be contained by just one. Back in the fight, Heracles would emerge from the rubble bleeding as he roared with fury and pain, while Izuku opened more power from the treasury, under the gaze of Artemis, who was pleased, given that Hercules was one of the greatest bastards of her pantheon, raped his hunters on several occasions, kidnapped nymphs to use them as his hex slaves, raped an Amazon queen, and killed innocents because of the madness caused by Hera. Although the last one was caused, there were deaths that he caused. Izuku, so you're persistent, then he would say with an excited smile, let's do this one more time. Several weapons were thrown. The small and large ones were repelled, but the large ones began to bury themselves in various parts of the body, weakening the powerful descendant of the Greek hero. Izuku, with that, there are 11, you're cornered, descendant of Hercules. Heracles, grah. Again several spears would be buried in the subject, causing death in his giant form, while the applause of his companions was not long in coming. Kirishima, that was manly. Shoto, as the new king of knights, I will follow you, king of heroes. Stain, he proved to be a powerful guy, in addition to falling in love with a goddess, and a man-hater, at the very least. I, Stain, hero killer, will follow you, king of Uraraka. So, as the sun set and the palace lights came on, all his companions swore loyalty to him, while the children said they would follow him because he was so great, unaware that this was the beginning of something bigger in the future. After all, Uraraka holds secrets, some very closely guarded, where several historical beings made sure to keep their legacy in the hands of King Gilgamesh. Izuku, let's rebuild Uraraka together, he would say, extending his hand, so everyone would enter the palace to rest. They had a lot of work ahead of them. They suspected they'd been seen, but the fight was clear, and the message reached the factions that wanted him dead. UA, for its part, sent drones with them, and they saw the fight, increasing fear among the students who opposed it. The Hero Commission was more than determined to remove him from the game. Perhaps betrayals come from the side you think you're defending of your own accord, and not from outside influence. The Dream of Babylon. Preparations for Egypt. City of Uruk. A new day began in the first hero's hometown. The fight from the night before was captured and broadcast throughout Japan, showing a complete transformation from the considered top prospect to a UA hero, something the commission did to generate hatred for the boy. UA simply revealed his past ancestry, and how the commission wanted to use him as a weapon and sperm-producing machine, which generated a lot of tension. However, civilians are like sheep that follow their shepherd, as several began calling the boy a villain just because an agency claimed he was one, with no evidence other than to mention that they sent the successor to the Greek hero Hercules and how he was killed by the former green-haired man. At UA, fear gripped the students, or the vast majority, and they began to make plans to prevent his return, while among the top heroes, the controversy between those who supported the blonde and those who didn't became very evident, leaving a very latent start of a civil war between heroes. Fat Gum was one of the greatest exponents and defenders of Izuku, while at his side were all those who participated in Ares' rescue, UA teachers, the Shield family. Nizu, however, made the most difficult decision of his life. He sent a message to Almight explaining the situation and the decision he had made to protect the blonde, that is, to expel him from UA given the pressures, but not before asking him to take care of himself and to have the support of UA and several heroes who still believed in him. At the ziggurat, everyone thought Izuku would take it the wrong way and cry out for revenge, but instead, the former green-haired man took it very maturely, laughing. It was expected that the fakers of the commission would do that out of their paranoia and desire for control and power. Even so, he was annoyed with the citizens for letting themselves be manipulated so easily and the heroes, if he could call them that, since they were nothing more than stray dogs in ridiculous tights, soldiers who do nothing more than follow orders with their heads bowed if the commission dictates, starting with that bastard Hawks. Everyone knew that society was corrupted, and Stain, let's just say that his doctrine had to fall since many of the things he said didn't make sense and he simply attacked victims of a control system, without changing anything. Once they finished breakfast, they decided to explore the area, looking for things to do, wonders to perform, although for the green-haired man his goal was clear to return Babylon to the map, both human and supernatural, being a nation respected and feared alike. He decided to head to his chambers, which had once been Gilgamesh's, while he saw a box in the closet where his ancestor had once slept and who awakened his legacy. Upon opening it, a set of somewhat revealing clothes was revealed, but it was what Uruk wore in those times, so he decided to dress in it, while thanking his grandfather for opening his eyes to this society and giving him a new direction. All of this was witnessed by a brunette who secretly watched the blonde-haired man change and get dressed, leaving her blushing from the former green-haired man's six-pack. Izuku knew he was being spied on and who was spying on him. Clairvoyance was a very useful thing, so once he was ready, he walked towards her wearing his new outfit. Izuku, Momo, I know you're watching, so do you like what you see? He would say in a rather daring tone given some advice from Gilgamesh before leaving. Momo, my Midoriya-san, what are you wearing? She would say, blushing since Izuku didn't seem to be wearing anything more than underwear with metal protectors on his calves, forearms, hips, shoulders and neck, along with a high-quality pearl necklace around his neck. Izuku, hey, don't blush so much, it makes you look pretty. Momo, Midoriya-san, are you perhaps flirting with me? Izuku, who knows, he would say smiling, maybe I will. Tell me you don't like it. Momo, no, it's not that, it's just that I didn't expect it, I would say, dying of nerves. Izuku, don't worry, although to be honest it's something that attracts me to you, you're cute when you get nervous. Izuku would say that to withdraw, leaving Momo blushing, causing the brunette to have a feeling born in her. Already in the ziggurat room, everyone was gathered in the main room when Izuku entered with his new outfit, causing shock in everyone, something that seemed funny to the former green-haired man, while several of the women present felt ashamed. Uraraka, Deku and I take cover. Tsuyu, Izuku-chan Kero, wear something more modern. Izuku, it seems that you don't like my inherited clothes, but you'll have to get used to them, he would say, smiling. Sensei's heroine Ryukyu, Hussycat's group, my friends and companions, Hero Killer Stain and children, I know them all little and I faced others on one occasion, I know that I can't ask them for anything and that they are all free to leave or stay, but since I received these powers, and what happened in Japan, it has made something clear to me. Our society is a corrupt society. With just lifting a finger, all of it has been sent to follow manipulators and fakers. That is why since we arrived I have decided to rearm Yuzu, revive this nation and turn it into a paradise where regardless of whether you are human or supernatural, quirkless or with a quirk, or simply looking for a home without being labeled as something you are not, you can live peacefully, and in peace. I know this is an almost impossible dream, and there will be many people and supernatural beings who will want to bring us down, but that's why I want to ask you this: will you follow me on this crusade? The children looked at each other and smiled. They would follow their hero wherever he went. Koda, Katsuma, Ari and Mahoro, Sithi, Mandalay. Well, looking at his group, we will support you. Shoto, as the new king of Camelot and king of knights, I will follow you. Jean, bearer of the spirit of the Maid of Orleans, will follow you on this crusade. You freed me from my captors, so I will follow you, she would say, bowing. Kirishima, that's such a manly goal, so you have my support, bro. Monoma, well, we've seen how society breaks down, so there's no class 1A or 1B anymore, count me in. Ibara, I don't know if God is alive or dead, but to help eradicate the evil that afflicts us, you have my support. Rin and mine. Pony, green friend, you have my support. Momo and mine. Uraraka and Tsuyu, and ours. Kaminari, count me in. Bakugo, TSK, whatever, I can't just leave you, nerd. Mineta, I say yes, he would say nervously. Almight, you can count on me, Shonen, and as a mentor, my duty is to guide you. Ha ha. Aizawa, I guess I'll have to join in, you're my most troublesome student. Stain, if All Might joins you, you have my sword, boy. Ryukyu, since you can count on me. Izuku, thank you, together we will bring glory back to Uraraka. Thebes, near Egypt. Thebes, the ancient capital city of the Egyptian Empire, former home of the great pharaoh, Ramses II, the Builder King, the King of Kings, the much-famed and demonized King of Egypt thanks to the exodus of Christianity, thanks to the brainwashing of Moses, before the aforementioned betrayal at the hands of God. Today a city in ruins in the power of a band of renegade demons, while the city was inhabited by remnants of the Nicuchio clan, a clan annihilated in the underworld by orders of Serzex Lucifer, along with several races that lived threatened as a mafia. Issei and his group arrived at night, while observing the panorama left by that group of renegade demons. Issei, for his part, watched this with helplessness. His people were mistreated, but no longer. Soon they would rise again and take their rightful place as the Sun King, the Morning Star of Egypt. They set up their camp near the city while preparing for the fight, while someone joined them. Seems like I arrived on time. Reyes, who are you? I think it's appropriate to introduce myself. I'm Vala Lucifer, that caused some alarm in the boys, descendant of Moses, brother of Ozymandias, he would say somewhat calmly, taking off his hood. A few days ago his lineage awakened and his appearance changed. Issei simply walked up to the boy in front of him and extended his smiling hand. Issei, it's time to take back our home. Irina, what will we do? Issei, don't worry, my dear Nefertari, he would say, giving the nickname to the former exorcist. Valley, now the important thing is to restore Egypt, and I know that now you will not make the mistakes of our ancestors, brother, he would say in a somewhat serious tone and mentioning the last thing with a half smile. Sirorg, according to what my entourage gathered, Egypt, not being an established faction, was taken over by renegade demons. Many of the treasures that were in the tombs of the pharaohs were stolen and sold, so we have a somewhat difficult path. Asia, then we should first finish off the renegade demons to take control of Egypt. Issei, well, there is something that is not entirely true in that information. Kiba, and which one would Issei be? Issei, when my ancestor unlocked my full potential, he told me that our treasures were always hidden. Valley, that's what it means. Gasper, they took fake treasures? Issei, that's right. Milikas, but humans have many treasures on display. How can they be fake? Issei, my ancestor said that when a pharaoh died, everything he owned accompanied him to the other world, he would say, stroking his head a little. Zenobia, okay, we've got the financial stuff sorted. Now what do we do? Sona, I will support you with my entourage. Tiamat, Drake and Albion owe me something, so until they pay me or I find my alpha, I'm not leaving. Aquino, Now, what are we going to do now, Issei-kun? Issei, after overthrowing the idiots who dared to take my kingdom, we will restore our country. Here we will receive humans, fallen, angels, demons, yokai, Nordics, no matter the supernatural species, they will be received here. Reyes, the current ruler of Egypt, is the leader of the renegade demons, and is called Tyre Baal. Saji, a high-class demon I imagine. Seraphol, yes, I would say, arriving with a Juka from a magic circle. A Juka, almost reaching the rank of supreme. He was from a different branch than the Baal. That's why he was never taken as heir. Then, thanks to his ambitions for power, he along with other demons took Egypt. Of course the Surzex and Falbium have an idea of this. But to avoid a conflict with humanity they did nothing. Issei, rather, it was his justification for not revealing himself to the humans. They will explain that to me when we confront them. In the meantime, we have work to do. Sirorg, I have more information. Tyre has 5 generals who are the ones who have dominated the place, and it goes without saying that they have the entire population as slaves. Everything is divided by cities which are Cairo. This is dominated by Tyre Baal, who is considered the current emperor of Egypt. He rules over everyone, has control of everything and everyone, and is known in the black market of the supernatural world, weapons, potions and slave trade. Aswan, which is dominated by the 5th general of Albiliel, the same situation as Tyre. He is in charge of this part of the sector. He has the best bars in Egypt under his control, as well as handling drug sales to humans worldwide along with several hero agencies in Japan. Luxor, dominated by August Asmodeus, deserted his family for mistreatment of his servants. His titles and inheritance were stripped from him, a being of fearsome strength. But he is not very intelligent, so he has an assistant who is in charge of assisting him in things where his intelligence is almost zero. Alexandria, which is controlled by a demon called Lillian Belphegor. There is not much information about her. She is a mystery. It is said that she has nothing wrong. She is more helpful to the people in charge. But many times the other generals arrive and torture its inhabitants. Something that, although she is a general, she cannot avoid, since sometimes there are 2 generals who attack. Then she has to endure such mistreatment. Sona, it would be a good option to go with her. It would help us, and it would be a place to gather forces to attack the other generals. Issei, continues Sirorg. Sirorg, the other generals are more recent. They are practically the ones who come to scourge the part of Lillian. The cities they dominate are Sharm el-Sheikh and Hurghada. These 2 remaining generals are the ones we should start eliminating, since they are the weakest of all. Zenobia, then we can also start from there, she would ask, sharpening her swords. Kaneko, it would be logical to start expanding from there. Maybe if we talk to that Lillian, I think she will allow us to help her, she said, eating cookies. Issei, fine, but we'll need more arms. Vala, I'll take care of that. I know an heir of the Pendragon. Whether he can use Excalibur or not is another matter, besides a yokai friend. Seraphol, I can ask Isaka-sama for help to assist us. Ajuka, in addition to asking for support in Olympus, since even if we win by politics we must have recognition from at least one existing faction. Issei, okay, get ready. In a few days we will liberate Egypt. All yes. Liberating Egypt Part 1. The sun rose in Egypt. While people were carrying out their normal tasks, modernity helped them save work and have more free time. But that could be if you were lucky. Dozens of renegade demons under the command of Tyre Baal, who were dedicated to causing problems and stealing the little obtained as taxes, causing hunger in the inhabitants. It did not matter if they were human or if they were from the supernatural world. Everyone was forced to pay the price. Issei and his group wanted to go after the leader of Alexandria. They were determined to use diplomacy as their first option, and if things got complicated, they would use force, although violence shouldn't always be used. Issei was ready to go to the negotiation, but Valley, accompanied by 3 men, emerged from a magic circle. Valley, Pharaoh, I have returned with those I promised to bring. Issei, I appreciate your help, friend. Now could you introduce yourselves? Spectacled guy, sure, he would say politely. I am Arthur Pendragon, descendant of Arthur Pendragon, the blonde guy would say, bowing. Arthur is a young man with glasses, blonde hair, and a tuft of facial hair who usually wears a business suit. With a calm and relaxed demeanor, he has the demeanor of a polite gentleman. Issei, it's a pleasure though, since I felt a relative of yours a few days ago. Arthur, I doubt it. It's just my sister and I. As far as I know, he would respond politely. Issei, what about Mordred? Arthur, it might be possible, he would say calmly. Issei, okay, we'll investigate that later, one step at a time. Little one, pointing at the little witch, could you introduce yourself? Girl, yes, she would say nervously, my name is Le Fay Pendragon. I am Arthur's sister, and I am a witch descended from Morgan Le Fay. Issei, it's a pleasure to meet you. I hope you are an excellent magician. Le Fay, yes, she would say excitedly. Le Fay is a cute, foreign girl with a slim body, shoulder-length blonde hair, and blue eyes. Her outfit consists of a sorceress dress with a huge blue hat with a black bow and yellow stars and a matching cape with pink flowers and a white interior. Issei, Vala, you're showing off, but I can see you're not at your peak, so we'll have to be cautious. Subject, I continue. Issei, go ahead. Subject, I am Biko, descendant of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, he would say, smiling. I hope to have fights. He would say excitedly. Biko is a young human and a youthful-looking ape dressed in the ancient Chinese armor used during the Three Kingdoms period. Like the yokai and his ancestor, he can alter his physical form, appearing as a young man. Issei, don't worry, we won't need to go, they are coming soon. Biko, how nice. I feel like there will be a fight soon. Issei, okay, time to move on. All HAI bowing. Issei, come on, get up, you know I don't like these things. Arthur, I'm sorry. But for my part, before kings one must always have respect. Issei, I will earn the respect of the people on the battlefield, and when I return my glory and joy to my people. Le Fay, words worthy of a king. Vala, you can count on me. Kiba, and with me. Reyes, needless to say, the rest of the entourage supports you. Sona, just like mine. Seraphal and us. Sirorg, with Regulus we follow you. Biko, I can see a warrior when I see one, and as a warrior I know you are formidable, and I know that you will not only lead us to victory, but that you will take back the land for your people, on your knees. So after such moving words from each of their allies, they set out to find where Lilian Belphegor was. As they walked through the streets, they could see that the city was in good condition. There were no extravagant or luxurious places, just a city where everyone lived well. After a couple of hours and finishing off some renegades who wanted to go too far with some inhabitants, they were able to find the place where Lilian was living. They saw that it was like a kind of castle mansion. When they arrived, they were greeted by the guards who told them that she was waiting for them. This made everyone thoughtful, since it was strange that she knew who was there, if only those who knew about their invasion were those who were gathered. So they walked around the place a bit until they were made to wait in a room which they examined to see if there were no magical traps, seals or poisons in the place. When they realized it was safe, they just started to wait until a person entered, hood that covered him completely. I understand you came to see me. Tell me what you need. Valley, we understand that you have control of this part of Egypt, right? You're not wrong, but you haven't answered my question that they need. Sona, we've heard that this country is in the hands of renegade demons, and that many parts of it are destroyed or destroyed by poverty. You're not wrong, sad voice, but I've tried to do what I can for my people. Kiba, your people are suffering and you do nothing to defend them, he would say, making quotation marks with his fingers. Unfortunately, I still can't do anything. My strength is not yet at 100%. Only another being like me can unleash my strength, and thus I can stop the damn tire bale. Kaneko, someone like you, and exactly what you are. I, taking off her hood, am the successor of an ancient queen, the last pharaoh of Egypt. I am Cleopatra. Sirorg, and what happened to Lilian Belphegor? Cleopatra, that demon was no problem for me. That's why your spy couldn't have known much or not. Sirorg, my name is Sirorg, current leader of the Bale clan and follower of the new King of Kings, he would say, pointing at the brown-haired man dressed in civilian clothes, which made Cleopatra's descendant blush. Sona, ignoring Issei's change, she would say, ignoring her blush, explain this to us, why you let the other two attack your territory. Cleopatra, as I said before, I don't have the strength yet. Arthur, then you can say your hands are tied. Cleopatra, those demons, although they don't surpass me in power, together they can be a problem, and I always stay out of it. If I were to die, my people wouldn't be able to bear an invasion from either of them to find out who gets the territory. Biko, who keeps it? Do you mean they? Arthur, even though they are allies, they fight over having more territory, and yours would be one of those. Cleopatra, exactly. Aquino, era, then let us finish off those demons and rebuild our village. Reyes, Well, at least it's a start. Before you said you couldn't release your strength. Why? Cleopatra. Well, my powers are sealed, so to speak. Zenobia, any way to free them? Cleopatra. Only an Egyptian god can break part of the seal. Issei, you're in luck, Cleopatra, since, as successor and descendant of Ozymandias, I now hold the title of Sun God Ra in its entirety, and since I am his representative on Earth and reincarnation like every pharaoh of the past, I can help you with that. Cleopatra, seriously. Issei, yes. Cleopatra, and how exactly? Issei, well, he would say, blushing a little, we just have to stick my forehead with yours and we will automatically break that seal. But we must be alone in the place so that no one in a radius of 15 meters contaminates with their aura. Reyes, I understand, then we'll leave them alone for a moment. While you're at it, pass on your memories so they can see the situation and what we're planning. Issei, as always, a step forward, he said, smiling. Now Drake comes out, making the dragon come out in a chibi version. Drake, you take the fun out of naps, buddy. Issei, okay? He would say with a drop of sweat. Akino, that's the job of a queen. Retreating with the others, shaking her hips to provoke Issei. Cleopatra, Issei-sama, kneeling. Issei, very well, let's release your power, concentrating and placing his forehead next to hers. At that moment the power of Ra's son begins to be felt, something that did not go unnoticed by Tyre Baal, who only smiled on his throne next to his slaves who were satisfying him, while he just looked at them. On the other hand, his generals were scared to feel such overwhelming power, but they overlooked it because they believed that they were more powerful. The factions felt that power, and became worried because it was one of the many red zones that existed on Earth, since it was no secret to any of them that a renegade demon from the Baal clan controlled that place, and since they did not want to enter into conflict because there were still humans in the place, and it would expose them all. Biblical underworld. Xerxes was meeting with Azazel, given one of his spies near Uraraka, who confirmed that the city was rising again. Xerxes, you felt that too, didn't you, Azazel? Azazel, that's right, Xerxes, spitting coffee, and exclusively in that Tyre's area. But then a magic circle would open while Michael, accompanied by a group of faithful angels. Michael, so you guys felt that energy too? Xerxes, Ra, the Egyptian god of the sun, never thought I would feel such a fearsome presence, but he was dead. Michael, I hadn't felt it since Father persuaded Moses to leave Egypt. Azazel, I say the same to you, brother, and I agree, the fact that he was dead and came back could be a problem. On Olympus, everyone was listening to the report of Athena and Artemis, where the former was upset for being belittled against the huntress, when the presence of a known and absent deity. Zeus, so a successor of Ra, he would say, stroking his beard. Hera, by rules, a faction must recognize them. Demeter, you could help with this and would be a great ally. Zeus, so you're proposing the same deal as with Uraraka? Apollo, not a bad idea. Zeus, okay. Hermes, but I'm busy, he would say, throwing a tantrum. Zeus, I don't care, you'll go to each place and leave a note saying that in about 3 weeks, we'll open Olympus for them so we can negotiate. Hermes, good. Svarga Peak, India. Shiva was signing papers, since lately the return of Uraraka is making everyone in the supernatural world paranoid. At the same time, he was smoking something that was not a cigarette. Shiva, eh? Feeling that power, damn. I went crazy throwing away this cigarette. I shouldn't have listened to Buddha, because now I'm hallucinating. Agni, Shiva, the power of Ra is felt again. Rudra, that's right, friend. Shiva, so you didn't do anything, huh? Rudra, I told you that drug that Buddha hipster gave you was bad. Mexico, a goddess was being escorted by her priests, well built and completely naked, when a somewhat lascivious smile formed on her face. Quetzalcoatl, phew, so another one who returns. I hope he is Hexy like Gilgamesh's successor, he would say, jumping. It was more than known that he would sleep with one or both of them. Asgard, Odin was up to his tricks since an idiot spied on a sacred bath for the Valkyries. Now he had to marry the woman or die at her hands, until he felt that power. Odin, so a successor of yours, huh, old friend, he would say with nostalgia. What was he up to now? Boy, how could he let me go? Odin, oh yeah, he said, looking at the Valkyrie, who was quite bipolar. Now I pronounce you husband and wife. Valkyrie, I'm Hlok and your wife, so you better respect me and love me. Husband, she would say, dragging the poor boy. Odin, well, what can you do? He takes out a small orange-covered book and starts laughing pervertedly. Uraraka. Izuku was analyzing his treasures together with Almight and Aizawa, while the others were touring the city or the ziggurat when he felt the power rise. Izuku, so I possibly got an ally, he would say smiling. Back in Egypt, Issei, how do you feel? Cleopatra, I feel more powerful. I believe I have more power than those demons and more than the cursed Tyre Baal. Issei, I'm glad to hear that. So do we have a plan or not, Akino? Akino, that's right, Issei-kun entering with the others, but could you let go of his hand, she would say with a twitch in her eye. Issei, sorry, blushing Cleopatra. Cleopatra, what would be the plan? She would ask blushing. Valley, it would be easier to eliminate them here if you held a meeting with the demons who come here to attack your village. Reyes, exactly. In addition, at the moment they arrive here, we must divide into 2 squadrons that arrive at the place, where they must take possession of those 2 cities, and from there we will leave for the others to finally leave Cairo last, where we will give our last blow to end the tyranny of Tyre Baal and proclaim to both the human world and the supernatural world the ascension of our pharaoh to the crown of Egypt. Irina, that's very well thought out. Akino, but how will you divide the teams? Reyes, well, here we will only stay Issei and I, Cleopatra, Kiba, Gasper, Lefay and I to finish off the 2 generals and their escorts, since they must come accompanied in the cities they are going to. The teams will be divided as follows. Vala will go with Saji, Arthur, Asia, Biko, Zenobia and Kaneko, who will go to the city of Sharm el-Sheikh. We need them to take control of the city. As soon as they enter it, they must finish off everyone who has oppressed our people, receiving a nod from those mentioned. The other team will go the rest of Sona's entourage. Irina and the mouse present. The first 2 with their magical powers will quickly take the city, and I understand that Sona is the best strategy and war there is, said by Issei and I, praising the girl with glasses. Dash. Then this will be the division of each of you in the different cities. I count on you. Issei, everyone understood. The group, yes. Siroark, and what will I do with my entourage? Issei, you will defend Alexandria. We cannot rely on leaving the rearguard free. Siroark, count on me, he would say, grumbling about bad chestnuts that don't let him fight. Vala, when will we leave? Issei, tomorrow as early as possible. We need to have control as quickly as possible. Prepare yourselves. All yes. Liberating Egypt Part 2. The day had already arrived, the day in which they would begin the attack to recover 3 of the 6 parts that the renegade demons had dominated. Early in the morning, they began to prepare to leave, and after about 4 hours they each left for their destination to begin the reconnaissance of the cities they had to liberate. So the hours passed, and only Cleopatra, Reyes, Kiba, Gasper, Leify and Issei were in a large room waiting for the generals who came to meet with them. Cleopatra, I'm a little nervous. Reyes, don't worry, everything will be fine. Issei, true, we will be your escort. You just have to provoke them a little and send them to a pocket dimension to fight without causing havoc. Reyes, I already made the dimension with Kiba and Gasper while the teams were preparing to leave. Cleopatra, it's not for nothing that you are the loving sister of the most outstanding pharaoh of all. Issei, I expected nothing less from you once in. Trademark smile. Reyes, thank you, but we must be careful. Cleopatra, yes, seeing how her butler enters. Butler, Lilian-sama, the guests have arrived. Cleopatra, please have them come in immediately. Issei, as soon as Reyes enters, activate the pocket dimension. I will help you so that it is not felt until we say so. Kiba, and we, with Gasper and Leify, will take care of their guards and backups. Reyes, very well. Cleopatra, they arrived, seeing 2 disheveled-looking people enter. Demon G1. And well, today we came to have fun with these lands. Lillian, the first one, would speak, a redhead with an air of greatness, too tall. Demon G2, that's right. Let's hope you don't try to get in, because this time we'll kill you. The second one, who had the appearance of a psychopathic teenager with 2 dice in his hand, would speak. Cleopatra, or don't worry, this time it will be a little different. G1 Demon, who are those? Cleopatra, they are my personal escort. G2 Demon, they look easy to kill. G1 Demon, I think the same. Cleopatra, I highly doubt it, and by the way, where their escort is, it's rare to see them without them around. Demon G2, they supposedly saw some strange people, so they stayed for a while playing with them. G1 Demon, I also thought my escort had only seen strange people in my city. Cleopatra, what a strange coincidence. They must be more concerned about their kingdom instead of coming to mine to interfere. G2 Demon, ha 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 ha, whoever came in must be dead. G1 Demon, I say the same. Our escorts are strong and there are always good soldiers in our cities. Cleopatra, then it will be easier. G2 Demon, what a thing. Defeat them. G1 Demon, what are you talking about? Our friends should have already eliminated the threat of the city. Demon G2, what are you two idiots talking about? Cleopatra, that this place will be their tomb for all the harm they have done to our people. Demon G1/G2, our people. That's right, taking off his hood right now, they're trapped, snapping his fingers. G2 Demon, a pocket dimension like I didn't realize. Simple. Taking off his hood, beings as weak and inferior as you wouldn't be able to feel anything. I felt like Razor at that moment. G1 Demon, I won't allow someone to call me inferior, seeing how a communication circle appears in his hatred, and what happens now. Demon, boss, we have lost the city. 4 men appeared and destroyed the captains and their escort. Now the humans, Yukai, fallen, angels, Nordics and demons that we had subdued have rebelled against us. G1 Demon, impossible, just 4 people. Demon G2, how the hell are 3 women taking control of my territory? I'm going right away. Cleopatra, that will be impossible, we will not let them go. G1 Demon, take this, useless, throwing an energy sphere, but it was stopped. Impossible. Nice to meet you, damn, my name is Issei, successor of the great Ozymandias, and this beautiful woman who is by my side is called Reyes X Gremory. Demon G2, you're joking, right? G1 Demon, what do you mean? Demon G2, Ozymandias, the warrior king, was said to be the reincarnation of the god Ra himself. Are you his successor? G1 Demon, those are stories of human children. I'll take care of those 2 bitches and then play with them somewhere more comfortable. Issei, you chose your words poorly. Demon, raising his aura to such an extent that it surpassed Ophis. Reyes, placing a hand on us, leave it to me. Cleopatra, keep the pocket dimension please, only 1 person can be with me because nobody calls me a bitch. Raising her aura and using her destruction magic. Cleopatra, yes, what power? She would answer and think scared. Issei, you've gotten yourself into some serious trouble. I'd say something to think about. Mental note to warn whoever marries Reyes to never make her angry. Demon G2, then I'll take care of this idiot. While creating several minions with very grotesque forms. Issei, you'll regret saying this stupid thing. It exists as a manifestation of the fierce winds and fire, known as the incarnation of the sky god Horus. The beast is released as a servant, though it can be ridden. Manifest yourself, Abu Elhol, the grand sphinx of the pharaoh. G2 Demon, it doesn't matter, they won't be defeated. Issei, Sphinx, take care of those minions. Since the Sphinx has the will to fight on its own, the beast is of colossal size, having various magical abilities for combat, and it threw itself at its summoner without question, keeping the minions with it. Issei, fine with the busy rabble. Reyes, it's time for us to take charge. Issei, Kiba, Leifi and Gasper, they are fighting outside with several low-level devils. Let's make that time count. Thus began a fight where Issei and Reyes beat their opponents. Issei's light-based spells and Reyes' attacks associated with destruction were too much for both demons. But in the same way they continued standing fighting inside the pocket dimension that shook from the attacks of demonic energy that both generals made. But more surprising was when the couple attacked both demons, who felt fear with the simple fact of seeing that energy that they could barely dodge, in addition to feeling how the pocket dimension shook with those attacks. Both Issei and Reyes tried not to be such ruthless warriors, but the demons now realized why Issei was the successor of the warrior king, and they feared the redhead who was at his side more. They realized that the rumors about strength, since Sirzex claimed that his sister was weak, but the rumors about her were lies, and now they were only afraid of making that woman who made them look like inferior beings angrier. After a few minutes of failed attacks, both demons thought that they were tired, but that was a mistake. Reyes took out a weapon and Issei took out Ascalon, which scared the demons because they now understood who they were facing. Thus began the former servant and former mistress duo to decorate the pocket dimension with sparks from the clashes of metals, which lasted about 10 minutes to show our 2 heroes without a scratch and without a drop of sweat. On the other side we can see the demons that had multiple cuts and panting from exhaustion. G1 Demon, that weapon belongs to the Red Emperor Dragon. It's impossible that you're a descendant of that guy, someone so well known in the factions. Reyes, more respect for how you speak to a king. Demon, G1 Demon, have you looked in the mirror, Mao's sister? Demon G2, we're already dead, so it doesn't matter how we talk, bitch. Issei, They're provoking me to give them a quick death, demons. G2 demon, you shall die cursed. Reyes, Exterminator Ray, fires a beam of dark energy and disintegrates the demon without letting it say anything. Issei, you were very soft on him, One-san. Reyes, the sooner we finish them off, the sooner we'll get the kingdom back. Issei, right, and now, looking at the other demon. Demon G1 Mercy, kneeling, I will do what you tell me. I will give you all the information you need, but let me live. Reyes, very well, approaching him, we will let you live, placing her finger on his forehead. G1 Demon, what will you do to me? Reyes, I already have what I need, but you won't fall by my hand or not. Issei, Issei, right. The moment of the sun or pyramid that rules the universe. The sun descends it in our boundless brilliance. Ramesseum Tinturus falls, burning the demon without a trace. We are done. Reyes, oh, if it's Cleopatra, you can stop maintaining the pocket dimension. Cleopatra, okay. Issei, it's time to go, taking Reyes. Reyes, whatever you say, Issei-kun. Cleopatra, you two are to be feared, especially you, Reyes-sama. Reyes, come on, I'm not that scary, smiling. Issei, you're right, we're not that dark. Cleopatra, okay, she would say, seeing the demon smile. Reyes, well, it's time to find out how the others are doing. Issei, there's no need to call, seeing two holograms besides. Kiba, Reyes, Gasper, and Leify have already taken care of all the demons that serve Tyre's bastard. Issei, I'm glad about that, noticing Valley entering. Vala, how did it go with the generals? Reyes, there was no problem. Akino, you didn't try hard. Issei-chan, would she say in a sensual tone? Issei, you're not wrong. Akino-chan, by the way, how did your missions go? Valley, no news. It was easier than expected. We already took control of the city and the citizens already want to see their king. Sirorg, I can say the same here. We didn't have many problems. We came up with a good invasion strategy, some good blows, and we were able to dominate this city in 2 hours. Plus my entourage and the girls are strong and we were able to finish quickly. Issei, perfect, then you know what to do. Gasper, Sirorg, Reyes and Cleopatra, we have to cover the cities with a barrier. We don't want them to invade and leave the citizens unprotected. All yes. Vala, we will free those who were slaves when we invade the other cities. At the end of finishing off all the renegades, we will reveal the king. Although your name has already spread throughout the city. Issei, it wasn't very quick to spread my name. Kiba, an old man recognized him, so to speak, and was the one who spread the rumor around town, so to speak. Kaneko, so it was Arthur and Biko who said at the end of taking the city that their king, the heir of Ozymandias, had sent us to free them. Issei, well, but being interrupted by Reyes. Reyes, that's good, you give everyone hope, and if the rumors spread to other cities we can have support. In that case we can have infiltrators who give us information. Cleopatra, true, that can be a good help for us. Valley, always one step ahead. Reyes, Reyes, a kind of older sister should always be one step ahead of her little brother, don't you think? Issei, well then rest today, you deserve it, you have sincerely done a lot for me. Valley, you're my friend and rival because of Albion and Drake, my brother in arms and by ancestry, so you know you can always count on me. Issei, thanks brother, we'll see you in 2 days here in Alexandria. Oh yes, the holograms disappear. Issei, I think I should rest, I'm not very used to my new power yet. Akino, right, come on love, you also deserve a gift. Issei, yes? He would ask/affirm, somewhat blushing. Reyes, I'm also going to rest, if you excuse me we'll see each other tomorrow, and without making a mess she would say, retiring to her room. On the outskirts of Alexandria, several figures could be seen approaching the city. Brother Metatron, what are we doing here? Metatron, look for a temporary shelter, even if it's just one. Michael won't stop hunting us if we give him the chance. One, he's right Gabriel, if we don't let them catch us, they won't get our powers for their absurd plans. Gabriel, okay, but what did Father do here? How will we be received? Metatron, let's hope we're welcomed. If it were something normal without anything good or bad I would be happy. What do you think, Azrael? Azrael, I have no reason to be optimistic. Father brainwashed Moses to help his people escape. Even though he did it to free them from slavery, two brothers as close as Ozymandias and Moses were shouldn't be separated. That almost led to war with Egypt. Therefore, if we are received normally, we will be accepted. Why so much worry, Naya? Metatron, I forgot you were there. Kuroka Tujo. Kuroka, But they were talking so concentrated. Naya, Azrael, whatever, Sirorg. Wow, he would say, appearing in front. No wonder Regulus Nemia wanted to fight. You know, normally I would ask them to fight, but I couldn't help but hear their talk, so why don't you follow me and talk to the boss? Liberating Egypt 3. It's been a couple of days since Issei and his companions took control of Alexandria, and in those days, 90% of Egypt was already controlled, leaving only one place: Cairo, the place where Tyre Baal was, the one who along with his team of renegade demons took a country that was defenseless and without protection from any faction or religion. As much as some prayed to the heavens or demons, they never made an appearance to help them. But that was until a new Sun King appeared, the heir of the one who thousands of years ago had been one of their most distinguished pharaohs. The rumor spread so quickly throughout Egypt that it generated hope in the few humans and other oppressed and surviving races of past genocides, who still remained in the place, beginning to believe again in their ancient gods and more in their king. Cairo. We can see Tyre was furious at his losses. Most of his generals had been killed, and the remaining generals had been caught in a surprise attack, forcing them to retreat with their few military forces to Cairo to reorganize. Time passed, and preparations for the capture of Cairo were in full swing. Issei and his friends managed to form an army that became feared. There were humans, fallen, angels, yokai, dwarves, elves, dark elves, some rational minotaurs, something rare to see, and faunus. They felt admiration and respect for Issei, since he freed them from their oppressors and gave them a home in which to live. They were not simple promises or empty speeches when they heard him speak. They were words of a king to his people that did not excite them. He was already giving them the freedom they wanted. He helped reunite families, brothers, parents, children, and partners. They all had a single idea in their mind, and that was to serve and support their king. Issei was able to organize his army with his two strategists Sirorg Baal and Sona Sitri, and they were already surrounding every point of Cairo. This was broadcast throughout Egypt. But factions around the world also saw this war as it would decide the end of an era and the beginning of another, where a new ruler of a lost faction would rise, which, like Babylon, was respected and feared by several, especially the biblical ones. In these days, they felt the power of a god, and not just any god but Ra himself, or rather his reincarnation, like every pharaoh, and they had to have him as an ally or at least have some approach with him, since Ra in the divine world is catalogued as a primordial deity. At the main entrance to Cairo, we can see Issei, while at his side were his companions from Reyes Gremeri's entourage, plus Cleopatra's descendant, commanding an army, while on other fronts, Sirorg and Vala were keeping an eye on Amenadiel and Azrael, while Gabriel was in charge of caring for the future wounded. Cleopatra, you are one step away from achieving our dream, Issei-kun, she would say in a sweet tone. Issei, I know, we are minutes away from raising our empire again, he would say, taking the Egyptian in a side hug, given that they had become very close these days. Kiba, you know I'll always support you, friend, and it's been a while since I fought someone good with the sword summoning a sword. Issei, I know, I need to defeat that Baal to free everyone. Kaneko, you can always count on us, Issei-senpai. Akino, we will never abandon you. Reyes, right, Issei, we'll always be here for you. Arthur, you have more than earned the service of my sword, Issei-sama. You will always count on my strength. Biko, you have done more than others who have the power and just sat on their thrones and watched as people suffered. Irina, you have helped people who have suffered years of punishment and are waiting for the light at the end of this road that came to them called war. Lefay, my pharaoh, she would say to provoke jealousy, and Cleopatra, you gave me a new path and a new light. Blushing, I hope to always be under your light and help you make this the same place it was centuries ago. Kuroka, as I always tell you since we arrived, Naya, hugging him by the neck and putting him in front of her, my path will always be the same one you take. You are my king. My pharaoh, blushing, my husband and father of my kittens, giving him a kiss. Now give a few words to your army that awaits the words of its king. Issei, of course, putting his hand on her face. Friends, take position each next to your armies using a communication spell. All, yes, moving to their respective points in Cairo. Akino and Cleopatra, I will never let go of your hand if you promise to never let go of mine. Taking his hand. Issei, of course I take his hand and turn next to it to see his army dash. My friends, today I am before you to ask for your help, to save our friends, family and lovers who are in Cairo under the yoke of Tyre Baal. Right now he is taking refuge in his castle, I know that many are here because they also want revenge for what he has done, and I promise to give them their revenge, but kneeling and surprising his soldiers, but I do not want to lose my soldiers to a new town. That is why I will be at the front battle alongside you. Your blood is the same as mine, although we do not have family ties. I suffer for each of my soldiers who do not return home, and I am always with their families. But right now in front of us is our freedom. In front of you are those who destroyed our home. By defeating them we can reach a new course where peace and freedom will be our reward. Here I am before you, my brothers in arms, to free our brothers today. Lend me your strength and I will give you the freedom and greatness you have long awaited these years. Soldier 1, YSSSS. Soldier 2, for our brothers. Soldier 3, for our peace. Soldiers, for glory and for our new king Saitama, YSSS. Cleopatra, there you have your answer, my king. Your people have accepted your feelings towards them. Now let us give them the freedom they deserve. Aquino, let us give them the victory and happiness they have waited for so many years. Issei, yes, my friends, attack. There are no more civilians in the place. Everyone has already been evacuated. Soldiers, YSSSSSSS, launching an attack against the renegade demons of the place. Aquino, now, let's go to the front. Cleopatra, true, my king, let us go. Issei, yes, let's go. Both armies clashed their shields and swords, showing off their power and endurance on the battlefield. The army led by Issei riddled the demons, making their way for Issei to reach the main palace and face Tyre Bale. On that same battlefield, Cleopatra could be seen fighting alongside many soldiers. She was their leader. The soldiers were surprised by the power of one of their future queens, as she cut her enemies with a single slash with her scythe and attacked their defenses with strong magical attacks. They confirmed that she was a descendant of the most powerful woman in Egypt, since it was not only through cunning that she managed to stop Rome. Fearing her power in battle, the renegade demons fled at the mere sight of her on the battlefield, but were met with ranged magical attacks from the magical sniper platoon. Elsewhere in Cairo, Vala and his team, consisting of Biko, Arthur, and Azrael, had understood each other so well in battle that enemy soldiers came to know them as the Four Horsemen. When the Allied soldiers attacked the enemies, they were confident because they saw no leader near them, but when they felt four presences rampaging through their defenses, seeing those they nicknamed the Four Horsemen as responsible, they simply dropped their weapons and surrendered. On the other side of Cairo, there was an army perfectly aligned in the form of a phalanx. No enemy soldier could pass that defense, and each step was a wave of enemies falling. But every time they sent the anti-armored, they were received by magical attacks from a distance. Simply a perfect strategy. The renegades were going to make a surprise attack, but were surprised by magical attacks, waves of winds, water spears and lightning attacks. But what stood out the most was a beautiful woman with crimson hair and a figure desired by men and enviable for any woman. With her rays of destruction she shredded her enemies, and many recognized her. In addition to uniting the other two women, they were known as the Big Three: intelligence, power and beauty, weapons that would bring down any army. These, simply by seeing them, lost their desire to fight or fled the place, but they were received by the Allies and were finished. At the end of this attempt to escape, one of the enemy leaders surrendered, and so that part of Cairo had fallen. At the front of the main battlefield, since this was the center of everything, there were Tyre Bale and his last two generals. They attacked the enemy soldiers, but their number did not decrease. In the distance, they saw how their soldiers fell like flies until one of his soldiers reached him. Soldier, Lord Bale, Lord Bale. Tyre, what's up? Soldier 1, he is, or rather they are here. Al, who are you referring to? Soldier 2, Issei the Sun King, Aquino the Queen of Darkness, and Cleopatra the Pharaoh, plus a Bale with the sacred gear Regulus Nemia. General, you're joking, right? Himejima is in Kos since she belongs to the entourage of the pampered Gremory, and the Bale, it's impossible for her to have that sacred gear. Tyre, that must be a lie, killing the soldiers with blasts of demonic fire. General 2, Tyre, here they come. It's time to face the idiots who dared to attack us. General 1, it's true, they were lucky. Tyre, they're right, this must end here. Flying off to confront the rebellion leaders. They were like this until they met two women and a man, surprised by their power. But what they did not expect is that these three were also going to confront them when Sirorg, Sorry for the delay arriving at the field. My invitation to this fight got lost in the mail, he would say excitedly, wearing the armor of his sacred gear. The four of them looked at each other and looked at each other, while the battles that were taking place in the other parts of Cairo subsided, waiting for the end of the battle of these 7 beings, since that battle would decide the future of Egypt. Until then, Issei, which of you 3 is Tyler Bale? Tyre, that's me asking. Issei, I am Issei Hayadu, current security and successor of Ozymandias the Sun King, and the current reincarnation of the god Ra, raising his aura that became as bright as the sun. Tyre, so it's true that the king has taken his rightful throne again. Issei, I have come to free my people from your oppression. Tyre, too bad, because you will go to the kingdom of the dead where your ancestor rests, and where you should be. Dragon, Issei, try it, seeing how the 2 generals charged at him, but were sent back by Cleopatra and Serorg. Cleopatra, I'm sorry to be rude, but you're going to be fighting us. I hope that, General, rank will be of some use. General 2, damn you, I'll make you pay, attacking Cleopatra, but Serorg would intercept the attack and hit the general. Cleopatra, hello Doma, it's time for you to pay for the damage you've done to my people. Doma, in your dreams, bitch, launching himself against her. I am a hybrid between Oni and Demon. I have eaten several races in my life. I am not that weak, bastard. Thus begins a battle between the generals versus Serorg and Cleopatra. In the sky everyone could see how the bursts of magical power were present in the place. Serorg showing off his terrifying magical power and his attacks with his sacred gear, leaving no room for General 2 to think about a counterattack. On the other hand, fire, ice and lightning were present in the skies of Cairo courtesy of the attacks launched by Doma, but these failed to pass Cleopatra's shield made of light. This had both generals upset, who had to accept that the titles given to them on the battlefield were not just a simple ornament, and they showed off not only their beauty but also their strength. On the other hand, we can see Tyre Bale and Issei staring at each other but not making any attack, until Tyre disappears from Issei's sight, appearing behind him and sending a fist engulfed in demonic power. But before it could hit him, he received a fist that burned half of his face and buried him in the ground. Issei, with such a weak power, the biblical factions did nothing to stop you. Raising his power annoyed those pigeons, bats and crows. They have bothered me enough already. Tyre, it was just a stroke of luck, raising his aura as well, but I'll make you pay for what you did to my face. Issei, come then, seeing how he disappeared again. Kick, receiving a blow that crashed him into a wall. Tyre, ha 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 ha, you won't be able to stand against my weakling, throwing several spheres with demonic force where Issei had fallen. Die. Serorg vs General 2. General 2, that idiot is already dead. He made him angry, but see that Serorg is not worried. You shouldn't be worried about your boss. Serorg, and you think that such weak attacks will hurt my friend? He would say, smiling mockingly. General 2, that friend of yours is just an idiot. Come with me, I'll give you power, seeing how his right arm was cut off from a distance. Ah, damn bastard. Serorg, I will never leave my friend for an idiot raising his aura like you, so don't insult him again. Raising his aura more, making the gust of wind crash into a wall. Also, I wouldn't follow such a weak being. General 2, damn, still buried in the wall, receives this gigaflare, throwing a torrent of black fire that hit him full on. Ha 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 ha, shame that a bastard like you died. Ha 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 ha. Issei, you know, idiot, you just made a mistake coming out of the rubble and surprising Tyler and the general. I never make my opponents angry because I know it's a mistake, since I only know that your death will be a little slow and painful. But anything more than that, it will be humiliating. Launching himself against Tyre and hitting him on the other side of his face and sending him against the ground. Ow, what are you saying? Damn bastard, he's dead. He couldn't finish because the smoke dissipated and he saw Serorg intact. Impossible. Impossible, how you're alive. Serorg, without saying a word, would use his grotesque strength to grab him by the foot, and then begin to repeatedly slam him against the ground, while the sounds of breaking bones rang out in the air. Serorg, how nice listening to the creak's music to my ears. There is no way I enjoy humiliating and breaking someone who only boasts of his strength. He would say to let him go. You are simply a weakling. Cleopatra vs Doma. In the sky they could only see the attacks of fire, lightning and water, but they still did not pass Cleopatra's luminous defense. Then she prepared to attack him, which sent out sharp bursts of light, and these began to cut the demon to the point of leaving him very hurt. Cleopatra, You know how many times I've waited for this moment. Doma, those bitches who took care of you were the best in bed and I enjoyed watching them die in my hands and then eating them. Cleopatra, damned, you will die. You will die, that's why they were innocent, creating a magic attack. This is the fallen son of Egypt, the serpent that signals the end by my order as a descendant of the last pharaoh Urias's rape. Doma, what have you done to me? Damn it! What is this? He would say, very hurt. Aquino, you should calm down, putting a hand on her shoulder. They wouldn't like to see you like this. Cleopatra, you're right. Now looking at the demon in you, regarding what I did to you, well, that attack will take you to a place so beautiful that you will want to die every day you spend there. Enjoy your eternal rest in the do-it. Retiring with Aquino. Doma, damn it. A black hole appears from which several cobras come out to take the demon. Issei vs. Tyre Bale. Cheer music. Tyre. Impossible how they could handle those two, surprised and scared. They were very strong. Issei, you know, never make a woman angry. You don't know the surprise you can get unless with them. Although especially Cleopatra or Aquino, although they look delicate and innocent, they are formidable adversaries. I tell you as their future husband. Tyre, I'll kill them all. Issei, you know I need time and I don't want to waste it with you. Tyre, shut up, throwing himself at Issei. Thus began a fight in the skies. Gusts of demonic power were visible. The clash of fists and metals were also evident in the sky. In every part of Cairo both armies watched the fight, and in the rest of Egypt, civilians watched the fight with hope, for they were hopeful that Tyre's dictatorship would end and they would be able to see a better tomorrow. The blows and the clash of metals would be heard, a dagger against the chestnut's khopesh. Some would think that they were equal in strength, but only a few knew that this fight was already won. After a couple of blows that sounded like thunder, one of the people who was fighting in the sky was seen falling. This was none other than the Bale, who was very beaten and burned after receiving a dragon shot from the chestnut. Tyre, what have you done to me? Agitated, why am I burned? Issei, well, I imagine you ignore this, but I will make it official before all of you, raising his aura and shining like the sun. Dash. You don't know me for being the Sun King for nothing. My name is Issei Hayadu, heir of Ramses II Ozymandias, or better known as the reincarnation of the Egyptian god Ra. Tyler, an impossible, I insulted the successor of the sun, falling to my knees. Issei, not only did you insult me, you abused my people along with yours, and that only comes with death. Tyre, I wouldn't say anything by showing lifeless eyes. Issei, you've lost your will to fight and live, but that doesn't mean you're going to escape your judgment. Tyre would just start crying for mercy. Issei, you know, I feel a little sorry for you. You were humiliated by your family, but that's how supernaturals are, or most of them. When something is no longer useful to them, they just throw it away, and that's what your family did to you. Tyre simply knelt, accepting his fate. He had no forgiveness and much less punishment. After all, death would be the lesser punishment for what he did. Issei, well, I will give you a chance to be reborn, although I must burn your evil and your demon body. I don't know how you will be reborn, but take advantage of that opportunity. Solar magic. Flames of reincarnation, sending out flames of such pure gold that they would make the wings of the Archangel Michael look like a simple spotlight. Tyre, thank you, he whispered, being eliminated by the flames without a trace of him. Cleopatra, in the end she just wanted to redeem herself. Issei, I still hope that the next time I'm reborn I'll do things right. Aquino, yes, but now I want you to look around. When he did so, he could see all his soldiers silent and crying, but it was not from sadness but from happiness until Issei spoke. Issei, my soldiers, my family, my brothers in arms, we have won, they are free. Now the new golden age of Egypt begins. Soldiers, why Issei? Soldier 1, we are free. Soldier 2, Mom, Dad, we're free again. Soldier 3, silence everyone, surprising everyone, even Issei and company. Soldier 4, what's going on? Don't you see we won? Soldier 3, I know, but we are celebrating as if we had done a lot. We must pay respect to the people who united us all to be free. Looking at Issei, look at your pharaoh, our pharaoh. Bow down to him, not for his power but for his greatness. He united all species into one and gave us the opportunity for freedom and to live alongside someone as his equal. Kneeling, I swear total loyalty to my new pharaoh Issei Hayadu. Soldiers, we swear loyalty and fidelity, kneeling to our pharaoh Issei Hayadu. Issei, I, he would say, whispering and nervous. but feeling how they grabbed his two hands. Cleopatra, you heard them, my pharaoh. They wish to hear that their loyalty is reciprocated by you, retreating and kneeling. Aquino, it is time for you to speak to your people after many thousands of years and remind them that they were great, and that they always will be. Count on me, my pharaoh. I will always be by your side until the end of time. Withdrawing and kneeling. Issei, my soldiers, my people, my family, it is not you who should do that bowing. Surprising everyone, I must give thanks for your loyalty and fidelity. But I want you to also take mine and know that our kingdom will once again be the greatest of all. There will be no injustices or status. Even if I am your king, I can be judged as such. Now what matters most to me standing up is to restore our country, and see Egypt shine again as before. Soldiers, count on us, Issei-sama. Issei, thank you all. Now rest and meet with your families. I know they are waiting for you, and you deserve it for everything you have done today. Seeing how they were leaving, now the fun and complicated part begins. Reyes, Issei would say, arriving with the rest. Sirorg, Pharaoh, where will we place the capital? Issei, just as it was in the past, it is time for Thebes to return as the capital. Shock in the world of factions. New York. News of the return of someone as powerful as the god Ra himself, former leader of the Egyptian faction, spread throughout the supernatural and human worlds. In the human worlds, the return of a pharaoh caused nothing but commotion and underestimation, as they thought it was an ancient and unnecessary position, given that most of them lived in democracies or parliamentary monarchies, and therefore the return of Egypt as the kingdom it had been in ancient times was of no importance. On the other hand, the factions reacted, which filled many sides with surprise, admiration, and terror. The most terrified were the biblical factions, given their past with Egypt. Moses' exodus was simply the tip of a great iceberg of aggression, without the slightest fear of any retaliation from the new pharaoh. In hell, it only enraged him, since those who brought down Tyre Baal were the same Securidii who had crashed the arranged wedding of Reyes Phoenix and Reyes X Gremory, after the Redhead's banishment, along with the entourage to which she belonged and those who had allied themselves or earned her respect. The Mao Lucifer was aware of everything Tyre Baal did in those lands. He simply did nothing because he considered it unnecessary, as well as stupid for ending up exposing his faction, and he would not risk retaliation after being one of those who ordered, along with several demons of power, the assassination of the goddess Batet of Egypt, during the purge of cats ordered by Pope Gregory IX. Batet was the Egyptian goddess of the hearth, domesticity, feminine secrets, cats, fertility, and childbirth. She protected the home from evil spirits and illnesses, especially those associated with women and children. Given her domains, she was a beloved goddess in her time, representing great good things. Like Hestia among the Greeks, she was a very benevolent, kind, and protective goddess of family and women. The forgetting of Egypt, as just another historical event, caused a substantial loss of power among several deities. Isis vanished. Osiris, the representative of judgment in the duet, disappeared without their knowledge. Thoth ended up going into hiding and was never heard from again. Seth and Horus killed each other for their ideals, given that Seth sought to destroy the biblical and Greco-Roman factions for causing his forgetting, while Horus had a more conciliatory policy. Nephthys and Hathor disappeared, but some say they were killed by the biblical heaven, through a user of the true Longinus. Batet was found by a group of demons led by Circe before ascending as Mao, and long before the biblical factions' war, and taking advantage of her weakened state, the Crimson Demon murdered the goddess. The biblical heaven for its part trembled because of what happened with the 10 plagues of Egypt, given that they did not go to war because at that time their father was top 5 of the most powerful existences, surpassing Ra, who was top 6. The Egyptians would not have gone to war if that were not decisive, and although Osiris and Anubis were powerful gods, together with Ra they would fight Elohim but would lose. Although they would leave the biblical god badly wounded, they would not risk a fight that they would not win. The same thought came from Azazel, but together with Michael, they saw with fury when Azrael, Metatron and Gabriel joined those lands. They did not conceive what problems it would cause, but if there was war, they had strong intelligence on the part of those 3 deserter angels. In Asgard, Odin smiled with nostalgia, given that a new successor to Ra had appeared. It was well known by various factions that Odin and Ra were friends in their youth, but when Egypt fell and Ra vanished, which subsequently caused Apophis to join the evil dragon faction, along with Kromkruch, Fafnir, Grendel, Yamada no Orochi, Ladin, and Niger. The old man, despite being a pervert, was more than determined to acknowledge the faction's return to Egypt, in addition to being an ally in case of problems, mainly with the biblical heaven after an attack on the dwarven forges of Nidavellir. On Olympus, the pressure of power that Issei exerted made everyone remember that Ra was not someone weak, because to be a god, he had a power that rivaled the primordial. Even Kronos, titan of time and father of the Olympians, the Crooked, was afraid of said power, although in his plans to recover and finish off the gods, he would attack both Babylon and Egypt. To teach those two brats that despite being the successors of great figures, they were nothing more than simple mortals. In the council room of Olympus, they decided to be the first to recognize it as a faction, because they needed support in the war that was coming to them, a second Titanomachy. At the Svarga, Shiva smiled excitedly. He had never been able to face Ra in a fight. They said he was the most powerful of the Egyptian gods, and being a fan of fights, Shiva wanted to fight him. Buddha, for his part, continued eating his sweets. Nothing would change his belief that no one commands him. After all, he simply lives alone and fights alone. In Shinto, Amaterasu felt that something must be done, as the increases in rogue demons and fallen angels in their territories were a serious matter. She feared for the descendants of the great heroes of her mythology, Okita Tsuji, named for being descended from Okita Tsuji himself, Nagao Kajitora, the champion of Bishamonten, Fuma Kodaru, the last of the shinobi of the Kodaru clan, Amakusa Shiroto Kisada, a powerful swordsman and magician of their pantheon, and one of the guardians of Shinto, Miyamoto Musashi. Descendant of the one who bestowed the title of unrivaled under the heavens upon Kojiro Sasaki, Amaterasu was not afraid for nothing. Her fear was well-founded. Numerous demons and fallen angels in her lands, whether renegades or not, would have already overdone it with strong women and men, convincing them in any way to join their factions, and she would not take that risk. That is why she made the decision to send them to Babylon and negotiate with both emerging factions. A diplomatic gesture, an alliance of both factions. Amaterasu would recognize Babylon and Egypt as a returning faction, therefore, when coming to the light, the Biblicals could not object to anything, given that Shinto has several of the current top 10 powerful existences and Greece/Rome has a number of demigods if there is war, so there would be no problems in the short term. In Babylon, for the past few days, Izuku had been waking up as if it were just another day in his life, except that for the past 5 days, a busted brunette had been sneaking into his room and hugging him like a koala. At first, the former green-haired man felt slightly nervous, but he soon got used to it. He couldn't deny that the brunette's company was pleasant, and he liked it. He decided not to do any work that day, given that he almost died like his grandfather who died from overwork, and this time he had no one to go down to the Sumerian underworld and ask Ereshkigal to free him. Of course, with this he earned reprimands from Almight and several others for being reckless, but it did not stop the development of Uruk, given that he began to train his support team, the future elite of the city. He decided to call them servants, and divided them into classes, since it was easier for them, although this did not prevent them from learning other branches of combat. Also to help himself, he decided to use some writings and spells from his grandfather. These determined some blood connection with several heroes that he came to know, or that thanks to his clairvoyance he had seen, and Midoriya when he did it with his friends he was truly surprised. The first to be encouraged was Kirishima Eijiro, his first Lancer-class servant, surprisingly a descendant of Seiya Chulin, the son of light, the blue Lancer of the wind, son of the light god of Irish mythology. Seiya Chulin was the demigod hero of the Ulster cycle, son of the god who ruled over the sun and a member of the divine Danann family in Celtic mythology. It is for this reason that Izuku gave Gibalg to him and entrusted him to carry out his ancestors' will. Gibalg is a cursed spear said to cause wounds that cannot be healed while the spear remains in the world. Kirishima nearly fainted from overmanhood upon feeling the power entrusted to him, and despite his strength, he had to train to live up to his legacy. Next was Shoto, who permanently and proudly adopted the surname Pendragon by confirming his maternal lineage, along with Rangaminiad, and the sword Excalibur, being considered the new King of Knights, first saber-class servant of Uraraka, in addition to beginning to train to use his weapons to their full potential, given that he was previously able to use a small fraction of the power they contained. Katsuki Bakugo was next. He was more than convinced that he had ancestors, something that many found difficult to believe. The result, Bakugo Katsuki, was a descendant of the most powerful demigod in India, Karna, the Red Spearman, hero of charity and son of the Sun God. A hero in the style of Achilles in India, participant in the Hindu epic Mahabharata. Son of a human princess and the sun god, Surya. His mother had a mantra that allowed her to have children with gods. Before becoming the king's wife, Kunti tested the mantra and gave birth to a single child. That child was Karna, the golden hero who was born from relations with the sun god Surya. Karna possessed abilities given by Surya, so when Izuku handed over the spear of his ancestor, Vasvi Shakti, his ancestor's powers were activated. Stain didn't want to know if he was descended from someone. Instead, Izuku decided to name him his first assassin-class servant, and the one who would be in charge of all the servants of said title and the one in charge of assigning missions to the group. Next in line were the Shimano brothers, who were given the same rank, given their ancestry. Both were descendants of the Dioscuri, the Gemini twins, and therefore, they would share the same rank, being saber-class servants. The next to pass was Kota Izumi, so to everyone's surprise, the son of the water hose duo was a descendant of Amiya Shiro, a being unknown to many in history. Izuku had to search the ziggurat for information about him, until he found it. Shiro, also called in the records as Archer, was a hero who made a pact with time itself. His origin was not clear, but there was a record written by Gilgamesh himself with his own handwriting, which was supposed to come from a future time that in the era of Quirks never happened. Having a slight information of his abilities, he granted the title of Archer-class servant to little Izumi, and prepared him to train him. After Kota, the next to pass was Eri, his little adopted daughter, and of course when her origin was revealed even Stain's blood ran cold, and the heroes simply trembled. Eri was a descendant of the greatest assassin in the history of humanity, that man who terrorized London in the pre-Quirk era and whom no detective could find Jack the Ripper. Knowing her lineage, Izuku gave the rank of assassin-class servant to the girl and would make sure she didn't do anything he didn't order. Ibra chose to be the next. Needless to say, everyone's surprise was evident, because who would have even thought that the most religious of Class B had no relationship at all with someone biblical, but instead, her ancestor was someone from the Greek faction. The hunter who had the divine blessing of Artemis, the girl who competed against Hippomedes, and ended up punished by Hera in the past, Atlanta. Faced with total shock, Izuku gave a bow to the green-haired girl and assigned her as an Archer-class servant. Kaminari Denki after that, was the next. Of all those present only Stain's mind went blank. Who would have thought that the unrivaled under the heavens, the nameless samurai, was related to someone who was an idiot with his quirk? Kaminari was a descendant of Sasaki Kojiro, so Izuku named him an assassin-class servant. Last but not least, Nito Minoma, the prospective phantom thief hero, someone who wasn't expected to have much in lineage, ended up being a descendant of the Flower Wizard, the most powerful wizard in history, Merlin. In this way, Izuku would give Nito his title of caster-class servant. This cemented a change for the better, where factions that abused the supposed weakness of humans would begin to respect and fear their power. They continued like this for another week, where upon learning of what had happened in Egypt, Izuku had decided to be one of the few who would try to relate to the pharaoh, so he would surely meet with them. On the subject of meetings, she took a flight with Almight, Todoroki Shoto, and Kirishima Aijiro, as her bodyguards and mentor, to the United States, where thanks to Almight's help, the heroine of the human world, Star and Stripe, was more than convinced to help. From the first moment, Almight had called Star, and when the news flooded through Japan and left the island, it caused the heroine to believe in her mentor instead of the lies that were spreading in the archipelago, managing to secure support for the now blonde-haired man from the United States Hero Commission. Izuku, so this is New York, well we should go to the Empire State, he would say smiling. Kirishima, this will be manly. Shoto, we should go with him, we are his guards. All Might, I really thank you for everything. Star and Stripe, The pleasure is mine, master. Once a hero, always a hero. And false evidence shouldn't mark your life like it did for that young man. So the hero of Japan and the heroine decided to talk while the boys resolved the supernatural issue with Olympus. Long Island, New York Camp Half-Blood, numerous demigods could be seen, all no younger than 17 years old, training with swords, bows, shields, and physical exercises while a centaur watched and gave instructions, while a black-haired boy approached and asked, "Hey Chiron, what are we doing today?" Chiron, "Patience, Percy, things will get serious soon." Percy, "How serious?" Chiron, "Much more serious than entering the Sea of Monsters or returning Zeus's thunderbolt." Percy, "Those old ladies really enjoy creating an adventure movie out of our lives." Chat with Olympus. Commitment. New York Manhattan. We can see Izuku followed by Kirishima and Shoto, who were heading to a specific place. Given the perceptions of strong magical energies, they simply followed where they were guided. Along the way, they encountered a wide variety of monsters camouflaged as ordinary civilians, but Izuku, thanks to his strategic skills, simply eliminated them using weapons from the gates of Babylon, causing them to reform in Tartarus. Without much to do, they walked until they reached the place where they felt the strongest presences, the Empire State Building. Izuku, "So there is the access interesting." Shoto, "The largest, most surprising building." Kirishima, "Well, we must continue." The three continued their walk until they reached the place of the building where they saw some guards. Izuku, "I want to go to the 600th floor, please." Guard, "There is no such small apartment." Shoto, "We had an audience with the Olympians." Guard, "Sorry?" Kirishima, "Did you hear?" Guard, "Sorry, Lord Zeus doesn't receive anyone without an appointment, much less the Olympians." Izuku was already getting annoyed that he opened, to the surprise of the guards, a portal to the gates of Babylon. Izuku, "Now then, damn stray dog, are you going to let me pass or should I make my way to the meeting with your boss?" Guard, "Wait, there's no need to be violent. You can go up," he would say nervously, hand these over, handing over cards in the security slot. "Make sure it's just the three of you in the elevator." The boys would be grateful while Izuku was very upset. Maybe his grandfather had unlocked a character he didn't know he had, but that had felt pretty good. They arrived at the elevator and put the cards in the indicated slot, while its doors opened, and the cards disappeared. Just as everyone was inside, the doors closed and a red button with the number 600 appeared on the board, and since Kirishima was the closest, he pressed the button. Suddenly the elevator began to ascend at high speed while on the public side a light covered by the fog that separates the human world from the supernatural by the Olympians was seen, until it suddenly stopped, and the doors opened. Kirishima, "Wow." Shoto, "We are above the clouds." Izuku, "Wow, that's impressive." Kirishima, "But there's something I don't understand. Why did they move to the United States? They shouldn't be in Greece." Izuku, "It was actually there originally, but with the advancement of Western civilization, it moved, given that Western civilization is a living force, that is, a collective consciousness that has continued to burn brightly for thousands of years. The gods are part of it, and can even be considered its source, because they are so tied to it that they cannot fade away, not unless Western civilization ends. The fire began in Greece, and then the heart of the fire moved to Rome, and so did the gods, with different names, but they were still the same forces and the same gods. The gods moved to different places along with Olympus, such as Germany, France, Spain, Great Britain, that is, wherever the flame will burn brightest. They spent several centuries in England, where they considerably influenced its culture and architecture. Now, the heart of the flame is in the United States, the great power of the West. So they began to walk, seeing multiple temples, each one lit with flames. The blonde-haired man began walking, while his companions followed closely behind him, acting as bodyguards. They admired the place. It was simply magnificent. The temples were made of the finest materials, each one bearing precious stones and metals, along with the most representative elements of each deity. They continued until they reached the entrance to the council hall, which was currently in session. The Olympian Council was meeting. Not long ago, Artemis had been kidnapped and forced to lift the weight of the world if the Crooked One's army would free Atlas, as another general in the Olympian Wars. All the seats formed a U around the flame of the bonfire, while even those two deities who were not part of the council were present. Fortunately, Thanks to the demigods and the huntresses, the goddess of the hunt was quickly freed and brought to safety, avoiding the death she was about to face, Bianca D'Angelo, daughter of Hades. Along with the gods, there was a group of 5 demigods and a satyr, waiting for the gods themselves to decide. Given that they had completed the mission entrusted to them and given that they had defeated a titan, Zeus was being somewhat paranoid. Suddenly the door was thrown open, while the Olympians were amazed to see the blonde Zeus. So it was true, he would whisper to himself. Artemis, Izuku would say, having a golden tint on his cheeks. Athena frowned, while the rest had various expressions. Ares, you, he would say, drawing a smile. Fight with me, new king of the heroes, throwing himself. Izuku, you're so funny, big guy, making a hand gesture and sending Ares flying into the back wall. Athena, muscle-brained idiot, she would say, looking at Ares and looking back at the blonde presumptuous. Izuku, owl brain. Poseidon, oh, I like him, he would say happily. Izuku, Shoto, and Kirishima swept their gaze over all the gods present. Zeus is tall, imposing, and very muscular. His long, black hair reaches his shoulders, and he has a black and gray beard. His eyes are very bright, almost electric blue, and he wears a dark blue striped suit. Hera, on the other hand, has long, black hair the color of licorice, a face as majestic and unapproachable as a supermodel on a catwalk, and large, brown eyes that one could get lost in. She dresses elegantly and has a somewhat strange smile along with a very cold gaze. Poseidon is a man with black hair, a well-trimmed beard, sea-green eyes, and a nice tan, as well as smile lines around his eyes and cheeks. His hands are also marked, like those of an old fisherman. He wears leather sandals, khaki Bermuda shorts, a Hawaiian shirt, and a battered cap decorated with fishing hooks that says, Neptune's lucky fishing hat. Hades is a tall, imposing man with exaggeratedly white skin, intense black eyes that glow like frozen tar, and a wild, insane look in his eyes. While his black hair falls freely over his shoulders, he wears black robes with soles in the fabric. Hestia is a relatively old woman, with eyes that glow like flames, and a robe that covers her hair and body, while she dresses in black and stirs the sacred fire. Demeter has long, blonde, wavy hair, like ripe wheat, large brown eyes, with a crown of leaves and ornaments of woven corn poppies. She wore a bright green dress with a black cloak, and her scent was that of a rainstorm over a field of jasmine. Of the other gods, Apollo is very handsome, tall, muscular, and tan like a Baywatch lifeguard. His long golden hair is tied back in a bun and his eyes shine like the sun. He wears a golden Greek tunic and carries a beautiful golden bow and quiver of magic arrows over his shoulders. Dionysus is a small, fat man with a chubby face, a red nose, watery eyes, and jet-black curly hair. He normally has bloodshot blue eyes and usually wears Hawaiian shirts and purple sneakers. Ares wears black jeans, combat boots, a leather coat and shirt with a bulletproof vest and a collar with an iron padlock. He wears red sunglasses to cover his burning eye sockets, has scarred cheeks, and a military-style hairstyle. Hephaestus is a huge, ugly, and deformed god with shoulders at different heights and a huge, bulging head. He also has a creaky steel prosthetic leg, a scruffy brown beard that occasionally catches fire, and is very muscular given his blacksmithing career. Hermes is a middle-aged man with a slim, muscular, and athletic build, resembling a professional runner. He has curly black hair, blue eyes, elven features, and a sly smile. Athena is a very beautiful woman, with long black hair and intense gray eyes, as if she were thinking about a million things at once, a sour face, as thought by Izuku. She wears a gray tunic, Greek battle armor, and a golden helmet decorated with images of griffins and sphinxes. Artemis, before everyone's eyes as a child, adopted a teenage form with silvery yellow eyes like the moon and brown hair, incredibly beautiful, something that Izuku praised, recalling the events of the Trojan War, thinking that she should have been elected the most beautiful goddess. Aphrodite, on the other hand, wears a red satin dress, hair curled into a cascade of curls, perfect makeup, eyes dazzling like pools of spring water, and a smile that would have lit up the dark side of the moon, although in Izuku's words it was somewhat ugly. Zeus, welcome king of Uraraka to Olympus. Boy, excuse me, what are we doing? He would ask, surprised. Poseidon, Son, stay out of it, and then you'll have your say. Izuku, it's good to be on Olympus. After one of its goddesses was able to use reason and not force, he would say directly. Zeus, you mean Artemis as the one who would use force? Izuku, not at all. I know that she sent Athena and Artemis, where the latter was the one who appealed to reason and did not want to force me to come, given that she was rebuilding Uruk to be able to advance. An impatient lady thought with her muscle and not with her brain. Apollo, you have balls, he praised. Not just anyone made fun of Athena. Hermes, phew, I'm your fan. Nicuchio, well, in that case, you're here because you need us to return as a faction, right? Izuku, yes, that's right, plus you can benefit greatly. Hades, how? Izuku, I heard rumors that confirmed with this meeting his problem with the Titan, so if we were allies I could take demigods to protect him in case the plans fail. Athena, are you implying that I plan poorly? Izuku, no, you're just proud to admit that your plans have flaws. Ares, phew, I like him. Aphrodite, Fufufifi, you look like someone cute. Heir of Gilgamesh, she would say in a sweet tone. Izuku, don't make up. Translation, that's horrible. Artemis, foam brain, would you say with jealousy? Aphrodite, Fufu, calm down, Artie. I won't steal your little prince. Izuku, excuse me, how do I address you? I couldn't understand you with all the makeup you were wearing. Aphrodite, what? She would say, starting to get annoyed. Poseidon, why don't we calm down a bit, and you introduce us to your companions? Izuku, what a good idea. Shoto, I am Shoto Pendragon, heir to Arthur Pendragon and new king of knights. Kirishima, I am Eijiro Kirishima, heir of Seiya Chulin, and new hound of Kulin, and new blue lancer of the wind. Zeus, you have good allies, king of heroes. It seems we can reach an agreement. Izuku, what does Olympus offer? Before I give my offer, Zeus, we offer military support since there are demigods who can fight, reconnaissance, and diplomatic support with the other factions. Izuku, okay, let's go. Okay, my offer to you is that we can offer shelter to the demigods of your pantheon, military support since I have several descendants of heroes and villains from the past, very strong, and I can help your strongest demigods awaken their true potential. In addition, I can help Hephaestus get better weapons thanks to several plans from my treasury. Zeus, what do you think? Apollo, I like those proposals. Artemis, I say it's fine, she would say, blushing, as long as we can have ambassadors. Athena, I should kneel down to do it. Aphrodite, he's just a conceited brat. Ares, you've got balls, so I'm with him. Hermes, well, I like you, so go ahead. Poseidon, I think it's true, we both benefit. Hades, I want to know your position on the biblicals. Izuku, for my part, I have nothing with fallen angels and demons, yes, with those bastards from the biblical heaven that I will destroy if I have the opportunity. Hades, and the fallen and demons. Izuku, it depends on what they do. If they join forces with the sky, I'll make them fall, and if not, they don't bother me. Hades, I see I'm in favor of the alliance. Demeter, as long as there's grain, I'm in. Nicuchio, I agree, as long as they get me some brats out of the camp. Hera, go ahead for me. Hestia, I'm in favor. Zeus, well, the council approves the alliance, and as you can imagine. Izuku, I know it should be done through marriage, so since I'm the youngest, I'll be the one who has to get married. That's what the Valhalla Accords say. Zeus, good. Artemis, I will do it. Everyone was shocked as Athena and Aphrodite glared at her. She had long hated the male Hex, and now she was determined to get engaged. Athena wanted nothing more than to curse him, but she couldn't. The offspring of the king of heroes had always been powerful and knew how to remove curses from the gods, and Aphrodite wanted him as her lover. Izuku, as long as we have dates first, and we know each other, I have no problem. Zeus, well, it's decided, the marriage alliance is confirmed. Poseidon, well, now we must get them in tune, he would say, pointing to the demigods. So for 45 minutes everyone was listening to various things about the factions and how they worked, along with the Quirk system and so on, while a certain emo kid approached Izuku and started asking him questions very excitedly, relating everything to a game like Might of Magic. The first of the demigoddesses has somewhat curly honey blonde hair and intense gray eyes. She has a distracted look, as if she were thinking about a million things at once. Her name is Annabeth Chase, daughter of Athena. The second is a very handsome young man. His hair is jet black and his eyes are green like the sea, betraying his father. He wears an orange t-shirt like several of those present. This demigod is Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon. The next is a boy of no more than 10 years old with black hair, which always looks dirty and disheveled, olive skin and dark eyes. The curious thing came with his story that dates back more than 70 years after being trapped in a place where time does not flow. The child's name, Nicholas D'Angelo, son of Hades. Another girl has dark and silky hair, average height and olive skin. She wore her hair in a braid, as well as black eyes. Nico confirmed her name, that is, he named her after his sister with some pain, so he did not infer much on the subject. The girl's name, Bianca D'Angelo, daughter of Hades. Then a young woman with short, spiky black hair, electric blue eyes, and freckles on her nose. She always wears punk-style clothes and a silver bracelet. Her name Talia Grace, daughter of Zeus. And last but not least, a satyr named Grover Underwood, tall, with curly brown hair, brown eyes, small horns, Caucasian skin, a thin beard on his chin, and brown hairy goat legs. After the talks, an agreement was reached, a dispatch of demigods, with the 5 of them being the first to be sent along with Grover. Izuku agreed. What better way to demonstrate their coexistence than with Uraraka? So he offered, unaware that when he arrived and proposed joining one of them as his servant, 1 or 2 would be related to some heroes of the past. In Uraraka, it had been 3 days since the diplomacy team left for the United States, and things were calm, or well, as calm as can be, with Stain very upset, given that he started Denki Kaminari's sword training, given that he is a descendant of a swordsman. But there was a problem. In just the first day of training, Stain tried 25 different types of training, tested to do them in 1 hour. And it was only 7 in the morning on the first day of training. Stain couldn't believe it, because how could he be related to Kojiro Sasaki, a great swordsman? Stain, whatever deity is up there, please give me patience, because if you give me more strength I'll kill you. Denki, what do I have to do? Stain, I want 1,000 cuts with that boku into the stone and another 1,000 to that steel bar. Denki, yes sensei. Denki started doing it while Stain just sighed. Stain, it's going to be a long road, uncovering loose ends. Shinto and Uraraka alliance. Uraraka. It was morning at the ziggurat, and several were adapting to their new powers and abilities, especially those who had arrived from the United States with Izuku and the others a week ago. Their training was sure to bear fruit, as a few days earlier, a group of angels had attempted to attack them, but they knew how to defend their new home, a home they were already welcoming their families to, given a change in the system in Japan. Likewise, numerous villages were displaced by biblical factions, including the fairies, a nearly extinct faction, since they were capable of forging sacred weapons. Upon refusing, they were forced to leave their homes while being pursued by fallen and renegade demons who were dedicated to massacring their people. Another people who came seeking refuge were multiple races of elves, originating from dark places, forests, and even the sea. Exceptional archers, unparalleled magicians, and sociable, given their fondness for community life. They are skilled warriors and sorcerers with the elements benign to the natural world, given their affinity with nature. Expert riders, having been seen in ancient times taming beings such as griffins, hippogriffs, and wild dragons, a branch of dragons that did not evolve like the Red Emperor Dragon or the White Emperor Dragon and continued to live as animals. The last people to arrive were the dwarves, great miners, blacksmiths, and artisans who lived in caves. They were forgers of great weapons capable of killing gods. Their artisanal expertise was legendary, and they were even prepared for war if it meant defending themselves, as they were prepared to do against the biblical dwarves. Human advancement, along with the harassing biblical factions, forced them to migrate. They had no problem joining human cities, but being harassed by the factions was something they would not allow. Along with the servants, these were the guards of Babylon, while also welcoming humans, making everyone grateful for the asylum they offered to all the new inhabitants. Of the humans, several were demigods with their mortal families, mostly children under 10 years old, who had arrived escaping from monsters. Speaking of demigods, Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon, was one of the first to arrive in Babylon as an ambassador of Olympus, not that he had many options. He arrived in Babylon as a demigod with a shitty life, since 3 old women had fun making his life somewhat miserable with prophecies and more prophecies. But he ended up being a saber-class servant of Babylon, since Zeus assumed they could strengthen their relationship further, and since he wanted a demigod like Percy away, it came to the Lord of Lightning like a ring to a finger. Percy Jackson was related to Charlemagne, the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, the King of the Franks, leader and namesake of the 12 Paladins of Charlemagne. It was a surprise to many, especially to Annabeth Chase, his girlfriend, to find out that the addition of Percy and the arrival of the population of the new races to live in Uruk was not the only thing that happened, but also Stain, after much effort, much anger and much suffering, managed to make Kaminari understand the use of a sword. Honestly, the hero killer did not know how someone like that was related to a great swordsman, given that he seemed to have no future in that world. 1. Secretly, Stain decided to start gathering information in order to carry out the ambitions of the new monarch of Uruk. After all, Izuku wanted to ruin several of Japan's heroes. Along with the Hero Commission, he and Naomi Aiba, alias the Brave One, and Gentle Criminal, both IT staff of Uruk, decided to start. The first leaks were the uncovered cases of Kana Tsutsumi, the former Lady Nagant, now a prisoner in Tartaros. Manami posted numerous videos on social media in Japan showing all of the Commission's dealings, as well as the orders given to keep society in a complete shroud of ignorance. The videos showed the delivery and completion of classified missions, secretly eliminating villains planning to commit acts of terrorism and corrupt heroes seeking fame and fortune. She also showed how the Commission imprisoned her and proved her actions were villainous, portraying society as meek lambs following their leaders. In Japan, the leak of images and evidence raised many alarms among the heroes and the Commission, as citizens began to demand answers, unwilling to accept that they too were guilty. The Commission president thought of Nizu, but the rodent would have enough alibis to be able to escape any punishment, added to the fact that the courts were more on his side after the Midoriya matter, which is why she focused on finding those responsible with the help of Hawks, since they didn't have many options. Hawks, for his part, tracked the signals and leaked coordinates, but what he found was simply sweet, given that it connected with Midoriya and made the Commission want his head served on a silver platter for, in their eyes, ruining the peace of Japan. At UA, Nizu was drinking his tea while reading the reports until, to the teacher's horror, the anthropomorphic rodent began to laugh maniacally. Director Nizu, ha ho 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 ho, this is sublime, ha ho 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 ho. Midnight, what's going on? Director, young Midoriya began to destroy this society. He does it by giving subtle blows, ha 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 ha, worthy of a chess game. Present Mike, but that won't affect us? Snipe, it's a tough game, knowing he only has us on his side. Director, maybe, but it will destroy the current policy, and if that happens, reforming the heroic system will fall into our hands. In Uruk, Izuku was currently being pulled by his 2 girlfriends. He didn't know how this happened, but his fiancée was sleeping next to him when he woke up and then saw how Momo snuck in, causing weapons to start fighting over him. Artemis, he's my fiancé. Momo, my partner and boyfriend. Izuku, can I give my opinion? Both and oh. Izuku did what his grandfather wisely left him in notes all over Uruk. If women fight, let them fight, and the duty of a man with a sense of self-preservation is to stay out of it. Artemis, he's my fiancé. Momo, you don't know him, and even if they get married, I saw him first. Izuku, please, it hurts, I would say in pain. The 2 would release him, leaving him in pain on the ground, while they continued fighting, until Izuku began to crawl away, since among his grandfather's wise writings, he advised fleeing from women in fights. Too bad it was noticed. Artemis, Izuku, where are you going? Momo, if Izu, where are you going? Izuku, I'm going to eat something while you guys fix things. Artemis, but we're already done. Momo, yes, we will also agree to share you. Artemis, but we will choose the others. Izuku, can I give my opinion or give some of my voice in this? Both, you can't, dear. Izuku, okay. As if it were fate, 2 knocks would knock on Izuku's chambers. Izuku, go ahead, he would say, composing himself. 2 children would enter through the door. Katsuma, Izuku and I, an imposing lady awaits you. Mahoro, HAI is waiting in the meeting room. Artemis, Dioskurai, she would say, surprised. Izuku, I'll go right away, head to the throne room. Katsuma and Mahoro would nod to leave while Izuku put on his clothes and headed to the throne room, kissing his now girlfriend and fiancée on the lips. Artemisa. He's not a womanizer, or is he? Momo. No, you'd be surprised to see how Yuki was. Both of them would start laughing at it, while Izuku sat on his throne waiting for the guest. Izuku, who would have thought that the strongest Shinto goddess would come to these lands? Welcome, Goddess Amaterasu. Amaterasu, your hospitality is better than that of your predecessor. Izuku, I'll take that as a compliment, but to what do I owe this sudden arrival? He would say, lowering 2 golden cups and a good quality wine. Amaterasu, 2 grails? Izuku, my grandfather managed to take out 2 at some point, and I need to know what to do with him. Amaterasu, she's one of the Longinus and also one of the sacred relics, the Holy Grail that Jesus had at the Last Supper. I heard it was held by the last descendant of the Impaler King. Izuku, something like that I was told and heard, but there was also the other particularity of the Grail, he would say, drawing the attention of his servants present, and the companions of the goddess, an artifact supposedly capable of granting any wish to the winner instead of the real object, although the church often gets involved simply because it bears that name. Its appearance is the ultimate goal of the various rituals that operate under the system of the Holy Grail Wars, allowing access to the throne of heroes. Amaterasu, timely, which will be the correct one. Izuku, I don't know what it is, but it's something I'll try later. So, since we've smoothed things over, why do I owe you here? Amaterasu, I have a plague of crows and bats. Several of my human citizens, including heroes, villains, and descendants of several of my best warriors in history, are harassed by those bastards, and I fear that the same thing will happen to me as with my cute kittens. Izuku, so the Nikomata's yokai clan massacre. I heard she was in hell and that Amao gave the order for her extermination, leaving Kaneko and Kuroka Tuju alive. Knowing that, if I helped, what would I win? He would say, to think with a drop of sweat. I heard she was crazy about cats. I didn't believe that much. Amaterasu, recognition. My faction can help you become known as a new faction, and given your friction with Cao Cao, he has lost his faction status, since as King of Heroes, that faction is directly in your hands, so. Izuku, I would have 2 factions in my power, I would say, completing it. Amaterasu, that's right. I'll give you permission, with their agreement, pointing to his escorts, that they'll stay here serving you directly, in addition to supporting you if those doves attack you. Plus, with me, an alliance with the yokai faction would come. Izuku, done. I'll help with your hazelnut and flying rat problem. Both would cut off their hands as a sign of a blood pact, since otherwise Izuku would end up compromised, and he felt the sharp gaze of Momo and Artemis. Amaterasu, please introduce yourselves. Girl, I'll go if you allow me, my lady. Amaterasu, forward. Girl, I am Nagao Kajitora, descendant of the daimyo of the Ekigo region during the Warring States period, Yasuji Kenshin. Champion of Bishamonten. Girl 2, yo, a fox-themed girl would speak. I am Tamamo no Mei, daughter of Amaterasu. Girl 3, I am Okita Suji, descendant of the Shinsengumi captain during the Edo period, Okita Suji. Boy, I am Fuma Kotaru, last member of the Kazama village and successor of Hojo Sauen. Yujutsuna, a shinobi boy of no more than 17 years old, would say. Girl, I am Miyamoto Musashi, descendant of Shinmen Musashi no Kami Fujiwara no Harunobu, the strongest swordsman in all of Japanese history. Boy 2, I am Shiro Tokisada Amakusa, descendant of my ancestor of the same name, leader of the Shimabara rebellion. Izuku, in that case, I welcome you to Uraraka, as well as present your ranks. Miss Nagao, you will be a Lancer-class servant. Nagao, I accept Izukudano. Izuku, thank you. Now you Tamamo-san, you have great magical ability, don't you? Making the aforementioned nod. In that case I give you the rank of Caster-class servant. Together with Nito you will do what you need. Tamamo, I accept. Izuku, Shiro-san, Okita-san and Musashi-san are all 3 swordsmen, aren't they? The aforementioned. Hi. Izuku, in that case, I'll give the Saber-class servant rank to all 3 of them. The 3 of us, we accept the Izukudano rank. Fuma, that leaves me. Izuku, that's right, my shinobi friend, and since you are a ninja, I will assign you as an assassin-class servant with Stain as leader. Fuma, HAI bowing to Izuku and approaching Stain. Stain Taicho, I will be at your service. Stain would nod in surprise. Someone with those abilities would undoubtedly be feared. Izuku, Stain, you know what mission to give him. Stain, understood, he would say to withdraw. Jean, what will we do? Amaterasu, So the new Saint of Orleans, she would say, surprised. Jean would nod. Izuku, Jean, I'll give you, Percy, and Shoto the task of investigating the other descendants of heroes and getting the demigods in order. Shoto, HAI. Percy, as you command. Jean, if it is your will. Izuku, Kirishima, he would call the redhead. I want you to prepare the guards in the surroundings. And I want you to send Katsuki to the north side and Nagao to the south side. Kirishima, HAI. Izuku, Almight calling the aforementioned. I want you to travel with Ryukyu and Mandalay to Egypt. I think the pharaoh and I should meet. Almight, how to order? Aizawa, not bad, offspring. Izuku, sensei. Do you think that with the remaining Hussycats you can investigate shady businesses and relationships of Japanese heroes? Tomoko, and that? Ryuko, same question. Aizawa, we'll break down the trust in corrupt heroes, won't we? Tiger, that would do it. Izuku, would Japan enter into a revolution? Yes, I would. Amaterasu, it's the least they deserve for all the trouble and dirty deeds the Commission does, remembering that it wasn't just the demons who touched their Nicuchio. Egypt, the land of pharaohs. Thebes, capital city. Dawn broke in the empire's capital, as the people began their daily lives, now free. Their lives since being freed from the demons were undoubtedly a gift from their ancient gods, which is why they swore loyalty to their liberator, the new King of Kings, one of the few who have come to directly rival Gilgamesh himself. In the palace, Issei was waking up while his two current fiancées were asleep on his chest. He never expected it to happen, meeting Cleopatra's heiress and having one of the girls he liked, a fallen human hybrid, later reincarnated demon, be the successor to his ancestor's former love, Nefertari. Issei got up delicately, letting both of them sleep peacefully, so he decided to leave his chambers towards a viewpoint outside his room, managing to see all the improvement since they liberated Egypt. He looked closely at his people, today a new nation, despite obstacles that the Great Ones have wanted to put in its way, given that with his ingenuity and that of his closest associates, they grew rapidly. Japan was one of the most alarmed, given that they possessed the diligence on the heroic system of the world, and that Egypt did not have such a system broke their schemes, so a few weeks ago they sent hawks to negotiate with them. Issei was relentless with his words and would not put a system of faults in his country, so after threatening him with not returning with those false words of conviction, he decided to leave the hero who tried to fulfill his second mission, in case the ruler refused. Kill him and place a puppet government. Hawks unsheathed a sword made of his feathers, and launched an attack, unaware that Issei was expecting it, so he stopped the blow with his scepter, while one of Issei's closest friends, heiress of Morgan Le Fay, and descendant of the King of Knights, Le Fay Pendragon, recited a wind spell to draw out and expel the bird from Egypt. Issei had slight contact with Uraraka, so decided to establish its defense. He copied the organizational model of the Babylonian forces. Following their example, he implemented the division of the best warriors he possessed into various branches, according to their excellence. His fiancée Cleopatra excelled in the art of stealth and assassination, along with the use of seduction, making her the leader of the Egyptian assassin squad. Le Fay, for her part, was a talented magician, so by performing her own spell and determining blood connections with heroes of the past, she discovered great things, among them, erasing the fact that Arthur Pendragon and Le Fay Pendragon descended from King Arthur himself, as they were not, since although they were related, they were not his descendants, the example being Le Fay as Morgana's successor. Arthur, for his part, was a descendant of Gawain, knight of the Son of the Round Table, both lineages united by time and interbreeding without knowing their pasts. That's why Issei named them both his saber and caster class servants according to their abilities. Yuto Kiba was another of those affected by Le Fay's spell, given that he was related to the Pendragon lineage, in particular to that of Mordred Pendragon, knight of betrayal, killed at the hands of his father using the spear Rangaminiad, after he revealed himself to his progenitor, having been denied his right to the throne, being the product of one of the manipulations of Morgana and Merlin. Somehow, Kiba managed to activate his weapon, the sword, causing the Excalibur itself to undergo a change in Babylon. Given his skill with the sword, Issei gave him the rank of saber-class servant. The next was the rare case of the group, Gasper Vladi, a human and vampire hybrid, very shy, and with somewhat dubious tastes in clothing as he tended to wear women's clothing. abandoned by his own people given his mixed race and despised by humans given his supernatural progeny, saved by Reyes Gremory being her bishop. Nobody knew why, but the little vampire was related to one of Charlemagne's paladins, Astolfo, and given what Seraph Gabriel knew, it was known that he was one of the rare cases in humanity of an androgynous figure, without the extreme degree as was the case of Hermaphroditus. When the vampire lineage was discovered, many thought of the Impaler, although it was surprising that when it was confirmed, a griffin appeared at his side, being loyal to him, so Ys Say named him Rider-class servant. Reyes, formerly Gremory, for a devil, had a strange assimilation, as she was unknowingly the vessel of Boudica, a rare case as the new saint of Orleans. Her ancestor was an ancient Iceni warrior, in pre-Roman Britain. Rome had invaded her land in a cunning manner, culminating in disgrace for her and her daughters. Boudica, seeking revenge, gathered the various kings of Britain and incited a rebellion with her as the spearhead of the group. In truth, Ys Say was surprised by this connection, so knowing about her, he gave her the rank of saber-class servant. Genshuru Saji, a reincarnated demon from Sona Citri's retinue, wielder of the sacred gear called Absorption Line, one of the several sacred gears that holds the soul of the black dragon Vritra, one of the 5 dragon kings. Given his former life as a human, he was a descendant of Arjuna, the gifted hero, rival of the demigod Karna of India, and hero of the same epic as the former, the Mahabharata. He was a demigod son of the god Indra of India, and half-brother of Karna himself, whom he killed in the epic. This would represent a very strong rivalry with Karna's successor, Katsuki Bakugo, although surely Ys Say and Izuku would know how to handle it. In rank, Ys Say entrusted him with the rank of archer-class servant. On the other hand, the last of those who had heroic ancestry was Irina Shido, since she was descended from Bradamante, the Knight of the White Feather, also one of Charlemagne's paladins, while the latter was descended from the hero Hector of Troy. The former nun turned demon, given a matter of corruption of a priest, who wanted to make a war between the Biblicals, along with the cadre Kokabile of Grigori, could not believe it, so she convinced accepted the appointment as a Lancer-class servant, given the weapon of her ancestor. The fact that Ys Say and Izuku had descendants of heroes from the past caught the attention of many nations and the supernatural. Japan demanded those descendants to make them heroes to serve civilians, while the faction commanded by Cao Cao came forward proposing their ideas, while being annoyed by the origins of those who now ruled Egypt. Ys Say's response was clear. He rejected these supposed heroes who, when he refused, rushed to kill him, so in his calm, he would launch one of his greatest attacks, eliminating Siegfried's descendant. That was Cao Cao's last act as leader of the hero faction, who due to his situation caused Izuku to rise as the new leader of the faction, ignoring all the atrocities done by him, Leonardo and George, as well as setting the Chaos Brigade as an enemy, something that Ys Say, Grecian, Shinto, Quetzalcoatl and the Jade Emperor, along with the Kyoto faction, recognized as valid. Ys Say, for his part, was recognized as a faction by Greece and Shinto, followed by Babylon, since Zeus personally went to Egypt to negotiate, along with Amaterasu, where they were able to agree among themselves that Zeus would allow some descendants of Greek heroes to stay in Egypt, as was the case of the descendant of Canes, a Lancer-class servant from Egypt. With Amaterasu, they simply allied themselves given the reports they had of the massacre of the yokai clan of the Nicuchio, in addition to being able to reveal the plans of the biblical hell and heaven with the Kyoto faction, so by common agreement, similar to that of Babylon, Egypt would shelter yokai clans scattered throughout the world, as well as descendants of heroes and important figures of Japan, such as the descendant of Tomoguzen, a brave woman who frequently achieved military achievements, which is why she was recognized as a powerful warrior. Archer-class servant of Egypt. For the supernatural world, it wasn't a concern that Egypt had them, although for the human world it was. Most of the descendants inherited something from them, especially several skills that were coveted, especially in Japan. Likewise, either of the two faction rulers was willing to accept the idea of enslaving their people to those power-hungry swine. In the biblical factions, on the other hand, the presence of truly strong beings of humanity did not sit well with them. Heaven was furious with Babylon for having protected the new Joan of Arc, while they looked with annoyance that Egypt allied itself with Babylon, Greece, and Shinto, given that between the four they formed a powerful group, which only India with luck could stop. This worried them, since although the biblical ones were the most numerous, they had to respond. That is why they left the limitations of using beings with sacred gears to reincarnate. They looked for villains, the first to fall as a demon being Tamura's Shigaraki. Toga Himiko for her part was taken by Grigori, while several heroes went through heaven turning them into angels. Tensions were wide, despite not being treated, and the slightest friction would trigger a war, with Japan as the battlefield. In Thebes, Issei, after seeing and remembering what he was experiencing these days, decided to read the new news, and see what new measures to take for the well-being of his people. He would not do the same as King Arthur, since during his reign, the people who lived in fear of being invaded only wanted a strong king, and the knights would only follow an excellent commander, who would be one of the best kings. Was corrupted by establishing a reign in the belief that a king is not a human being. Forgetting about humanity, getting rid of all emotion and feelings to balance the country without deviations and punish people without making any mistakes, which ended in his downfall. Issei would not make a mistake like that, so he would guide his people on a path of good and prosperity. If they had to make mistakes, they would and face their consequences, because humanity should not be forgotten, as many Japanese heroes, anti-heroes and hero hunters did. Issei contradicted Stain in his doctrine, since the same system and doctrine made its main contradiction its baseness. The heroic system paid heroes as work. Almight was no exception, so in the words of the same doctrine, if a hero receives a benefit for his heroic action, it ceases to be so. Almight charged, so he had no reason to drop that doctrine. Also, he forgot the fact that heroes, despite the tights, are still human beings. And as Hobbes said in his writings, the human being is selfish and evil by nature. The chestnut-haired boy was deep in thought when Aquino brought him out, announcing that a delegation from Babylon was waiting for him. He decided to sit on his throne, waiting for the delegation, as they would be discussing business today. Issei, Almight would say, seeing the aforementioned enter, why do I owe it that the King of Heroes sent you? Almight, greetings, King of Kings, he would say with his classic smile, but I have come as an ambassador of Babylon to establish a meeting between our leader and you, if it is not a bother. Issei Shonen. Issei, interesting. From what I see, you are accompanied by the dragon heroine Ryukyu and the rescue heroine Mandalay from the Hussycats group. Ryukyu, it's good to see you, Your Highness. Mandalay, same here. Issei-san. Issei, in that case, he would say, standing up, let's talk about the future that is coming. After those words, they would begin to talk about various plans that were coming, along with treaties and agreements that would be made between the two. In Japan, in a room, numerous black figures were talking between screens. Voice 1, Babylon and Egypt should not have risen again. Voice 2, the president of the Japanese Commission has already failed. Voice 3, in that case we must proceed. We don't have Star and Stripe, and All Might will still be a problem. Voice 4, in that case, we already have someone who will do it. Voice 5, indeed. Voices 1 to 4, rise of him, rise of him. It's time to show those two brats where they belong. Meeting of Kings, a possible confrontation. Babylon. All Might walked accompanied through the corridors of the ziggurat towards the throne room. Honestly, the blonde former symbol of peace was surprised. He never expected someone outside of Japan or America to recognize him, but he was happy to know that they recognized him as the ambassador of the King of Uraraka and new leader of the Heroes faction. Mandalay and Ryukyu also could not believe who they had met, although the good side is that they would not have friction with their factions, since many of them barely remember them or paid attention to them, or in the case of Greece and Shinto, would let them keep them. The case was different with India, which, like Egypt, demanded the return of the descendants of several heroes from its past, for the simple fact of belonging to its faction. All of Egypt and Babylon knew it, and the factions were preparing, despite the immeasurable power of Shiva having several current top 10 of the supernatural world, such as the Trimurti and Indra. Greece was ready to defend its allies. Hades and Hestia are already top 10, in addition to the fact that Izuku a few days ago managed to arrange a deal for the support of Buddha, another top 10 of the most powerful existences, not counting several descendants of powerful heroes, and himself, who would check against the leader of India if he was that strong, or just rumors. On the other hand, Japan was very nervous about the rise of Babylon and Egypt, so they discreetly sent basic notes of who was in the Sumerian faction to the Hindus as a sign of support. The same happened with the Biblicals, whom Xerxes himself, being the second member of the top 10 present for the Biblicals, had sent his entourage after killing Okita Tsuji to recover his knight piece, which was no longer useful to him since he had lied to the swordsman about turning him into a demon to cure his illness, something he failed to do. Almight, Shonen, I've returned and accompanied, he would say, smiling at the former green-haired man in the throne room. Izuku, wow, he would say, somewhat smiling, who have you met? Child, I can introduce myself as King of Heroes, he would say very excitedly. Izuku, go ahead, little one, he would say with humor, while his servants arrived at the room. Child, I am Alexander, descendant of Iskandar of Macedonia, king of the conquerors, to serve you. Izuku and I, Saitama, he would say animatedly. Izuku, it's a pleasure to meet you, little brother, he would say with a happy and imposing tone. It was no wonder that those who descended from heroes and were children called him older brother. Shoto, Izuku, may I? Izuku would nod. Shoto, can you do something? Alexander, I can summon my horse, inherited from my ancestor Bucephalus, he would say smiling. Izuku, well, I welcome you, little brother, from now on, you will be my rider-class servant. Alexander, yes, I would say. Kota, come, he would say, calling the group of children, while they proceeded to introduce themselves. Izuku, who's next? Man, it will be me, the man with the hat would say, imposing a sinister presence that made Stain tremble a little. Izuku, go ahead, my good man. Man, I am Edmond Dantes II, descendant of the Count of Monte Cristo. Stain, oh shit, I should have guessed that sinister presence, he thought, surprised and afraid. The story of the first Count of Monte Cristo was something very serious given his betrayal and descent into revenge. Izuku, well, he would say smiling, it's a pleasure to have you by our side, Count. Edmund, the pleasure is mine. Izuku, good, since your presence is like a killer. Edmund, I'm a villain hunter from Europe. I've never been caught, he said, making Stain's hair stand on end, although he calmed down. He would really help. Izuku, great, you'll be a great help, he would say smiling, you'll be my assassin-class servant, and you'll be under Stain's command, and I also want to offer you to take charge of the interrogations. Edmund, gladly, and it's a pleasure, hero killer. Stain, your reputation precedes you. Stain, same here. Aizawa, if we were the brat's enemy, we would really be in trouble, he thought with some fear. Man, I think I'll continue, a calm and composed voice would say, which caught Ibara's attention. Ibara, could it be? She thought. Man, I am David, descendant of the great King David of Israel, and descendant of King Solomon. Ibara would give a slight squeal of excitement and faint, drawing drops of sweat from everyone. David, is it religious? I asked, surprised. Everyone who knew the green-haired girl. Yes. David, I see, he would say nervously. Woman, I'll follow, a short blonde woman with a very arrogant tone would say. Izuku, you'll do it after I give David his rank. Woman, okay, I'm you. Izuku, well, I wouldn't know how to describe you since you look like a magician. David, I am not familiar with magic, my king. I am simply a shepherd and I know how to use the bow and harp. Izuku, fine, he said, already knowing you will be an archer-class servant. David, I accept. The aforementioned would be placed next to Edmund since they met on the road and were able to converse well at least. Woman, okay, now yes? She would say impatiently, earning the blonde's nod. Good. I am the Grand Nero Claudius, descendant of Emperor Nero, Emperor of the Roses. Many people thought, how arrogant the elf is, they would say with drops of sweat when they saw how arrogant the short woman was. Mineta might say something perverted, but he had Edmond Dantes by his side, so he was very scared. Young man, I think I'll continue, he would say in a very suggestive tone, but I think I should respectfully ask that my king stand by your side, King of Kings. Izuku, of course, gesturing to Shoto who would stand next to him. Young man, I am Galahad, descendant of Sir Galahad, Knight of the Round Table, Knight of Heaven, and son of Knight Lancelot, also of the Round Table. I hope to serve you, my king, as my ancestor did, and by extension, you, King of Heroes. Shoto, I accept that you be my companion as Knight Galahad, but as Pendragon I am not king, therefore I serve my friend and master, Galahad. I hope my shield serves as King of Heroes. Izuku, and of course he will, because from this moment on you are my first Shield-a-class servant. Galahad, I will serve Babylon. Man, I think I'll continue. The redhead would speak with his eyes closed. I am Tristan, descendant of Sir Tristan, Knight of the Laments, of the Round Table. Izuku Shoto. The bicolor would nod to those words. Shoto, as the new king of knights, I accept you as the archer-class servant Tristan of Babylon. Tristan, as long as I still understand what it is to be human, I will serve my king. Izuku, well, I think you're finally your friend. Young man, I suppose a young orange-haired man would say I am Robin Hood, descendant of the chivalrous thief, Robin Hood. Everyone was in shock, even Stain, since they had always thought that Robin Hood was a fictional character from some work, someone who never existed in history due to their lack of information. Izuku, in that case, it's good to have you, he would say, feeling respect for his blood, stealing from the rich to give to the poor, something villainous. Without a doubt for him it was a great hero. I suppose you are good with the bow. Robin, that's right, more than with a bow, with a crossbow pointing to his own, in addition to being an expert in the use of traps and poisons, guerrilla tactics. Izuku, well, from now on you will be an archer-class servant of Babylon. I hope you can defend yourself well and get along with your companions. Everyone would nod as All Might took the floor again. All Might, Shonen, young Issei coming next week. Izuku, make preparations. I want security to be ready and the citizens at peace, without anything or anyone disturbing it. Stain, I want you and Edmund to make sure that no uninvited hero of Japan enters this city. Stain safe. Edmund, consider it done. Izuku, just give him a warning. Aizawa, who will be your guards? Izuku, Ibara, Percy and Kaken, he would say bluntly, earning a shine from Bakugo. Time skipped 1 week. Everyone in the ziggurat was prepared. The city was orderly and clean. Nothing was out of place. It was daytime, so everyone was waiting for the guest. A procession made up of several vehicles would arrive while Izuku, along with Bakugo and Percy by his side, waited, while Issei, when the car stopped, got out along with Valley, Cleopatra, Saji and Reyes, accompanied by a child. Izuku, King of Kings, welcome to Babylon. Issei, it's a pleasure to be welcomed, King of Heroes. Izuku, let's move on to negotiating and enjoying our stay. With those words, Izuku led all the guests to a large hall where he began offering food and drinks, a grand buffet to satisfy his guests. At the same time, several of Izuku's unaffected servants began moving around the borders, guarding the area. Robin Hood, Kirishima and Shoto on the west side, Kota, Katsuma, Mahoro and Alexander on the south side, Nero, Tristan and David on the north side, while Monoma and Galahad on the east side. After the meal, Izuku and Issei, accompanied by their escorts, sat down to negotiate, while both held back Bakugo and Saji, given their family rivalry over the Mahabharata, Arjuna, and Karna. Everyone mingled and exchanged while Momo and Artemis joined the blonde-haired boy's side, giving their opinions, especially since they realized that a certain redhead had her eye on their blonde, although she had to prove herself worthy of being his fiancée and harem sister. Apollo was also present, and the truth won out since everyone swore by sticks that every child of the blonde-haired boy would be his godson, which prevented the sun god from throwing himself into certain death. The resolution was a marriage alliance between Izuku and Reyes, while Artemis and Momo would do everything to make it worthy. Izuku never accepted since he did not want another wife, but his fiancée simply gave him a look while his nose made the whisper of annoyance. This at the diplomatic and faction level generated that Olympus, Greco-Roman, Babylon/Heroes, Egypt and Shinto, are a fearsome force, Olympus quantity, Heroes quality, Babylon and Shinto power, and Egypt magic and power generating fear in the factions of the world, especially the biblical ones and in humans. Japan now trembled with fear. In addition, Issei's plan was for Izuku to protect Milikas, since he was able to inform the blonde-haired boy of various plans of the biblical factions, without knowing that a strong bond was formed. East Gate. Monoma and Galahad were wandering around with several of their soldiers, when a cry of attack alerted them. Galahad, Mido. Monoma, yes, he would say, preparing his staff. Those are them? Galahad, Rakshasa. Monoma, this could be an attack from India. Galahad, what did Shiva want? Monoma, I think he wanted us to give up one of our own, he would say seriously, and we will never give up one of us. Galahad, I support you on that. Several fire attacks would be sent there. Galahad, she who heals all wounds and grudges, our glorious homeland. Reveal yourself, Lord Camelot, she would say, causing a great fortress made of mana and a shield to materialize to defend the entrance to the area. Monoma, that's a good attack, he praised, moving his staff. Garden of Avalon. The mythical prison where Merlin was imprisoned manifested, a beautiful flower garden with a tower that had imprisoned the most powerful wizard in human history, formed, and the entire enemy army was bound to it, sealed forever. Monoma, I hope that's all. Galahad, I don't think so, I would say seriously. Before them a man with 4 arms, purple skin, 5 eyes and a smile appeared, applauding them both. I expected nothing less from the new squire of the Round Table nor from the descendant of the strongest wizard. Monoma and Galahad, Shiva, demonstration of power, India versus Babylon. After the use of Lord Camelot and Garden of Avalon, both servants of Babylon were very fearful, because in front of them had appeared one of the great members of the top 10 of the most powerful existences in the world, the strongest of the Trimurti, the destroyer of worlds, the crazy Kumbias. Nickname given by Amaterasu after he leaked the appreciation for the Nicomatas and called her crazy cat lady in the supernatural world, Shiva. Shiva, god of destruction and rebirth, leader of the Hindu faction, one of the Trimurti, the most powerful Hindu. Among the top 3 strongest beings, surpassed by cows, the primordial being of Greek creation, Ophis, the dragon goddess of infinity, Great Red, and the beast of the apocalypse, Trihexa, Ziggurat. Izuku and Issei were finalizing their details when something caught their attention, while Bakugo for some reason looked to the east, followed by Percy. Issei, this magical power is so great. Izuku, what? Saji, that's it. Seeing Lord Camelot, they knew that something bad was going to happen, so Izuku, accompanied by All Might, Percy, Bakugo, Saji and Issei, headed to the conflict zone, while Ibra, accompanied by Milikas, Alexander, Koda and Eri, joined them on the way. At the east gate of the city, Monoma, sure Shiva, he would say nervously. Galahad, this is bad. Shiva, it seems that Babylon has good defenders, among them the descendant of the strongest magician. Is not he the successor of Merlin? Monoma, how? Shiva, news flies in the supernatural. If your king is here, I want to talk to him. He has a person who is from my pantheon. Monoma was analyzing his words. With Izuku they had seen who made up the top 10 of the strongest beings, and if they compared them to the heroes they were used to, they were simple ants. AFO and All Might were simply insects next to them. The top began with the strongest god-killing creatures. Those who were there, representing both, were the wolf Fenrir, Norse and son of Loki, along with the dragon king Bahamut, king of dragons, silver dragon and peace. The top 9 were followed by the strongest biblical being these: Metatron, Azrael, Serzex, Lucifer, and Amenadiel. In 8th place followed a couple of strong deities such as Hades and Buddha, along with the exorcist Dulio Gesualdo, the latter a user of the sacred gear Zenith Tempest. In 7th place were the strongest physically, these being Indra, Thor, the evil dragon Crom Cruach, and the Aztec leader Quetzalcoatl. In 6th place were the leader of the Chaos Brigade, Rise of Imlevon, Lucifer, direct son of the first Lucifer, along with the Shinto god of the sea and storms Susanoo no Mikoto. In 5th place was a tie between the Shinto couple, Izanami and Izanagi, along with the bane of the Greek gods, the father of the Typhon monsters. 4th place was also shared by the Shinto leader, Amaterasu Amikami, the strongest Shinto goddess, goddess of the sun and creation, along with 2 of the Trimurti, Brahma, the Hindu god of creation, and of course the second Trimurti, Vishnu, the god of preservation and goodness of India. The 3rd place was occupied by the undisputed god of destruction of India, Shiva, and due to the death of the Christian god, he would be placed here since along with Amaterasu and Ra he was one of the deities that reached the primordial level, and although they did not show it, they were powerful. The 2nd place was taken by the primordial of Greek creation, Chaos. Since being a primordial, it would not make sense for him to be weaker than a deity. The 1st place was occupied by the dragon goddess of infinity, Ophis Ouroboros, while in a 0th place, there was the dragon god of the apocalypse and inhabitant of the dimensional gap, Great Red, along with Trihexa, the beast of the apocalypse, the true 666. Monoma, but we don't have anyone from your pantheon, he tried to lie. Shiva, don't lie to me. Sorcerer, I know they have the successor of my strongest demigod and the strongest of the demigods in my pantheon, Karna, just like Egypt has Arjuna, isn't that so? Indra, I would say so that the aforementioned would arrive. Indra, like his ancestor, he's just a pacifist. I was really excited about a fight. Shiva, and I wanted a fight. What do you say, Rudra? Rudra, I'd say we should leave. Would we have a conflict over a descendant? Don't abuse your power, my friend. Shiva, I am not the biblical god for Gilgamesh's heir to kneel before me. Indra, what are you saying, Agni? Will they defeat us? Manoma, curse. Galahad, this is getting complicated. 2 top 10 gods and 2 more. Despite our power, 2 versus 4 is no fight. Brahmastra Kundala, a voice would say, throwing a spear of fire, causing an explosion near Indra. A cut on the cheek of the god of the top 10 followed by a great expression of happiness at seeing several monsters of India being destroyed began to be reflected. Indra, ha 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 ha, this is great. I didn't know you would compare in power to your ancestor. Isn't that right, Katsuki Bakugo, descendant of Karna, son of the sun god Surya? But your power is incredible, he would exclaim with happiness. Katsuki, it seems that the great god of India wants to fight. Indra, and missing the opportunity, not even dreaming about it. Katsuki, in that case, given my status as a Lancer-class servant of Babylon, I am not afraid to face a god alone, he would say, moving his weapon ready to fight. Minute 1.24. Indra, how funny! I wouldn't expect anything less from a descendant of a hero like him. The tension between the two was palpable, and it was known that they would both fight with the others. Manoma was about to use Garden of Avalon again but knew that Shiva would not allow it, so seeing that a fire spear was thrown at Indra, concern came to Rudra and Agni, but it increased when Enkidu's chains were wrapped around 2 of Shiva's forearms. Shiva, until you come out, or rather, both of you come out, kings, that will save me a lot of work. Izuku, Manoma, rest with Galahad. Issei, from now on we will take charge. Saji, taking out a bow, would attack Agni to separate the gods from them and focus the battles on each one, preventing them from helping each other out of critical situations. Rudra, Agni, Percy, your opponent will be me, he would say to give him a cut. Rudra, Greek. Percy, I am Perseus Jackson, son of Poseidon, heir and successor of Charlemagne and his paladins, saber-class servant of Babylon, and I will be your opponent. Rudra, insolent demigod. Rudra would rush at Percy, causing his fists to collide with the sword, causing the Greek demigod to overcome the Hindu, and send him away to go after him. Agni, it seems that hurt. Don't you think you are a descendant of Arjuna? Saji, I serve Egypt, not India. My ancestor may have been from their pantheon and faction, not me, he would say, knocking the bow with an arrow. Agni would throw fire while Saji would make the arrow go through the fire, hitting the god in the shoulder, causing damage. While Izuku, Issei, and Shiva were face to face. Izuku, you have guts, I must admit. Hindu god, you have the guts to come to my borders without warning or declaration. Shiva, just like your descendant of Gilgamesh, he would say, annoyed and struggling with the chains. Issei, what do you want here? Shiva, the return of my heroes, the successors of Arjuna and Karna, are of Hindu blood, so I want them back. Izuku, they are not pawns for you to demand as Shiva objects, he would say, annoyed. Shiva, do you want to bet? I would say, stop with one movement and start dancing? Izuku, the battle dance of samsara, he would say, surprised. Let's see how you dodge this, he would say, to open the gates of Babylon and start attacking Shiva. Shiva, now you'll see, he would say, to get closer to hit him. Izuku, jump, I would say, so that several shields protect them. Shiva, aura, I would say, hitting until jumping and kicking Kritavasa. Izuku would quickly block the kick with his ancestor's axe, causing Shiva to feel pain. Izuku, I must prevent him from using Tandava Karma. He thought seriously. He knew how dangerous Shiva was. A rain of weapons launched from the Babylon gates would begin to attack Shiva, who made several movements to dodge but did not count or expect that Izuku would attack with divine weapons, although he should have expected it. After all, every weapon of the past, present and future was kept in that vault, among them weapons capable of killing gods. Shiva, it's dangerous, he would think, getting serious. Let's see this, he would say, to try to attack with blows. Izuku, Enkidu would say, to throw the chains. The chains would begin to imprison Shiva, earning a surprised look from the god. The new king of the heroes was at his level, or perhaps more, being comparable to the primordial cows of the Greeks. That was something that many gods would not allow. Shiva, release me, he would say, feeling his strength being drained. The anti-divinity chains of Enkidu, your ancestor used them a lot, he would say, annoyed. Izuku, well, maybe this will help you. mongrel I would say to attack Shiva with weapons. Shiva, shit. Shiva would begin to be impacted as he tried to resist. The boy knew very well what he was doing. By using the chains and the gates of Babylon against him, numerous weapons would attack, making him kneel. Something that even Shiva himself surprised. He hoped that brat didn't have that much power, but he was able to bring him to his knees. Being top 3, he could notice that he wasn't strong enough for a long fight with him. So he shortened it as much as possible, so he estimated that he was in the top 5 of the strongest existences, and if his spies were right, at 16 years old, he was already preparing to be a monster as an adult. Izuku, you are incredible, Shiva-san, he would say, drawing a smile. AJJJJJJJJJJJ, you are strong, very strong, but even though I am less powerful than you could fall on your knees before me. Shiva, damn brat, he would say, standing up with difficulty. Izuku, really? He would say, taking the chains and manipulating them at will, causing Shiva to double over in pain from several blows while looking at him darkly, half-breed. Shiva, damn me, he would say, annoyed. Shit, this is turning out worse than I thought. The boy is too powerful. There is no doubt that Gilgamesh's lineage in him is too strong. He would think in pain. I still haven't given up, he would say to attack. Izuku, well, you say it, I would say to make the chains fall on the god. Minute 1.45. Shiva, what do you intend? Izuku would simply have the chains hit the god indiscriminately, leaving him on the floor very injured. Izuku, get out of my border, Shiva. With Percy, the Greek sea son was easily holding back Rudra, who, despite trying everything, was a physical and hand-to-hand attacker, but not a long-range fighter or weapon combatant. Although he was strong against complete fighters, he could not fight, as was the case with Percy, who used his father's domains to keep him at bay. Rudra, damn, I thought because he was Greek he was weak, but he's too much. Percy, just because I'm Greek doesn't make me weak, you idiot, I'd say, annoyed. Joyous order. Exemplify the king's heroism. O12 traveling swords. Extella Link. A multitude of swords made of water would form around Percy, along with wings of water, while with his main sword he launched a lightning bolt that would hit Rudra, leaving him out of combat. Percy, who's the weak one now? Hindu, he would say, leaving the area while several Indian soldiers took the defeated and unconscious god without 3 of his 4 arms. With Bakugo and Indra, they were both fighting hard, although Bakugo noticed something. Bakugo, are you going to stop playing, I would say, very annoyed, or are you going to attack for real now? Indra, the idea is to capture you without hurting you too much, but it seems that restraining me won't work. Bakugo, do you underestimate me, bastard? He would ask, very annoyed. Indra, so what if I do it? He would say, smiling. Bakugo, wretch, he would say, squeezing his spear tightly. Don't underestimate me, Shine, he would say, giving him a cut with the spear, causing Indra to dodge it, and the rocks to explode when the spear cut them. Indra, he is strong, but I should not take him with such slight confidence. His potential to surpass his ancestor is wide, and falling on one knee, and with his sweat, thanks to his quirk, he causes a lot of damage. If he continues like this, he will surpass the gods of my pantheon. Bakugo, you're going to fight for real, bastard. Indra, let's continue, he would say, smiling. Bakugo, Brahmastra, he would say, forming several spears and swords over Indra. Minute 1.07. Upon contact with Indra, the weapons exploded, causing great devastation. So Indra, smiling and with several wounds, would launch several rays, forcing Bakugo to cover. Bakugo, damned, he would say, in pain from the lightning, but forming a spear of fire. Brahmastra Kundala, he would say, to attack the god who could barely cover himself. With the spectators, Alexander, Suga, Izuku and I-sama is amazing. Eri, yes, Dad is amazing. Kota, Izuku and I is the best. Issei, he has the power of a top 10 player in potential, but what he has in power he takes away in experience, and that could cost him in the future, although not today. Artemis, what's going on? She would say, arriving with Momo and the others. Almight, Shiva tried to attack. Artemis, Shiva, she would say, frowning, even knowing that he would face 4 factions, he wanted to come. Stain, I didn't think that god would arrive, although for a top 10 it's incredible what the boy achieves. Uraraka, it's true. Momo still. Reyes, Izuku will win this. Milikas, HAI, he is strong, he would say, with little stars in his eyes. Issei, it seems that you admire him, don't you? Milikas, it's time you had someone who appreciates you, he would say, remembering that among the papers, thanks to Reyes and the mouse Seraphal, they managed to place some papers. Izuku read them, saw them, and when both kings spoke, they understood that Izuku was the most suitable to protect him. So remembering the issue of Eri, he signed it, thinking that he would only be his disciple, without knowing that most of those relationships end up going towards something more. In the battles, Saji was fighting from a distance against Agni, who was tired of so many arrows stuck in his body by the Egyptian archer. Agni cursed, "Saji, I'm sorry God Agni, but I'm afraid this fight will end here," he would say by shooting an arrow with a lot of energy. It wouldn't kill the god, but it would leave him out for a while. Pashupada. Agni, at least, he would say, seeing the projectile, you didn't use the attack that your predecessor inspired in my gift, he said before being hit and falling unconscious. Shiva couldn't believe what he was seeing. So humiliated and wounded, he had no choice but to retreat, unaware that these actions would soon take their toll on him later. While it was possible for both factions to have peace and not battle, they would not ally because of this precedent. Indra, despite being wounded, wanted to continue, but Shiva's orders were irrefutable, so he withdrew. While the world stood in dismay, waiting for the Japanese factions and government to react, numerous descendants and the occasional hero who, due to blessings or curses, was still alive, headed for Egypt or Babylon. Faction Meeting 1. India's defeat at the hands of Babylon didn't go unnoticed by any faction. Everyone in the supernatural world or with knowledge of it was in complete shock. Japan didn't believe anything that had happened. India and Shinto were the two strongest factions currently operating, and the fact that Babylon could confront them only shifted the power struggles. Hawks and several top heroes, including Mirko, were upset. The boy they wanted to confront and arrest for the good of their society was very strong. Very few could bring a Trimurti to its knees, much less Shiva, the strongest of them. In the biblical, the situation was the same: disbelief, panic, paranoia, hatred, and above all the desire for power took hold of them, so they called all the factions to a meeting where they could agree on the situation from now on. Amaterasu, Issei, and Izuku were able to read the lines in the middle of those invitations, so they were plotting something. So with the agreement of Asgard, Olympus, Shinto, the Mexicas, and Egypt, the meeting would not be held in Japan, but in neutral territory, the one chosen by even India, the lands of Asgard. This meeting would be held, and the hero commissions knew it, so they would send a representative. Japan, for its part, would send Endeavor and Hawks to see what they defined, since between several there were many tensions, and more when they could jump and air their dirty laundry in the sun of their mistakes and actions, which for better or worse were taken, especially from the biblical factions. Thebes, city of Egypt. Issei had returned from Babylon after making a strong alliance with the king of heroes Izuku, so he was paying attention to what was coming from now on, in addition to being able to fulfill his duties as a leader, that is, signing paperwork. He was calm, relaxed, enjoying a cup of tea, prepared by his girlfriend Akino, his beloved Nefertiti, as he nicknamed her, along with his second beloved Cleopatra. It was evident that he would have a harem because, as the bearer of the red dragon of domination, given the system of sacred gears created by the biblical god after the great war of the biblical factions, after being humiliated by the first Gilgamesh, he would have it. Dreyg is one of the two celestial dragons known as Securudii, was sealed in one of the Longinus. The boosted gear is feared by angels, fallen angels, and demons, as well as in all mythologies and races, for its destructive powers that are said to be capable of surpassing the gods and the Mao. Issei, with his first encounter with the supernatural, before Reyes Gremory used her evil pieces to revive him as a demon, began to use the power of the dragon, where every time he used it and his body used the power, a process of conversion into a dragon began, something that not even with his awakened legacy was stopped. Issei, besides being a god, given his connection with Ra, is a dragon, therefore. He is powerful in his own right, since with his ascension as pharaoh he was able to take out Dreyg without dying, and leave him as his most faithful advisor. Dreyg was always frank. Dragons have harems, he told him that, since it is a reflection of power status. Issei, what's wrong, Vala? He asked his rival, friend, and brother by ancestry. Valley. The biblical factions called for a factions meeting. Everyone will go, at least the biblical ones. Issei, I suppose our neutrality and our life would not go unnoticed, he sighed in a tone of defeat and seriousness. I want you to enlist Arthur, Gasper, and Kiba, You and they will be my escorts. Vale, whatever you say. Issei, by the way, where will that meeting take place? Vale, in Asgard. After that, Vale retreated, while Issei looked seriously at the sky, fearing that something bad would happen. Babylon. Izuku was very upset. He was sitting while his 3 girlfriends and fiancées, Artemis, Reyes, and Momo, watched him sign their papers, given his double obligation as leader of 2 factions, Sumerians and Heroes. Izuku, are you really not going to let me escape? Artemis, no. Reyes, don't even dream about it. Momo, you must be responsible. Izuku, fine, he would say, sighing. He couldn't get angry with his girls. After all, they were in charge of the relationship, although that was known to many. Artemis, you know something, she would say, calling attention since the fight with Shiva. Not only are you next to your friends Bomberman in the top of the strongest existences, but now many factions respect you. Momo, not to mention that numerous allies have joined, especially the true descendant of Siegfried. Momo, I think that guy who was killed by the Egyptians before the fall of Cao Cao deserved it, usurping the name of such a brave Nordic hero. Reyes, not to mention altering history to make them believe you, given that Fafnir is still alive. Only Siegfried took half of his heart, gaining his abilities and powers. Artemis, what can you expect? They're pigs. At least some of Greece's heroes weren't, like Jason. Which reminds me, his descendant arrived and was assigned as a rider-class servant. Izuku, perfect. Anyone else arrived? Artemis, yes, from my pantheon came the descendants of Theseus and Asterios, she would say, frowning slightly. Izuku, what happened? Artemis, Theseus' descendant challenged Percy and lost since he was too arrogant. Even so, I gave them the rank of Saber and Berserker-class servants. Izuku, I couldn't expect less from one of my best Saber-class servants. Momo, the descendants of 2 Celtic heroes also arrived. Satanta, descendant of the Hound of Camlin and self-proclaimed younger brother of Kirishima-san, and the descendant of Diarmuid Dubni. The child was assigned the Saber class, and the elder the Lancer class. Reyes, next is Romulus' descendant, Romulus Quirinus, whom I assigned as a Lancer-class servant. Izuku, that's good. Anyone else? Momo, yes, a girl, descendants of Rama, one of the heroes of India, assigned as a Saber-class servant, and on the other hand, Artemis, the new prince of Lanling. Izuku, oh, one of the descendants of Chinese heroes. I hope we find the new Yingjing. Artemis, yes, and I assigned the young man of no more than 12 as a Saber-class servant. Izuku, okay, this is getting interesting. At that, Almight would run in since an invitation to a very important event arrived. Izuku, Almight? Tashinori, Shonen, ladies, I would say with respect, an invitation arrived, a meeting of faction leaders. Artemis, who summoned her? Tashinori, the biblical factions, I'd say seriously, are probably up to something, but the meeting will be held in Asgard. Izuku, okay, I'll go. I want you to get Shoto, Alexander ready, he would say, convinced, but not his partners Kaken and Edmund, he would say in a serious tone. Almight, I'll do it right away. So the number 1 hero would retire. He could no longer fight, but that did not mean that he was one of the greatest advisors to the King of Heroes. After that, time would pass and numerous factions were already on their way using magic circles to move and reach Scandinavia, specifically, the lands of Asgard, Odin's domain, and the Norse. Asgard, numerous faction leaders were present, and even Buddha had traveled, despite not being a faction leader, but it was known that given his power, he might be needed there, since if things went haywire, the use of the 8th consciousness was capable of preventing something. Shoto, so this is Asgard, he would say, shocked while receiving everyone's gaze at having dressed in his ancestors' armor. Katsuki, yes it is, but it looks boring. I hope at least there are fights. Alexander, Sugini-sama, this place is great. Koda, it's true, and I-san is amazing. Milikas, too surprising, don't you think, sensei? Izuku, true that, yes. Ibara, it's surprising, the descendant of the Hunt would say. Edmund, it's true, Asgard has always been one of the places with the most beautiful features, he would say, passing by them. The people, seeing the Babylonian group, became tense. They knew the reputation of the original Count of Monte Cristo, and seeing a descendant of his made their blood run cold. Well, if it's none other than the King of Heroes, a blond man carrying a hammer would say. Izuku, so you're in the welcoming party, aren't you, Berserker of Thunder, and strongest Norse god Thor, son of Odin? Thor, it's just a formality. Father likes to do other things, but anyway, follow me and I'll guide you to the meeting place. The group decided hopelessly to follow the strongest Norse god while observing the panorama. The warriors of Asgard patrolled the streets, along with several Valkyries, while numerous faces were seen. Oh, how Hexy is the king of heroes, he would say in a sweet tone, hugging Izuku, who by instinct decided to stay in statue mode without moving. Come on, you are handsome. Give me something, a hug or a kiss, or whatever you have in your pants. Thor, you are quite admirable, to draw Lady Quetzalcoatl's attention like that. Izuku, it's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl, the pleasure is mine. Hey, in the future do you want to meet with me and several naked priests and priestesses? You shouldn't be so direct, girl, a male voice would say. Quetzalcoatl, nobody lets me have fun. Hera, that's why you're still single, she would say, smiling. It's good to see you, Izuku. Izuku, I say the same, Lady Hera. And you are? I am Yu Huang, he would say in a calm and somewhat cheerful tone. It is a pleasure to meet you, King of Heroes. Zeus, looks like several of us are gathering. Izuku, father-in-law, would greet smiling. Zeus, glad to see you, kid, he would say with a twitch in his eye. Issei, I say the same, he would say, arriving with his bodyguards. Who would have thought that people were gathering? A somewhat sinister voice would say in a mocking tone. Issei, damn crow, what do you want, Azazel? Azazel, oh, and that coldness? Not even a hug? He would say mockingly. So you appear again, Sakura-Yudai. Issei, I have no reason to hide, Mao Lucifer. I don't think that's the way to talk to a leader, descendant of Ra. Izuku, so the leader of heaven, he would say in a mocking tone. I didn't think he was an effeminate. Ibera, who are you? I am the current leader of heaven after the death of father, he would say, somewhat annoyed, feeling the resentment towards Gilgamesh's lineage. I am Archangel Michael. Shiva, brat, he would say, looking at the blonde-haired boy. Izuku, Shiva, I would say seriously. Both of them sent murderous intent to each other from their last encounter while emanating a bit of power head-to-head to intimidate each other. Come on, gentlemen, we're here to talk about peace, not conflict, a female voice would say, trying to ease the tension. Amaterasu, I agree with Yasaka-chan. We should stay calm and ignore the friction. Issei, Lady Yasaka, it's a pleasure to meet you. Izuku, I say the same. Leader of the yokai faction, I would say formally. Girl, mommy, who is the gentleman? Yasaka, oh wow, she's my daughter Kanu. Alexander, I am the descendant of Iskandar. He would say animatedly, I am Alexander, king of the conquerors, he would say, almost shouting as he introduced himself to the girl. Kanu, it's a pleasure, she would say, somewhat blushed and uncomfortable. Koda, you idiot, you scare her, he would say, giving his friend a snitch. I'm Koda, but you can call me Arsair, he would say in a formal tone. Kanu, it's a pleasure, Koda-kun, she would say somewhat shyly. She was really liking Koda. Zeus, wow, what a handsome boy son-in-law is, he would say, praising that. Izuku, what can I say? My little brothers will be like that. Oh wow, they've arrived, the voice of a man who seemed older would say. Those who knew him, Odin-sama, they would say when they saw the man come down accompanied by a pair of Valkyries. Odin, well, since there are several of you here, why don't we go in? The Valhalla table is ready to discuss these issues. So everyone would nod as they went into the living room, where Milikas, Koda, Kanu and Alexander ran past like the children they were, so they could talk about what they knew. That day the meeting that would determine the future of the factions was about to begin. Meeting of the factions 2. The Great Hall of Valhalla, the Hall of the Fallen, is the place where fallen Norse heroes rest, fight, and prepare for Ragnarok while joining the fight on Odin's side. Every warrior who was there was chosen by the Valkyries, warrior women who surpassed the Greek Amazons in combat, whose function was to transport the weapons of the best fallen warriors to the hall. Today, numerous heroes from the Norse world stood there dressed in their armor, guarding the hall from intruders, as was the case with Sigurd, wielder of the sword Gram, and of similar origins to Siegfried. Sigurd, Odin-sama, the room is ready. Odin, perfect, he would say to escort his guests to the room. Gentlemen, ladies, please accompany me. Those present followed the wisest and oldest Norse god of all, through the halls of Valhalla, today a meeting room, where the leaders of various factions would meet, to be able to dialogue and, if necessary, establish peace, given that they had a threat, the Chaos Brigade. During the walk, Izuku was able to analyze the others. He did not focus on the biblical ones, because he did not believe much that they called a meeting so suddenly. Perhaps if his blood had not awakened, he would believe it, but he was no longer the hero Deku. he was the successor of the king of heroes Gilgamesh. Of Issei, he had nothing to say. He was one of the few with whom he could speak as an equal, besides that he had told him about what Lucifer had done, that he was walking with the other 3 mouse at his side and a kind of maid, she being Graphia Lucifuge, one of the high-class supreme devils. Issei and Nicuchio told him about her. She was a strong woman, but in the presence of the redhead, she was a submissive woman. It was something that happened there. He also had to admit that the red-haired girl was well endowed, even if she didn't say it out loud. Artemis, Reyes, and Momo were relatively creative if they wanted to do something to her if she looked at other girls. It wasn't perverted, but a well-developed female body attracts the male. With Zeus, she had no complaints, except for the number of brothers-in-law he gave her and would give her in the future. Even so, he was a good father-in-law. After all, he left him some knowledge in the manipulation of the lightning so that he could give it to his future grandson, when he and Artemis were married. Next to the king of Olympus, Hera, his pseudo-mother-in-law, since she was not the mother of his fiancée, and with whom he got along relatively well. Apollo, his brother-in-law, another of the gods with whom he got along well, despite his insistence that she go to an antro with him and lose something there, which if she does is a guarantee that his partners would make him suffer. Finally, Poseidon, he didn't know him very well, but he admired his relationship with Percy. Seeing them talk, he did find that law of not being able to see his demigod children stupid, but it wasn't his pantheon or faction, and since Percy belonged to Babylon and the heroic faction, regardless of his origin, the ancient law no longer applied to him. With Amaterasu, he got along well, he had nothing against it, and thanks to his measures with some top heroes in Japan, Izuku has a deep respect for the strongest Shinto goddess. She is only somewhat uncomfortable, especially with the issue of the Nicomatas, which earns her the nickname in several factions of the Crazy Cat Lady. Izuku had no problem with that, only that he had Stain investigate the matter a little, and great is the surprise that the Biblical Demons faction, the Heroes of Japan Commission and certain top heroes, had to do with something the Nicuchio massacre, which left only the sisters Kaneko and Kuroka, today members of the Egyptian faction. Yu Huang, leader of the Taoists, honestly seemed to the words of the former green-haired man, a wise being. At first glance it was noticeable that he was a pacifist, although he did not know how strong he was, since everyone has something of a pacifist, and the conflict is always latent in everyone, even in beings like Buddha. When he found out about Zarafuku after being killed by Hajuin, Shinto cried for one of the youngest gods they had, and given his young age, he had no record in humans to be venerated. With Yasaka, leader of the yokai faction, he didn't know what to think, more than because of her personality. He knew that Mineta would try to touch her. Just thinking about his perverted friend made him laugh a little, although he liked that his children had fun with the little kitsune. Perhaps after the meeting he would meet with her to form an alliance, since he wanted to do it with Asgard, at the suggestion of Almight. With Quetzalcoatl, he honestly knew from Artemis's words on one of their dates that she was a first-class pervert. Even the hunters, now girls who slowly accepted him, used to tell him insults that he only heard from his fiancée when she talked about Aphrodite, something that made Artemis and him fall in love a lot, since they discovered that his attempt at romance with Uraraka Achiko, whom Izuku sees as a little sister, and Mina Ishido, was her work, so the couple used to have their moments, throwing any weapon at the target with targets with the face of the goddess of love. He also saw how Shoto, Kibayudo, and Arthur Pendragon spoke as descendants of the Round Table, which also drew furious looks from the envoys of the church present, who also looked at one of her companions and bodyguards of Artemis, Ibera. Surely she would clarify several points in the meeting with Michael, although she would tell him certain points, where she would make it clear that she does not like the biblical heaven. Not when her spies revealed certain points about her mother's death. If she had more evidence and analysis of them, her hand would not tremble to devastate the biblical heaven. She did not have Azrael, she did not have Amenadiel, much less Lucifer, who before his betrayal was the strongest archangel. Upon arriving at the hall, everyone sat down. Izuku and Shiva looked at each other with some hostility given their recent encounter, where the Hindu god wanted to return the humiliation by making him kneel. Odin, well, I invite you to sit down. Those present would sit in assigned places, while Izuku summoned a drink for those close to him. while they waited for the introductions. Surzex. Well, with Michael Dano we must thank everyone present, including you Odin Dano for allowing us to meet in Asgard, he would say in a modest tone. Viracocha, it's a pleasure. Viracocha, leader of the Inca faction, the second strongest of the pre-Hispanic gods. Dagda, I say the same Odin Dano, and Izuku Dano is a pleasure to meet you. Dagda, the strongest and wisest god of the Celtic faction, and one of the most peaceful and kind deities. Izuku, it's a pleasure, Mr. Dagda. Dagda, I'm glad you're looking after the successors of the Round Table, he would say gratefully. Hunab Ku, it's a pleasure to meet you, a serious, imposing but calm man would say. Hunab Ku, father of the Mayan gods, leader of the Mayan faction. Shiva, great, since we are all here, or at least the most important ones. Almenhild, I'll continue, a lowly would say, thanks for the invitation. Almenhild Karnstein, princess of the Carmilla vampire faction. Michael, well, as Searches Dano was saying, in recent months, things have been changing in the factions, as you will see since the fall of Cao Cao, and the return of Babylon, Egypt, and the new leadership of the heroic faction. With the biblicals we have been talking about that we have to establish an alliance. Azazel, a few days ago, they began to hunt down all human users of sacred gear, although this was done by a former Grigori cadre. Like Kokobil, he did it in order to give them power to fight the Chaos Brigade, a terrorist organization that seeks a profound change in the faction system. Endeavor, this is serious, would think, looking at everything from a haughty place where numerous beings who knew about the supernatural awaited the decisions. Hawks, so he was here, he would say, looking at the green-haired boy. Mirko, I'll beat that brat up again, I'd say seriously. Azazel, that is why, given the danger of sacred gear in the wrong hands, we must act. Many of them would be real headaches, given that they are Longinus type or similar. After finishing those words, the room was filled with a deep silence while those present thought about the situation. They knew what the sacred gear was. They considered it the worst mistake of the biblical god, since it produced a war due to his greed by having humans with said ability in their factions, mainly between angels, fallen, and demons. The silence was overshadowed by a somewhat scandalous laugh, since Izuku had started to laugh. Surzex, what's the joke, Izuku Dano? Izuku, the fact that they say it as if the rest of the factions were idiots, he would say, stopping laughing. All of us here present who know the sacred gear system, we know that there is a cold war and a race for military growth between the factions to obtain them. With Issei-san we will be new to this. Issei, but we wouldn't deny something of foolishness. I am the bearer of the Welsh dragon of domination. However, you ignore the fact that you biblicals were the ones who caused that system. Michael, we know, he would say, frowning, but it is serious that they steal those abilities and use them against the factions. Izuku, for my part, there is not enough evidence for those words. I think there must be more reasons to ally ourselves, not a terrorist group whose most active members are renegades from the biblical factions. Dagda, it's true, their ineptitude as leaders and not keeping their subordinates in line. Quetzalcoatl, and his inaction in eliminating his renegades, of which there are many, has turned a simple problem into a threat. Zeus, not to mention that the leader is the son of the original Lucifer, that already says a lot. Seraphal, how do they know that? We haven't been able to find out. Ajuka, we've investigated, but the groups we send always come back empty-handed. Issei, could it be because Mao Asmodeus and Mao Lucifer knows something we shouldn't know about? Izuku, same for Michael-san and Azazel-san? Surzex, damn, he's screwing us with arguments, he thought seriously. 2. Falbium, what are you both insinuating? He would roar angrily. Almenhild, what's going on? What do they mean? Issei, what we want to get to is how we see it. One of the mouse is a Siskin, I would say, annoying Surzex, given that I was a member of that faction, but due to the management of some elders addicted to power, their leader does what they want. How can we agree with a puppet of their council? Hunab, it's true, they are leaders. They should be the law and order, not simple puppets. What would happen to their factions if most of their councils sell out to groups like the one they mention? Viracocha, it's true. Izuku, also, he would say, making Shoto and Bakugo put papers on the table. I would like everyone to read it. Given the threat that Cao Cao was and what I found about his faction, I decided to investigate. Odin, what did they find? Izuku, the faction of heroes commanded by that descendant was in the service of that Lucifer, so we decided to increase the investigation. They found simply magnificent things. such as deliveries of artificial sacred gears from the faction of the Fallen, calling everyone's attention and making Azazel nervous, and numerous genocides caused by angels who sent a few survivors to the hands of the Chaos Brigade so that they could take revenge on the other factions. Edmund, he would say, calling the new Count of Monte Cristo, could you communicate the findings, please? Edmund, sure, boss, he would say with a sinister presence that would chill the blood of many. As you can see, each investigation was carried out in great detail, and the same was corroborated again to avoid falsehoods. Zeus, what are you getting at? He would say seriously, although he was getting an idea. Amaterasu, continues, she would say, reading the documents. Edmund, of course, each investigation revealed that several factions indirectly financed or supported the Chaos Brigade in various ways, the most explicit being the biblical ones, given certain bank transfers originating from the Holy See, for example. Furthermore, we must point out that they did not act alone, but that various human groups also did so. Quetzalcoatl, what groups? Edmund, who regulates the lives of heroes and controls the tops of each country? Yu Huang, the hero commissions. Edmund, I can give you an example if you agree. Viracocha speaks. Edmund, the Nicuchio massacre. Surzex, oh no, he whispered nervously. Sarah Fall, why are you so nervous, Surzex? She would say angrily. Ajuka, I have an idea, but continue. Edmund, the Nicuchio massacre was decreed by the Demon Elders Council, approved by the signatures of Mao Lucifer and Mao Asmodeus, supported by the Hero Commission of Japan, who authorized 2 of their top heroes to participate in that genocide that alarmed Hawks and Rumi Yusujiyama. Amaterasu, speak, she would say in a serious tone of voice, I want to know who killed my kittens. Edmund, Mao Lucifer, in an act of mercy to the Nibiru's house, after the 4th Underworld Civil War, authorized said house to conduct research to create an artificial super devil, hoping that it could aid his faction in the future. However, due to an accident caused by an experimental failure that resulted in an explosion, where the hired human researcher along with his assistant, a Nikomata, who were the parents of the sisters Kaneko and Kuroka. With Kuroka and Chiron's parents dead, the Nibirius house still continued the research. He was focused on increasing the ability of his servants, and made them go through things with force. The eldest would tolerate the experiments. But, Yu Hang, you've told us enough, talk about the massacre itself. Edmund, as you wish. Upon learning the truth about the experiments and their purposes, the eldest of them became so enraged that she awakened her Nikomata powers and killed her master to protect her sister, and became what they call a rogue demon. Once the superiors found out about the murder, they, along with the younger, assumed she was drunk on her own powers. So, convincing the Hero Commission of the danger of the Nikomata, Japan sent the current top 2 and top 5 to help assassinate the entire Nicuchio clan, Rumi Yusujiyama, the rabid heroine Mirko, and Kigo Takami, alias the Hero Hawks. Odin, what words should be said in his defense? Sarah Fall, what have you done? Ajuka, what have they both done? Both Mouse, we separate from the demon faction. Issei, Egypt will give asylum to demons who leave the underworld. Amaterasu, a few words, Tomato? Surzex, there's no point in hiding it, he would say, annoyed, looking at the blonde-haired man with hatred. Izuku, not to mention the plan called Noble Phantasm, of the biblical and Indian factions, a plan that involves recruiting all the descendants of humanity's heroes, villains, and anti-heroes. Shiva, how are you, he would say seriously. Viracocha, a few words? Odin, what I said is serious, I would say seriously. Zeus, say your words well, because if they are not correct there will be war, I would say seriously. The sides were already preparing, biblical and Indian versus the other factions. Conflicts, war. Almight was about to intervene and stop this madness. A war between the factions will have repercussions in the human world, but he knew that this evidence was undeniable, and more so with the characters of the past and their descendants. Although there were villains like Jack the Ripper in human history, he could not blame his descendants. Surzex, even though I have the evidence, it doesn't prove anything, he would say seriously, although he was nervous. The evidence is irrefutable, a voice would say coming in. Michael, so he's the true descendant of Siegfried and not Cao Cao's henchman. Izuku, Siegfried, what's wrong? Siegfried, I just ran into a little homunculus. It has sacred and demonic energy that made the biblical faction's hair stand on end. Zeus, with what homunculi? Odin, I have no problem with your existence. Izuku, me neither. Viracocha, except me. Dagda, but the one who enslaves them. Issei, that word is not in my language. What are you saying, Vala? He would say to the aforementioned who was entering. Michael, what? Azazel, Vala? Issei, what do you mean, Michael Dano? He would say seriously. Michael, don't play dumb. King of Kings, how did the bloodline of someone like Moses interbreed with the bloodline of my brother Lucifer's bastard? Issei, are you threatening my best friend / brother and wielder of Albion? Valley, don't worry, my friend, I'm dying for a fight, but against that pigeon, PFFF any day, and even more knowing that Michael isn't even half as powerful as he says he is. Izuku, I heard that he banished the purest seraph from heaven, along with the betrayal of the New Orleans maiden. Dagda, it seems like the sky. Azazel, Semiramis, he would say in a commanding tone, making the aforementioned appear. Izuku, Ibera. I would call the aforementioned. Both women pointed their weapons at each other. The fallen and former Assyrian queen known as the world's oldest poisoner, face to face with the descendant of the huntress Atlanta. Azazel, so two playing the same game, huh? I'd say seriously. Cerzex, Spartacus, die oppressor. A voice that exuded madness would say. Issei, Sirorg. The aforementioned would come out carrying his sacred gear, Regulus Nemia, fully active while both big guys struggled strongly. Spartacus, to serve an oppressor you are powerful. Sirorg, you are too, but since when are you alive? Cerzex, his soul did not rest in peace and left the Greco-Roman underworld since he did not even have a decent burial. Arriving at the biblical underworld, I simply gave him a new body, although he had some complications. Shiva, do you think you're intimidating me? He would say forcefully. Indra, don't leave me behind, friend, he would say standing up. Thor, looks like there's going to be a fight, he would say pointing at the hammer Mjolnir. In the stands, Hawks and Mirko were leaving while Endeavor looked at them, his look angry given that if that massacre was leaked, the heroes would lose more credibility, although the civilians, would they believe in the supernatural existence? Of course not. That refusal was what kept the faction system functioning. Endeavor, where are you two going? Hawks, I will not endure the fury of a goddess. Mirko, what the bird said, I will not stay to endure the fury of the crazy cat lady. In the room, Yu Huang would stand up to call for calm while Buddha prepared to open another packet of candy. The situation was entertaining to watch. Yu Huang, gentlemen, please, I understand that this is serious, but we are extremely civilized beings, let's use our words. Hunab, Yu Huang is right, I would speak to call for calm, we will not solve anything like this. I understand the fury given that the biblicals have committed atrocities even against my faction. Quetzalcoatl, not to mention the first Beelzebub's killing of Mictlantecutli and Tlaloc in battle. Elmenhild, but what will we do? The answer is correct, a new voice would say coming in. Falbium, nice to see you again, Impaler King. Vlad, it's a pleasure. As I was saying, the answer is clear. If we don't determine something here, our factions will go to war, so the answer is obvious. We want peace or war. Also, I have heard that the Sephiroth Grail or Holy Grail, I have heard that it is in the possession of the vampire faction. Almight, Holy Grail. Vlad, your ignorance is evident symbol of peace, as it is one of the 5 sacred relics along with the Shroud of Turin, the True Longinus, Alpheka Tyrant, the Sacred Nail and the Sacred Cross, Incinerate Anthem. It is capable of controlling the souls of living beings and reviving the dead, and by its powers to control both life and death, it is capable of restoring bodies to their original states, or to restore them to their maximum conditions. Michael, which brings me to the other point, he would say looking at Izuku, I demand retribution from the True Longinus. Izuku, and allow you to kill gods at will like they did with Batet or Anubis? Don't even dream about it, that weapon will be destroyed. Michael, I refuse, that relic is a weapon that belongs to heaven. Izuku, Cao Cao had her before, I find it strange that you didn't complain about him having her. Issei, in that case it is obvious. Zeus, that's what it looks like. Odin, will anyone mark neutrality? Dagda, I will do it. Quetzalcoatl, I will do it. Viracocha, and me. Hunab, me too, that relic is cursed. Yasaka, I will enter since several yokai have been killed in Kyoto, she would say with annoyance upon seeing Cerzex. Amaterasu, I'll go in anyway. Shiva, of course I'm in, and who will I ally with? All it is declared by the values of the fallen heroes. We begin the war for the Holy Grail. Izuku, Issei, Odin, Zeus, Amaterasu, and Yasaka, we are the black side. Xerxes, Michael, Azazel, Shiva, we are the side of red. After those words, numerous magic circles would open. Xerxes, the house of Mawajuka is hereby notified that it is banished from the biblical underworld, along with the Citri clan. Azazel, will notify the heroes and the League of Villains, they might want to come in. Almight, will tell UA to get in. After that the red side would leave. Zeus, that was intense. Issei, what should we do now? Amaterasu, this will be a great war if you asked me. Izuku, it's clear what we should do. Yasaka, huh? Izuku, there are many descendants of famous heroes and villains from human history, so we must go after them before the biblical ones do. Issei, it's true. Zeus, I'll have the demigods prepare. Just pray that the crooked one doesn't join the biblical ones. Amaterasu, who do they have so far? Izuku, Edmund, would you do the honor please? Edmund, so far with what we've seen, besides Spartacus, Semiramis, I can point out the presence of Avisprin, Solomon ibn Garibal, the Witch of Betrayal Medea, a clone of Hercules that made Zeus frown. Ajuka, that was developed by Xerxes. I've never seen those projects. Sarah Fall, Ajuka-tan is right. Ravel, excuse me, the Phoenix girl would say we have a problem. Amaterasu speaks. Ravel, there is a plan to make homunculi with the powers of the major houses of the biblical underworld. Zeus, that's bad. Hera, who do you most suspect they have? Edmund, Gilles de Rais, Mephistopheles, and a clone of Okita Tsuji. Izuku, it's clear that we have to find more strength. Odin, I will search for those I count on. Sigurd, prepare a search. Sigurd, right away. Zeus, I will contact my descendants of heroes from my pantheon. Maybe we will be lucky. Amaterasu, I say the same. Izuku, Issei? Issei, in that case it's time. Izuku, prepare for war. Elsewhere, Daika Island. Shigaraki Tamura was watching the broadcast with AFO of what was happening in the world of factions. Shigaraki, what will we do, sensei? AFO, don't worry Shigaraki, using the Holy Grail could benefit us. Spinner, which side will we join? AFO, we will talk to the biblical side and Lord Shiva, maybe we will have ties to help, what do you say? Dabi, I want to make endeavor pay in thinking, this is bad, mother is in Babylon, I guess I should talk to Shoto. Toga, as long as there is blood I'll go. Muscular, I'll see how badass that new king of heroes is. At UA, Nizu was listening to everything with several allied heroes and teachers. Nizu, I think our side in this war is clear. Vlad, yes. Midnight, and with fewer students can we do something? Nizu, we have to fight. First steps. Frozen literature. The news of the faction's declaration of war over the Holy Grail sent shockwaves throughout the supernatural world, with numerous minor factions taking the opportunity to declare war on the biblical factions and India given the abuses they have been committing for years. Dark elves belonging to the Celtic and Nordic factions, who wished to be far from their home territory to live away from potential wars, and Minotaur peoples who did not fall into the clutches of the Crooked One, who ultimately decided to join the side of the biblical factions, although he planned to take the Grail for himself in the future. Zeus decided to send several demigods from Camp New Rome and Camp Half-Blood to reinforce the forces in Babylon given the attacks from India. At the same time, Issei sent a couple of his servants to America, while Amaterasu was in charge of keeping the demons and fallen at bay in Japan with the help of the Kyoto faction. Japan was a case in point. Heroes and villains alike began attacking numerous temples and sacred sites from Japan's past in order to gain exposure by siding with the biblical rulers, as dictated by the chairwoman of the Hero Public Safety Commission, while UA managed to reach an agreement with Yasaka and Amaterasu, serving as headquarters in this war for the Holy Grail. This helped, given that thanks to Nizu, the existence of Victor Frankenstein was confirmed, thus his creation existed, but the question was where. It was only known that the day Victor died, his castle burned down before nearby villagers, armed with pitchforks and torches, could enter. Nothing else was known about the creation, save that it was seen in Africa before disappearing south across the continent. Babylon. Izuku was walking through the corridors of the ziggurat followed by Perseus and Bakugo who were dealing with something. They didn't say anything since the matter was very serious, so until they opened a door entering the department led by Stain. Izuku, Stain, they told me there's something you found. Stain, yes, and believe me, it's something you might like. He would say seriously. He didn't like the whole war for the Grail thing, but in all his research orders, he managed to find a lot of information about the biblical ones, and that he didn't like them in the least. Eri drops the knives, he would say without looking at an albino who was playing with them. Eri, yes, Mr. Stain. Izuku, Eri, go to the park to play with the others. Eri, I'm going, Daddy. Eri would retreat from the place while hiding a knife in her clothes. Perhaps activating her inheritance was something bad. Stain, I still don't believe that little ball of tenderness is his descendant. Izuku, I don't care, but what we came for. Stain, we found something in Antarctica, heading south from Johannesburg. Izuku, I will issue the order for both of you. You must go ahead before the Biblicals or India discover that. Percy, count me in. Katsuki, come on, Aquaman, he would say, taking the son of Poseidon. Percy, hey, wait. Both would retreat in a magic circle towards the stated coordinates. Stain, any changes? Izuku, several descendants of Greek heroes arrived and several demigods are on the way to reinforce the defenses. Since Monoma decided to seal Ganesha with the Garden of Avalon, India does not stop harassing. Stain, Edmund warned that he was killing several of his monsters and warriors, while sowing discord among his demigods. Izuku, that's a good thing. Stain, tell me about those descendants who arrived. Izuku, first came the descendant of Hannibal Barca, the Carthaginian who gave Rome a major pain in the ass, his rider class. Stain, well, his strategic ability led him close to victory, although he was very ambitious. Izuku, we also meet the original Galatea, Pygmalion's creation. Stain, according to myth, it is a statue that came to life thanks to Aphrodite/Venus. Izuku, that's right. Given her enormous strength, she was designated as a Berserker-class servant. Almight, someone else, young Midoriya would say, entering. Izuku, two descendants of Trojan legends, the legacy of Odysseus and the legacy of Achilles, both rider class. 1. Stain, a bit ambitious, but I'm glad we can win. Izuku, the descendant of Perseus, the Gorgon Slayer, also arrived, Lancer-class servant as his assignment. Almight, the most contradictory servant we have also arrived, Asclepios. Stain, the god of medicine? Almight, that's right, given his abilities, I assigned him as a caster-class servant. Izuku, another one I assigned as a caster class is the descendant of Archimedes. Almight, also last but not least. Stain, the suspense is killing me. Almight, Penthesilea's successor, queen of the Amazons. Assigned Berserker-class servant. Izuku, what about Achilles' legacy? Almight, they both know that they will not be allowed to kill each other like their ancestors, so a seal was placed on them that will prevent them from fighting each other. Stain, good. Izuku, I just hope Amaterasu has her people ready. Antarctica. Percy Jackson, Saber-class servant, descendant of Charlemagne and son of the Greek god of the seas, Poseidon, along with his partner Katsuki Bakugo, Lancer-class servant, and heir and successor of Karna, were walking through frozen wastelands with ice and more ice around them. Since they arrived, they have seen nothing but nothingness itself. Bakugo, where the hell is that thing? Percy, I don't know, but it's not like they're attacking us, right? At that, numerous demons come out to attack. Bakugo, you had to talk, seaweed brain? Percy, I'm sorry? Bakugo, fight and defend yourself. Percy, yes. After 15 minutes of a bloody, icy and fiery fight, the two servants of Babylon emerged victorious, while in the distance some applause could be heard. Demon, wow, I didn't expect them to be able to pull this off. Percy, who are you? Demon, I am Belian, one of the bishops of Mount Asmodeus. I was sent to not prevent us from obtaining Frankenstein. Percy, not if we stop him. Bakugo, go get her. I'll take care of him. Bakugo, sure? Percy, yes. Bakugo would go out on his side while Percy stayed watching Belian. Belian, do you think you can beat me, demigod? Percy, I'm counting on it. Plus it's been a while since I've had a fight. Belian, you know, the Crooked One put a price on your head. But why don't we stop that? Join me and you'll be so powerful you can't imagine. Percy, power given away is worthless, but if you earn it yourself, it's worth even more. I won't lower myself to be a demon. I'll face you with everything. Belian, it's a shame you use Anaklusmos, right? My sword is called Arga, and it's never seen defeat. They both began a clash of swords, forcing Percy to draw his own, causing a majestic dance to the beat of the thrusts, cuts, and slashes. Belian, the Crooked One's allies don't lie, he would say, struggling. You fight like a demon. Percy, I appreciate the compliment. Both of them continued fighting without noticing that a magic circle opened and a black-haired man arrived. Percy, Now I'll show you who I am, he would say, throwing himself. Percy would begin to take advantage in the exchange of sword blows during the fight, which in a quick movement by Belian made him realize something, causing a distraction. Percy, Kota? What are you doing? Kota, careful. Belian. In fights, he would say, hitting him, you must not get distracted. Kota, I won't forgive you, he would say, materializing two swords and launching himself, colliding blows and stabs with agility given his small size. Percy, Archer, this is my fight. Kota, in that case, come and take my knowledge away. Belian, I can handle both. Percy, go with Bakugo, he would say, looking at Kota, this bastard is mine. Kota, I would say to go with the Muslim. Belian and Percy would resume the exchange of swords, so Percy deciding to put an end to this, so his sword would begin to glow. Percy, Joyous Order, exemplified the heroism of the king. 12 traveling swords, for the values of Olympus disappear. He would say to stick his swords in a cross cut on Belian's chest, while numerous swords like rays of light began to riddle the demon. Belian, damned demigod. With Belian dead, Percy would approach his companions, where Bakugo was talking to him, or rather yelling at Kota for coming on this mission, since the Muslim could notice that the boy ran away, knowing that Izuku is not capable of scolding him rudely. In addition to knowing that if Mandalay were to use motherly punishments, Izuku would feel sorry for him and would help him do what was forbidden. Kota, and did you find anything? Bakugo, look and cry, he would say, pointing at an iceberg with some kind of girl inside. Kota, that's it. Percy, yes, Frankenstein's monster. Kota, I didn't think she was a girl, but well, she looks pretty. Percy, now how do we get it out? Bakugo, well, he would say with a smile, I'll take care of it. Percy, shit, he would say, taking Kota, we have to move. Bakugo, seeing that they were at a distance, would simply unleash a fire cut, generating an explosion that burned everything in its path. Percy, they never taught him to hold back, he would say, covering Kota with his body. Kota, I think he doesn't know about that. After the smoke cleared, Bakugo would call both of them because they had the creation of the crazy doctor, so they would disappear in a magic circle, without knowing that they were being watched by someone. Underworld, Lucifer Castle. On the corridors of the Gremry Mansion and current Lucifer Castle, Surzex was playing a game of chess, causing anyone who saw him to be surprised. Subject: Homunculi and Golem production is progressing as planned. Surzex, fabulous. What do you think, Avisprin? Avisprin, this will be a long war, but as long as they provide me with the necessary supplies, I will collaborate with it, he would say, remembering a large number of people who, thanks to their quirks, began to be turned into monsters and who knows what else. Surzex, the Hero Commission sells many civilians in need due to their situation, but with their good quirks, they become bases for your golems and homunculi. Avisprin, the army you need will soon be ready. The courage of a pervert. City of Uraraka. Through the streets of the city of the King of Heroes, one could breathe in incredible joy and peace. Numerous races and factions there lived in peace and harmony. Among them also humans who had no problems after all. There everyone was welcome, except those with dark intentions. The culture of the area also had to be mentioned, given that numerous descendants of heroes from human history, as well as villains of humanity, arrived with their families and would not lose their cultural roots, as well as their connection to their origins. This led to the Uraraka army being diverse. Numerous children of Ares formed the Olympian corps of Uraraka, wearing Greek armor, added to the fact that the successors of the Round Table, or their relatives, wore the armor of the Knights era, not to mention that Izuku had a corps of Uraraka forces to defend the city if anything happened to his servants. This generated order and peace. People lived well. There was no discrimination. If the children were orphans, Izuku had a system that allowed them not to be excluded. In addition, Nizu was processing the installation of UA there, to form new generations of heroes, who leave behind the relationship with the Commission, being willing to kill as a last option or if the opponent was unsalvageable. The latter increased the tension with Japan and led to an Angel of Michael, and with the agreement of the Commission, infiltrating, managing to convince Shiro Tokisada Amakusa to betray, although he never agreed with Yuzu, since he was always a member of the clergy. Ziggurat. Izuku was examining the plans for the upcoming battles, but he didn't count on someone's input. Izuku, what's up, Edmund? And Kaminari? Edmund, it's Shiro Tokisada Amakusa. Kaminari. Izuku, that guy was always a priest. He was infiltrated in Shinto so that he could see and control Amaterasu's movements, and now he was with us. Izuku, Did he steal something? Edmund, no, but he left Stain Taicho in the hospital. Izuku, okay, I want you to go Kaminari. Kill him if necessary. Kaminari, yes, he would say to leave now. I will prove that I am no longer the pervert I was before. Izuku has changed. Edmund, Stain did a great job with him, going from knowing nothing about swords despite his background, to being one of our best swordsmen. Izuku, who would have thought that the hero killer would achieve a miracle? Entrance to Uruk. A group of demigods were arriving at Uruk. Latino, wow, look at this, it's incredible. Rubio, calm Leo. Nico, this will be exciting, I haven't seen my sister in a while. Boy 1, this is great, don't you think? Travis? Travis, you already said it, bro. Dark-haired man, calm down, love, we'll be fine. Girl, yes, but I'm insecure. Asian, what does Praetorian say about what happens? Praetor, as long as they protect us and help us in the battle that follows, everything will be fine. I must also be grateful that they sent someone to assassinate Octavian. Asian, I still don't believe it was an albino girl who did it. Blonde 2, in that case, let's thank you later. Paluva, wow, they are the brothers Travis and Connor Stoll, sons of Hermes. Nico D'Angelo, son of Hades, and my brother-in-law, he would say, earning a grunt from the little emo. Will Salas, son of Apollo. Leo Valdez, son of Hephaestus, like his half-brother Charles Beckendorf. Silena Beauregard, daughter of Aphrodite. Reina Ramirez Ariano, daughter of Bellona. Jason Grace, son of Jupiter or Zeus. Any of them works for me. And of course Frank Shang, son of Mars. Queen, I appreciate the welcome. Leo, wow, I thought it was dye, he would say, touching Paluva's hair. It's real. And your quirk? Paluva, it's pop off. I can get sticky balls out of my hair. But at this point it's not important. Frank, thanks for knowing about me. Jason, did they say you were coming? Paluva, yes. Also he would say, ruffling Nico's hair, it's good to see you as a brother-in-law. Nico, are you still a pervert, Minetta? And why are you more toned and taller? Minetta, going out with your sister has its benefits. She helped me leave my perverted side, and made me train to be like this. Plus she's the sunshine of my life. Nico, good. Minetta, I'll leave you my erotic magazines so you can do whatever you want, he would say in whispers in the boy's ear. Well, I'm Minoru Minetta. I don't hold the title of servant since I'm just using my fighting abilities, but nevertheless, I'm part of Uruk's first line of defense. Charles, that's interesting. By the way, where will we stay? Minetta, the Grecia district is this way if you would be kind enough to follow me. By the way, Arash, you are in charge of security. The aforementioned appears from the shadows, surprising everyone. Arash, okay, and my manners, I am Arash, descendant of the hero of the East and Persia. Arash, archer of King Manacher, and currently an archer-class servant of Babylon. Minetta, okay, continue Kaminari? He would say, seeing the aforementioned appear in his suit. Kaminari, I have a mission, don't wait for me, he would say to leave. Jason, and he is? Minetta, Kaminari Denki, legacy of Kojiro Sasaki, assassin-class servant of Uruk, and one of the best swordsmen. Travis, hey, where's Percy? Connor, yes, where is Jackson? Minetta, on a mission, and I don't know where they sent him. With Kaminari, given his speed when combining the electrification quirk with which he was born, and his skill with the sword, Kaminari developed a technique that he and Stain call breathing, since it used to take the user's breathing to the extreme. So thanks to Asclepius, when he arrived, he told them that if it was not controlled at 100%, it would simply lead to a collapse of the respiratory system. From what information he received, Kaminari knew that it would be in a church, which limited the search options, so he followed it towards the south of Uruk, where, with the proximity to the river, vegetation was present and the desert environment gave way to a kind of oasis, from which a church stood out. Kaminari, I hope you're here, I would say to enter. Kaminari would enter the church, where he would notice a deep silence, while he observed everywhere thanks to the perception of his senses when training with a master like Stain, not depending on sight but sharpening the others were his first teachings. Kaminari simply continued without letting his guard down, until he noticed that he was watching Kodomine, who was simply performing several prayers while lighting candles and incense. Kodomine, so the king sent me to kill Kaminari, to betray the church like that just because of your desire. Kodomine, for the church, you're not wrong. I've been searching for the Grail for a long time, and you guys created a church for it. So I saw what you would do when I joined the church, since I was born with the ability to see the future if something important is going to happen, and I saw the declaration of war, so I decided to play that I was an ally of one side. I have my own ambitions for the Grail, so I will use both sides to my advantage. Kaminari, I didn't expect you to be like that. Shiro. Kotomine, I didn't expect a priest to have those eyes. Kotomine, if my plans go against God's will, I would surely be killed on the battlefield. If that happens, I will accept my death and understand that I have been forgiven. Under this Grail war it will be inevitable. But what if things end perfectly? In that case I will understand that God has not forgiven me even in his death, because I want to know what it will hold, if my goal is just. My wish if I obtain the Grail is to save everyone and cure them, eliminate the faction system and lead everyone to a new era, all being the same race without manifesting properties of one or the other. And I have no intention of dying in battle. I would say taking out a katana unless before one of the beings who serve the King of Heroes. At that moment a noise would surprise both of them, revealing a renegade demon. Demon, wow, so that's your plan, human, shame on you. Kotomine, how come you passed sacred territory? Demon, this land ceased to be sacred thanks to the King of Heroes. Kaminari, sorry, but we were busy here. Demon, miserable human, you will pay dearly for this. He would say, throwing himself. Kaminari, stupid, he would say, to throw himself in a flash and kill him. Demon, damn evil, I would say, to fall dead. Kaminari, then, without the distraction, if your wishes go against my friends, he would say, pointing his sword, I have no choice but to face you. Kotomine, I think that would happen. I would say, to throw a knife. Kaminari, seeing that coming, would dodge the attack and go against Kotomine to fight. Both would begin to exchange cuts, thrusts, and blows at high speed, demonstrating combat mastery. Kaminari, for his part, would bring out the fighting styles of his descendant along with those of Stain. Kaminari used all the teachings he could glean while fighting, making clear his superiority over Kotomine. The priest began to throw thrusts and throwing knives to get away and gain some advantage, but Kaminari dodged them and both launched themselves, clashing swords again. In Kotomine's carelessness, Kaminari managed to cut off his arm, but the priest refused to lose. Kotomine, fighting with one arm is nothing to me. Kaminari, I'm counting on it. Both would resume the fight, making it clear that Kaminari was superior. If someone saw the fight, they would say that Stain created a complete monster in sword fights, from someone who had no future, but who possessed a gift, that of perseverance. In one hit, Kaminari brought out his power, putting Kotomine in trouble with his speed and assertiveness. Kotomine, damn, he would say, seeing that Kaminari broke the sword with one slash, it seems I lost. Kaminari, yes, he would say, pointing the gun at him, I personally hate killing someone unarmed. Kotomine, I understand, he would say, to take the weapon and cross himself. Kaminari, Kotomine would say, taking it. Kotomine, I'm sorry, he would say, spitting blood, I thought that following that ideal would lead everyone to the future. Peace without wars, without heroes or villains, he would say, spitting more blood, I wanted to avoid fights. But I think I was too naive. Tell the king that I hope he can achieve what he sets out to do, he would say, to close his eyes and never open them again. Kaminari, despite what you've done, you were a man with some honor, I'd say, going out to an area and taking a shovel and digging. Despite everything, you maintained a somewhat noble ideal, since you lacked the freedom that everyone deserves. After saying that, he would finish digging to bury Kotomine's body, while covering the body after putting it in the hole while building an improvised cross, leaving his name and his will written on it, to finally return to Uraraka and deliver his mission report and his success. The battle approaches. The king's son. The death of Amakusa Shiro Tokisada caused great surprise among the forces of Babylon, but it did not diminish their convictions. They would fight. Their task was unique, to save human beings from the evil clutches of the biblical ones, to defeat the Hindus and to take the Grail was an exchange of office for war. In itself, Izuku maintained that they should destroy the Grail. Such an object only tempts power. It is not as if they were going to use it, but everything always has a cost. Izuku was in the ziggurats signing papers, since as a faction leader, he wouldn't be free from paperwork, and having two at his disposal means he has double the work to do. Izuku, Almight, why don't you let Ereshkigal take me? He would complain to his mentor while signing papers. Almight, because no one could take you out like they did to your ancestor the time he died from overwork. Izuku, I hope Issei has a better time than me, he would say, signing paperwork. Egypt, Palace of Thebes. Issei could be seen with Cleopatra. Irina and Akino at his sides and on top of him, the three of them completely naked, only covered by a white blanket. Issei, whoa, what a good time I had, he would say, feeling Irina on top of him. Damn, I'm seeing three beautiful angels. Irina, Issei-kun, go to sleep. Akino, you don't want us to send you to do the paperwork, do you? She would say sleepily. Cleopatra, go to sleep, honey, otherwise we won't let you have stress-relieving adventures with paperwork. Issei, Achu sneezes to imply something. Wow, that's strange. Irina, what's wrong? Issei, for a moment I thought Izuku was flattering me. In the ziggurat, Izuku was using some of his inherited clairvoyance, while blushing and annoyed, starting to throw insults in Sumerian to All Might's bewilderment. All Might, quiet shonen. Izuku, fine, he would say, annoyed. Tonight there will be fun. He would think to plan something fun with his three fiancées/girlfriends. Momo and Reyes would enter through the doors, while several demigods would arrive at the same time. Izuku, Momo-chan, Reyes-chan, what's wrong? Momo, it's Olympic territory. Jason, excuse me, Lord Izuku, he would say, bowing like the Roman demigods. Izuku, what's wrong, son of Jupiter? Queen, it turns out we're having trouble. It seems the Crooked One has joined forces with the biblical faction and India. Izuku, in that case, have Katsuki, Frankie, Galahad and Percy get ready to go, and take Ibris-san to help. Jason, we appreciate the support. Izuku, and I need the stoles. Connor, what do you want us to do? Connor, let's steal a watch. Izuku, how good are they at espionage and information gathering? Biblical underworld, Gremory Mansion. Through the corridors of the gigantic mansion of the Mao Lucifer of the biblical underworld, various figures could be seen walking through them. They would have a meeting today that would lead their side to greatness. The group was led by the new Mao Beelzebub, Diodora Astaroth, younger brother of Ajuka Astaroth, former Mao Beelzebub. The support cadre provided by Grigori, before he was assassinated, Kokobil, given that the war was given, not by his ideals, of pitting biblical ones against each other, but against others, but for him, a war was a war. Masked, it seems that Beelzebub-sama has made progress. Diodora, it was a risky plan by Lucifer-sama and the councils, but my brother being a traitor, it favored me greatly. Peliceleste, you're annoying, I'd say seriously. Surzex, oh, they have arrived, League of Villains, Yakuza, and how could I forget, leader of the Liberation Army. All for one, it's a pleasure to have you with us, Mao Lucifer. Shigaraki, tisk, you look effeminate. The guards were going to act, but Surzex would raise his hand. He didn't cross a line to offend him. Even his ex-son dared to say that to him. Dabi, he has the character to endure their insults. Spiner, as long as heroes can be killed. Toga, there will be blood. Zeoticus, as a representative of the Demon Council, I welcome you and offer you the offer. I have heard of your nomus and your projects. If you wish to join, I can guarantee long-term funding, along with demon blood to empower your blessed nomus. In addition, thanks to Michael, we have Samuel's blood, which, if modified, could help you. Additionally, your anti-quirk drug plan sounds fascinating, so we could fund it and propose help along with political support for your goals. What do you think, Rakia? Redestro, oh, that's a tempting offer, but what does it require from us? Azazel, normally we would make the deal with various prices, but my friend here, pointing to Avisprin, is interested in your nomus, so we could help you and you could help us. Falbium, in addition to that, you could guarantee us manpower for this war. Dabi, what war? All for one. So the rumors of the Grail War weren't that. Spinner, what a war. Twice. War/peace. Toga, there will surely be blood. Kokobil, a war for the Sephiroth Graal, a powerful relic, which contains the ability to grant anything, as well as revive the dead. Redestro, it's a powerful relic, he would say seriously and interested. Chisaki, she's powerful, I'd say seriously. All for one. In that case we have an agreement, I would say, for two nomus to appear having a tired muscular, a sign of good faith. Surzex, Avisprin? Avisprin would make the surrounding rocks begin to trap muscular, who for the first time in his life was afraid. All for one snatched his quirk and gave it as a bargaining chip to who knows what, while his legs were swallowed by that rock material that was rising more and more, covering his body, leaving nothing but his head that was being absorbed. Avisprin, I must thank you for bringing the switch for this test. All for one, it's a pleasure. Shigaraki, what will you do? Spinner had a serious face. He was scared, but he had to hide it, as did Tuya and Dabi. who were watching everything. Avisprin, I'm surprised by how little emotion you have, but I've seen what humanity has done, and you villains aren't the best example, but we have common goals. Shigaraki, sensei. All for one, take a good look at Shigaraki Tamura. Avisprin, goodbye, muscular. You may not know me, yet you already hate me. You were born from your mother, you drank from that spring, you gave rise to life. If you take up the weapon, evil will retreat. Evil will eventually wither, and good will lead you to a happy destiny. As the years pass, Spiner, apparently he's just like us, someone who hates this dirty world, he would say in whispers. After Avisprin finished reciting his words and everyone thought something, especially Toga who was somewhat terrified, they noticed that what was muscular began to stand up. It was no longer something human, it was more than 5 meters tall, it had several eyes and orbs on its body, and it only emitted grunts. Golem, grahhhhhhhhhh. In the mansion's laboratories, a duo of children, both demigods, had appeared in a little traveled area. They had their mission given, infiltration and gathering information about the enemy. Flashback. Izuku, as children of Hermes, theft is in their blood, isn't it? Travis, yes. Connor, what's up with that? Izuku, I want to send you both on an information gathering mission. You must infiltrate the laboratories of the biblical underworld and remove all traces of the material they used to create their troops from a combination of living beings without the need for natural birth. They call them homunculus. Travis, this is serious, he would say, avoiding his nervousness and desire to joke. Connor, yes. Izuku, both of you must remove every file and document that proves this, so we can take action. You'll also be Crooked's reinforcements in the war against the Olympians. We're counting on you. End of flashback. Travis, nobody said it would be an easy mission. Connor, I hope Chiron doesn't scold us after this. They were both sneaking through the hallways, noticing various things, many demons, humans, and apparently heroes, given their ridiculous tights, carrying seemingly human bodies out of a room. Upon discovering this, they both decided to go inside and investigate, and were amazed. Travis, so this is what you suspected, he would say, taking pictures. Connor, hey bro, he would say, taking out papers. I found several files. Travis, take everything out and leave no evidence. Both would take out all the necessary evidence, so when finished they both withdrew through where they entered without attracting attention. They knew they had to go to a room, which was inhabited by a maid of Surzex himself and his own queen, Graphia Lucifuge. With their stealth, worthy of children of the god of thieves, they reached the room and entered. Being in shock, there they saw her, the white-haired girl, chained, bleeding, with a white liquid of dubious origin coming out of her body orifices. Her gaze was lost. Travis, oh man. Voice approaching. Let's go. Lord Surzex authorized us to have fun with her. Voice 2, yes, let's do it, although he's not screaming anymore. Connor, brother. Travis would nod, and together they would open the chains like children of Hermes, since they can manipulate the locks and open them as if they knew their creation, which left the woman in his power. Connor, I have this, he would say, placing a sheet over her and also noticing a magic circle. Travis, just in time. Both of them would take the woman and take her away from the place to Uraraka. The Stole's magic circle would appear in the right place, while Izuku, accompanied by Artemis, Reyes, Monoma, Momo, Almight, Milikas, Shoto, and Kirishima along with his protege were waiting for them. Artemis, guys? What happened? She would say seriously upon seeing the woman. Both of them would explain what they had heard and what they had found with her in great detail, causing the women present, particularly Artemisa, to become very angry. Milikas, no, that monster is not my father, he would say, starting to cry. Izuku, seeing that his pupil was breaking down, ran to him and hugged him as if he were a father. Izuku may have changed, but for All Might, who smiled at the sight, the essence of who once was the hero Deku was there, present before them. Izuku, I want you and All Might to leave everything you found. Travis and Connor, yes. All Might, don't worry about Shonen, leave everything to me. Artemis, yes, she would say, joining the hug. She was partly the goddess of children. He entered her domain despite being a demon. Milikas, I don't want it. I don't want his blood. It hurts me too much. Izuku, are you sure? He would say, thinking of an idea. So he looked at Monoma. Monoma, you're not thinking about. Milikas, yes, I'm sure. Izuku would look at Artemis, who had a slight suspicion. Izuku and Monoma used to get together to talk about magic and spells, creating several of them, such as the blood change. And as if the goddess knew what he was thinking, she would nod. Izuku, there is a way you can change your blood. Milikas, how? Monoma, a spell that Izuku and I have been developing. I just need a drop of blood from who would be your parents. Artemis, I will do it, she would say, convinced. I would have a child and I would use Athena's immaculate method, or well, a similar one. Izuku, do it. Monoma, HAI, he would say, to create a circle of green fire around him under the watchful eyes of everyone. Milikas, Alexander, Sug, he would say, arriving like the other children. Katsuma, it's amazing. Monoma, the circle is made. I need your grail. Artemis, how to? Izuku, it was in my vault. Unlike the one from war, this one has no power. Momo, what else is needed? Monoma, Izuku, Lady Artemis, 1 drop of your blood will suffice for the grail. Both would put a little of their blood in the cup, more than a drop to avoid problems, one red indicating the human fragment of the blonde-haired man, and the other gold, sign of being Ichor, the blood of the gods. Monoma, okay. Milikas, stand in the center watching the aforementioned enter the circle. When I tell you, you will ingest the contents of the grail. Milikas, HAI. Monoma, Izuku, Lady Artemis, you must send your power to the circle. Both would nod and send magic and divine essence into the circle, where it began to head towards the grail that absorbed the green fire. Monoma, now kid, drink it. Milikas would begin to take the contents of the grail, while the pain of being burned by the blood began to run through his body. It was the disadvantage of the spell. It was never tested but designed by 2 brilliant minds. It was impossible for it to fail. Izuku, Milikas, Artemis, can the spell be stopped? Milikas, stop. I can do it. After several minutes of screams of pain, and a blinding brightness, silence and stillness returned to the place, where, to the surprise of many, the red-haired, blue-eyed boy who was there before vanished. In his place was a red-eyed boy with golden hair like rays of sun, along with a silver aura surrounding him. Milikas, it worked. Tuchan, Kaa-chan, Izuku, Milikas, Artemis, my child. The 3 would hug each other while several smiled, although many noticed something. Shoto, the child has great power. Kirishima, yes, it is possibly a higher percentage than 2/3 god. Almight would return to the area, so he would approach his disciple, to warn of the Stole's discovery. An attack was coming. Izuku, well, it's time. We must prepare Uraraka. The demons are coming. We will give them a warm welcome that they will not want to forget. The villains join them, and the heroes to heaven, while the latter will attack Egypt. We will defend ourselves from hell, the fallen and villains. All yes. Izuku, Uraraka won't fall these days. Battle of Babylon. Izuku was reviewing the mission reports he delivered to the Stoles. He was truly surprised. Being the son of the god of thieves was a great opportunity, given his skills in theft, which could be used for espionage. Added to his ability to lie well, the blonde-haired boy wondered why Zeus didn't send someone to be a double agent within the crooked army. He put his thoughts aside when he noticed the door to the throne room open, as Percy, Bakugo, Galahad, Ibera along with a recently awakened Frankie, along with several demigods entered, since only Jason Grace, Reina Ramirez Ariano and Annabeth Chase would return to America. Izuku, I'm glad you came, and seeing Frankie Berserker, how have you been? Frankenstein, Br Serker, he would say between grunts. Izuku, good to know, he would say, interpreting it as, I'm fine. Katsuki, and well, nerd, why do you have us here? Izuku, surely Percy will get an idea. The Crooked One, he would say, to the surprise of the Son of the Sea, has decided to be an ally of the biblical and Indian factions. As their forces advance against the Jupiter and Half-Blood camps, they will make the Greek faction fall to surround us with Asgard and Egypt, while the biblical ones focus their attention on India with Shinto. Percy, in that case we should go. Izuku, and indeed they will, I would say calmly. America can absorb a lot of the arsenals of demons and fallen. Plus my father-in-law would become what Poseidon and Hades called him, the drama queen, until I go to his aid. Percy, it's true, he would say, trying to hide his laughter. Katsuki, okay, we'll go there. The others would retreat while the demigods who remained felt their battle instincts scream. Nico, what is this feeling? Bianca, I don't know. Leo, aim, I would say, looking at the east side of the ziggurat. Talia, it's an army. Izuku, well, it's time to fight. We'll give them time to help each other in Olympus to leave while we take care of them. All yes, east side of Uruk. Shoto was on patrol with Monoma, the children and Siegfried, but Siegfried and Shoto took their swords, being heirs of heroes of the past, made their battle instincts react prematurely. Monoma, what's going on? Shoto, careful. He would say to use his sword and cut someone, that's it. Siegfried, what are those things? Monoma, since when do the Nomas attack us? The League of Villains wasn't our enemy, or well, it was, he would say, using the magic staff and causing a large burst of fire. Tristan, do you need help? He would say, throwing arrows as he arrives. Robin Hood, this is weird, he would say, shooting small arrows from his forearm. Kaminari, they are quite stubborn, I would say, splitting one in 3 slices. Mineta, I don't know, he would say, throwing his spheres and catching several. Siegfried, Bamung, he would say, slashing and destroying the trapped Nomas. Kota, shit, he would say, raising his hand. Rhoais, he would say, creating a mana shield in the shape of a lotus flower. Katsuma and Mahoro, let's go, they would say, using their combined noble phantasm. Nomu Gra, Shoto, it's time, he would say, tightly gripping his sword, you will fall, damned. In that, numerous arrows would be buried together with an electric current, calcining the Noma. Talia, not bad show, but you have to leave me alone. Shoto, whatever you say, Thals. Achilles, let's go, he would say, creating a horse-drawn chariot, made with mana Troya's Tragodia. Numerous Nomas on land began to be defeated, giving Babylon a victory, or so it seemed, as numerous homunculi, golems, and demons were arriving. At the same time, a thick fog began to appear while numerous demons who had been the first to attack were slaughtered. Eri, I didn't do anything wrong, right? She would say in a very innocent tone, throwing knives and killing several demons. Aizawa, Eri, he would say, surprised and feeling some fear. Eri, hello mommy caterpillar, she would say with an innocent smile. Shoto, this isn't over yet, he would say, seeing the homunculi and golems approaching. Almight, those are them? Ryukyu, they seem to be. Mandalay people. Kirishima, those aren't humans. The Stoles said something about them being homunculi, artificial humans created to be able to process all the genetics of the underworld clans. Shoto, I will lead the way, he would say, sheathing his sword and drawing a spear to the other side of the sky, beyond these vast lands. That is the wedge of light, which lies at the ends of the world. Rangaminiat, a white horse with a red mane, ran while the field was filled with fire and ice, while it killed several homunculi, until it began to gallop towards the sky and swoop down on 3 golems to destroy them. Alexander, but that's not fair, he would say, to put on a smile. Senpai won't get all the fun, he would say, to the bewilderment of the adults. Bucephalus, a black horse would appear while emanating lightning, and the red-haired boy would draw a sword, finishing off several homunculi and small golems. Milikas, you won't keep everything, would say, to activate his connection with Izuku. Enkidu would say to throw multiple spike chains on homunculi and golems, while ending up standing in front of Eri and winking. Eri, you are a show-off Bakano and Isan. Milikas, and yet you still love me, One-chan. Eri, fine, I'll continue, she would say, taking out her blades. The capital of the fog, our hell begins here. It has no end or beginning, it's just the meaningless repetition of dissection, she would say, so that the fog would become thicker and numerous homunculi would appear cut and dismembered on the ground, dying. Maria the Ripper. Ryukyu, does anyone else think that adorable little girl is scary? Aizawa, where did the cinnamon roll go? Almight, I never expected him to be descended from that London assassin, he would say nervously, and I think he does him credit. A pair of homunculi surviving Ares' attack would jump on the heroes, but a shower of scalpels would fall on them, killing them. Almight, Asclepios, I may be a doctor, but that doesn't mean I'm not worthless. In the battle, Shoto was battling with the spear while Kirishima was preparing with his spear. Kirishima, go GBOLG. From the dust generated by the explosion, numerous homunculi would run out while chasing a black-haired man with multiple wounds. Homunculus, catch Davy. Golems, Crane, Dobby, damn, Homunculus. Mr. Avisprin will be happy to have a subject to make a new golem, especially if it is a traitor. At that moment a sword slices his arm. But what? Shoto. As much as I like seeing my brother unhinged, he would say, looking at Dobby, who smiled at him and laughed a little. Maybe he misjudged him. It wasn't Endeavor's weapon, it was his younger brother, and always was. His desire to get revenge on NG made him blind to seeing what's in front of him being beaten. I'll tell you to let him go. Homunculus, Damn, he would say, raising his other arm. The flames of the phoenix are powerful. Shoto expected the attack as he unsheathed a sword that the demons recognized. Demon, new retreat, he would say with fear. Demon 2, retreat, run away. Shoto, Excalibur, he would say while the sword emitted a great golden fire and sacred energy. Numerous golems, demons and homunculi were left in nothingness as a huge explosion was seen as the field was reduced to ashes. Dying demon, who are you? How can you use Excalibur? That sword was supposed to be broken, he would say, falling dead. Shoto, I am the successor of the Round Table. I am the new king of the knights. I am the bearer of the spear Rangaminiad and the sacred sword Excalibur. I am Shoto Pendragon. The surviving demons along with a few homunculi decided to retreat. The battle was lost. Babylon was better than them. They underestimated them, letting them, instead of being strategists, be fools and revealing the alliance with the League of Villains. In the distance, heroes and fallen angels went to reinforce the battle, but when they saw the power and more when they felt the sacred energy, it made them retreat, leaving the place. It was suicide to attack Uruk, so being only seen by the Count of Monte Cristo, they left. Edmund, so the Japan Hero Commission and the League of Villains took less time to attack than I thought, but it was expected that they would negotiate with the enemy. In Yue, the power of Excalibur was felt by many parts of the world, in particular by Yue High School, which was seeing how the students who stood against Midoriya were removed by their parents, leaving only Koji Koda, Tokoyami Fumikage, Kinoko Komori, Yui Kodai, Juzo Hananuki, Mizo Shoji, Setsuna Tokage, Reiko Yanagi, Pony Tsunatori, Tamaki Amajiki and Nijire Hato from the heroic courses. A couple of kids from the general course, most of the support courses, and no one from the management courses. Nizu, so they're gone, but saving those who remained, they've chosen their side in this war. Midnight, what will we do, Director? Nizu, we will wait for the movement. After all, King David will help us, won't he? David, that's right. After all, they are allies of Uruk. The fall of the Crooked. Long ago, the demigod son of Hermes, Luke Castellan, was contacted through his dreams. Since the prophetic dream of the demigods has repercussions on reality throughout time, he was contacted by the Crooked, the Titan leader of the same, Kronos, the most abominable of his race, father of the 6 main Olympians, Hades, Hestia, Poseidon, Demeter, Zeus and Hera, until being overthrown by his children. A tyrant who watches over himself, being the most powerful son of Gaia, Mother Earth and Uranus. Heaven. The contact of Luke and Kronos set a future that would lead to the current Second Titanomachy, a war conflict between gods and demigods against the Titans, making the 2 world wars look like simple firecrackers in comparison. It all started when Luke stole Zeus's Master Bolt and Hades' helmet, nearly causing a war between the Big Three, since if the Big Three of Greece fought, the entire world would be plunged into chaos, as they were the most connected to their domains. When Poseidon's son returned what he stole and prevented the war, Hermes' son rebelled against Olympus by calling on the demigods to join him and Kronos, poisoning the tree that protects the place that is the refuge of the demigods, Camp Half-Blood. Talia's tree, since the current lieutenant of the Huntresses and daughter of Zeus rested there, was the one that emanated a barrier that kept the enemies of the Olympians out of the reach of their mortal children. Without the tree, numerous demigods would be killed and devoured, since Kronos controlled several of the children of Echidna and Typhon, who feasted on the flesh of the demigods. The situation led to the search for the Golden Fleece, given its healing and resurrection abilities, which allowed the camp to be safe again, after several problems in between, and for Talia to leave the tree, returning to the life she had previously lost, arriving at the camp. After the quest for the Golden Fleece, they decided to kidnap Artemis so she could not participate in the debate on Olympus about whether to take action in the war or not. This led to demigods and hunters of Artemis joining forces to rescue the god of the moon in the hunt, who had been captured and forced to carry the weight of the sky, to free the Titan Atlas. The battle was won at a cost, the death of Zoe Belladonna, lieutenant of the hunters of Artemis, daughter of the Titan Atlas, and exiled from the Garden of the Hesperides after helping Heracles in one of his 12 labors. After his second failure, Kronos attempted another attack, this time against Camp Half-Blood, so the gods would have no one else to use in the war. However, the defenses of Talia's tree, which thanks to the Golden Fleece held its own even with Zeus's daughter away, were stronger, so a frontal attack was ruled out. The Titan decided to undertake an expedition through the labyrinth to reach Camp Half-Blood. But this ended in failure, and although it caused many deaths, the victory went to the Olympians. Mount St. Helens, the new prison for the god's bane. Kronos could be seen walking through the interior of the mountain, as he approached a grotesque chain being. Kronos, Typhon. Or Typhon, king of the monsters, father of them and bane of the Olympians. Son of Gaia and Tartarus, two primordial beings. Typhoon Kronos. What are you doing here? He would say in an imposing and serious voice. Kronos, I have come to free you, for you to fight and let out your power, for you to finish Olympus with me and for us to finish off the allies that it has made, Babylon, Egypt, Shinto, Asgard, that pathetic school of heroes in Japan, even the lands of the Aztecs, Incas, Mayans and Celts, everyone will pay, even their neutrality will be punished. Typhoon, what do you gain from it? He would say, not believing those words. Kronos, Olympus, Babylon, Egypt, Asgard, Shinto and Yue have declared war on the Biblicals and India, for the obtaining of the Holy Grail. Despite being in this prison, you and I know of the power it holds. If we get hold of it, we will rule as we should have done, humans, gods, creatures alien to them, all kissing the ground where we walk. In the vicinity of Mount St. Helens, a massive eruption began to occur at the top of Mount St. Helens. Lava began to flow down the mountain, tremors soon followed, and the caldera erupted, spewing ash, lava, and rocks everywhere. Manhattan. The demigods were in the middle of a fight. Their allies would not arrive in time to fight against the Titan's army since the requests for help were made somewhat late. But that did not matter, they had to resist. On Shinto's side, Susanoo was on his way. Thor was on his way from Asgard with a contingent of Asgardians and Valkyries, while the servants of Egypt and Babylon were almost there. They had been fighting for several hours, with hordes and hordes of monsters constantly arriving, and they even managed to stop the Creo's Titan with great difficulty. But hope was restored with the arrival of the first reinforcements, given that Yasaka, leader of the Kyoto faction, the yokai, had arrived with numerous members of the largest yokai clan, the Kitsunes, turning the tide of the battle. In Atlantis, Poseidon and his soldiers, supported by Triton, Amphitrite and other sea spirits along with the animals that inhabit the waters, were facing Ocean and his forces that kept arriving, so their response would take a while to come. On Olympus, the eruption of Mount St. Helens was a shock to everyone, so on Olympus they prepared to fight. Everyone was ready to fight, with the exception of Demeter, who was in Manhattan, supporting the demigods with supplies. Zeus's fury was immediate, so with his lightning bolt he threw down a great storm to stop the father of monsters. The lightning bolts did nothing when they hit the ground. Typhon simply ignored them, even with a shower of arrows that Apollo launched along with his twin Artemis, who left Babylon to fulfill her duty as an Olympian deity. Hephaestus and Hestia attacked with Greek fire, Dionysus with waves of madness, and Hermes launched an infinity of magic spells that he had stolen from Hecate. But nothing stopped the great monster, not even Susanoo no Mikoto, being the second to attack with his sword, the one that was able to wound Yamata no Orochi, was a match for the father of monsters, so he decided to focus on waiting in Manhattan for a plan to stop the doom of Olympus. Manhattan. The forces were rearming as the monsters were retreating and the heroes of Olympus were starting to arrive. Kiba Yuto, Arthur Pendragon, both relatives of Shoto Pendragon in Babylon, Gaspar Vladi, the new Astolfo and Sir Bedivere from Egypt arrived to fight, while Ibra Shiozaki, Frankenstein, Bakugo, Percy and Galahad arrived. Michael Yu, what a relief. Bakugo, don't relax, the fight isn't over yet, he would say calmly. Ibra, being the heir to the hero of charity changed you. Bakugo, and a lot like everyone else. Gaspar, an attack is coming. Galahad, Lord Camelot. The attack began to cover a strong time wave launched by Kronos to try to speed up or slow down his enemies and reinforcements from Olympus, while the others prepared to fight. Traitor demigod, die! He would say, attacking Galahad while holding the shield. Bedivere, you won't do it, he would say, holding the sword with one hand and then attacking him. Ibera, the gods attack Typhon. Kiba, what do you suggest? Bakugo, we will help, we must use our noble phantasms to the fullest. Arthur, he's crossing the Hudson River. Frankenstein, grahhhhhhhhhhhhh, he would say, roaring to launch himself into the attack of several monsters. Ibera, come on, Arthur. I am Sir Gawain's successor, he would say, making his sword shine. I will not surrender. Excalibur Gallatin, Ibera, I'm going, she would say, so that her bow will begin to shine. The great hunt will begin, and the mighty boar will be brought down. Feed this catastrophe. Ibera would throw 3 arrows that, being at a great distance, would multiply, causing a rain of arrows. Kiba, this is the sword that defeated my father, I would say, so that the red and green fire emanated from it. Clarent Blood Arthur, Gasper, I'm still here, I would say, animated like his ancestor Cassar de Logistil. Percy, they're not going to leave me behind. Extella Link, the noble phantasm attacks would merge with the attacks sent by the gods, impacting Typhon, causing great damage, while the other demigods, yokais and Asgardians who had just arrived, reinforced the others, since Thor joined in to support Zeus's lightning bolts with his hammer. Typhoon, bad curse, he would say, stepping back. Zeus, Hephaestus would throw out some chains as the force of all the attacks forced him back to Mount St. Helens, while Zeus and the others ended up sealing him back in his place, from which he was not to be released. Kronos, and oh, they're ruining everything. In Manhattan, the monsters were retreating, but Izuku wasn't sure that the help sent would be enough, so he sent another person. Jean, Eternal Light, she would say, waving the banner she had. Numerous monsters, including the Titan himself, were hit and left with several wounds. Kronos, cursed saint, cursed Elohim and his blessings, I would say, wounded. Only the gods could hurt him, and the biblical God, although not many can stand it, like Ra, has a primordial level, so the damage from a blessed one like the Saint of Orleans would hurt him, not severely but seriously. Bakugo, looks like I'm next. Kronos, the heir of India's strongest demigod, unfortunate. Bakugo, know the laws of the gods whose power now takes form. Burn everything. Vasvi Shakti, Kronos, I am a Titan, and even if you have some divinity due to your heritage, you will not do anything to me, he would say, but the flames of the spear began to burn him. What? He would say, scared, since he was beginning to feel the pain of Bakugo's spear. Blood began to come out of his wounds. Numerous veins of ichor manifested in him. No, it can't be. How can they defeat me? Percy, as if that were all, he would say, to use his noble phantasm again. Kronos, no, he would say, to be too badly hurt. The gods began to arrive, while numerous monsters were killed and sent to reform Tartarus. Zeus, it's time. Kronos, no. Luke, Percy, he would say, throwing a sword. It is said that there was a prophecy on Olympus. It said that of the oldest gods, a half-breed will reach 16. Against all that was predicted. In an endless dream, the world will be seen the soul of a hero. A cursed leaf to reap a single decision will end his days. Olympus will preserve or destroy. This prophecy was broken with the return of Egypt and Babylon, but not all was lost, since from the hand of Babylon, the hero who will save Olympus took a cursed sword, Anaclosmos, ready to kill the Titan. Kronos, no, he would say, disappearing and trying to get into Luke, who, thanks to several demigods, were able to remove the Titan. Although he did not pay for his sins, I will not leave empty-handed. Luke, Percy, he would say solemnly, I'm sorry, he would say, to snatch the weapon from him and stick it in his heart, definitively killing the son of Uranus, but killing himself in the process, condemning his own soul to the verdict of the gods. The battle begins in Ue, Japan, Office of the Hero Public Safety Commission. Several characters could be seen gathered in the Hero Commission office. Given that the leak of the hero's direct involvement in a genocide did not sound good to the press, given an anonymous source, because in order to avoid making the supernatural world known, the existence of an entire town was leaked whose inhabitants were born with the Nicomatus quirk, which never subjugated anyone, and for that reason they were eliminated. The press took the case to the public, which was causing a great stir. The heroes lost more power and respect from civilians, and the police, seeing the marches, were sent to suppress them. The problem also escalated given that the commission wanted to go against Ue, where director Niza knew about this move, but to the Japanese annoyance, Star and Stripe had arrived at Ue. America's #1 heroine was in the Hero Academy, more determined to support them than the Japanese government, added to the fact that many governments doubted the Japanese for letting someone expose them in that way. Beast Genist, what do we do? Ue has a great security system, it's a fortress. Yuga, but the League of Villains, when they used me as an informant, they hacked me. Mount Lady, The problem is that it must have been reinforced with that blonde thing. Hawks, Midoria, the current ruler of Babylon, is untouchable. Mirko, that brat, he'll see when he gets beaten up again. Yora, what do they want? Mirio, he has Aryan his power, that makes him a great danger. Endeavor, it's decided, we'll attack UA before that Sumerian moves. Everyone nodded as a redhead emerged from the shadows alongside a fallen man with a serious face, both of whom would help fight in this attack. President, to what do I owe the honor, Sirzex Azazel? Sirzex, nothing special. I heard that they needed troops. That's why a friend of mine, the new demon clan, the Millennia, offered to be their supportive troops. After all, we have created homunculi with the ability to use powers of demons and fallen. President, I'm listening. At UA, Principal Nizu was aware of this, after all. He had young Tamaki as an insider, informing him of the Commission's every move after Mirio sided with them, and Nijire followed him. Nizu knew Tamaki disagreed, but he knew they needed an insider, and given the loss of numerous students due to the escalating distrust of UA following their decision to firmly support Izuku Midoriya, there were no options. Star, what the director says. Midnight, how serious is the attack? President Mike, how long will we resist? Nizu, I'll be honest, I don't think UA will survive this. I'd say seriously, my rational side tells me we're not going to win, but my optimistic side makes me think we need miracles. Star, indeed, we should be optimistic. Nizu, the Commission has always had ties to the mouse, especially the Gremries, the current Lucifer being one of them. The information Tamaki sent us indicates that they've created homunculi with the power of biblical races, quirks, and other abilities that the supernatural world provides. If we add to that the golems that Avisprint can create, and those descendants of dangerous figures from human history, we can't be too confident in this fight. President Mike, we are those present, plus Tiger, Ragdoll, MSS Joke and Gang Orca, not counting the few students who stayed. Nizu would take a deep breath. They would need arms, and even if they removed the robots from the entrance tests, how many heroes could Naomasa Tsukachi lead? His most capable ally after choosing the UA side with all might. They also had a little support from the Kyoto faction, but not much more. Nizu, so sure, what do you think about the situation? He would say, calling the yokai Kitsune, brother of Yasaka, leader of the faction. So sure, the situation will be serious, and we will tend to lose those present and others in the UA, where we will fall if help from the other factions does not arrive. Midnight, who will help us now? She would say desperately. At that point, a magic circle would open, from which at least 15 teenagers would emerge. So sure, vampires. Vampire 1, I am Michaela Hayakuya, from the Vampire Clan of Japan, allied to the Carmilla faction. We are supporting in this war for the Holy Grail. Nizu, I must thank you for the support, Michaela-san. Michaela, just tell me Mika and Elmenahal Dano ordered it. UA is without defenses to fight now, but we will reinforce them. What do you say we will strengthen them. We will not let the demons gain more power. Nizu, I appreciate the support. Midnight, could you take them to their quarters? Midnight, accompanied by President Mike, would take them to the Alliance of 1B since the few who remained were in 1A with the few of said class who did not leave, Mei Hatsum who had returned from Babylon by teams and could not leave, and Shinzo who was the intermediary with Uraraka. So sure, I'll prepare my yokais. Let's hope the attack isn't that strong. Nizu sighed. Since things had turned out this way, there was no longer any talk of heroes or villains, but rather of red or black factions, given the alliances in the Grail War. Like Izuku, the director maintained that the artifact should be destroyed, but the politicians and top heroes who weren't with UA thought very differently. Naomasa, coffee? The former detective would say as he entered. Nizu, I don't drink coffee, but I would definitely accept tea. Star, I'll accept the coffee. Naomasa would prepare both orders while they began to get up to speed on what was coming. It wouldn't be easy to win this time. Izumo, Amaterasu could be seen dealing with a faction leader's nemesis, paperwork. Amaterasu, when is this shitty paperwork going to end? She would say annoyed. I don't have my cats to calm me down. She would say depressed because of the lack of Nicuchio. Tsukuyumi, I thought you'd be watching what Yasaka's sister is doing. The moon god would say, entering with Bishamonten. Amaterasu, do you think I can? She would say, pointing at her paperwork. Bishamonten, there is news, my lady. Amaterasu speaks. Tsukuyumi, the Hero Commission is about to attack UA. with a bunch of demon-created troops. Bishamontan. The fact that they are in these lands favored them. Heroes and villains have made deals with them, making them stronger. Amaterasu. Being numerous does not mean being stronger. Tsukuyumi. But what will we do? UA must not lose. Amaterasu. Send our warriors, after all, we won't be the only ones to go. Bishamontan. Who do we count on to support us? Tsukuyumi. The heir of Lubuhosen, Yenchin, whom we rescued from the commission as we are descendants of the heroes of China, in addition to which we will send the descendants of Takeda Shinjen, Hijikata Toshiro, Oda Nobunaga, Shiki Ruji and Okada Aizu, in addition to Minamoto no Yorimitsu and the descendant of Attila the Hun. Uraraka. Izuku could be seen walking towards his throne in the ziggurat, while the difficulty of his legs did not let him move forward along with the pain. It was daytime and last night he unloaded all his frustration on his paperwork, while in his room, a goddess, a demon, an aspiring heroine and surprisingly a dragon queen, lay asleep without clothes covered with a white sheet after an incredible night of love and passion. Izuku couldn't believe it, it was expected from his girlfriends, but that Tiamat, former primordial of the Babylonian Sea, current dragon queen of chaotic karma, had slept with him. But he remembered something, since in his practices with Artemis in the Ark she had appeared to challenge him in a fight. He, without knowing what was happening, accepted the fight and defeated her. But that meant that the dragon queen of chaotic karma found her male, her partner for life, since female dragons do not ask for someone weak as a partner, but someone strong. Therefore whoever defeated the dragon would be their partner for life. At first, Momo, Reyes and Artemis talked to the dragon, since they discovered that she had done very well, and she had no problems sharing, since in dragon terms, powerful male dragons have harems, since it reflects their status. So Izuku being a human, she could allow him to have a harem, since using that logic it would be said that he is powerful. Artemis and the others ended up chatting with her and the blonde-haired boy, but as soon as the door closed, and some silence rune symbols were activated, it did not open again until the next morning. The blonde-haired boy would not lie, he enjoyed it a lot, but that had its consequences, since he could not feel anything in his legs. He limped to the throne where Almight saw him and gave him a thumbs up, getting an idea when he saw his somewhat messy hairdo. Almight, Shonen, what are we doing today? Izuku, I want to know what's going on at UA. Almight, I think he would say seriously as the door opened, revealing Alexander, Kota, Katsuma, Mahoro, Ares, Satanta, Millicast and Nico D'Angelo that we should go help. Izuku, so the commission, heroes move right? Almight, not to mention that Hell and Grigori are going to send reinforcements. Izuku, okay, Millicast, Kota, Alexander, you and the others are going to accompany Aizawa-sensei and All Might to go to UA. Satanta, this will be manly, he would say excitedly. Katsuma, yes. Kota, it seems that hanging out with Kirishima gave you his lines. Eri, it will be amazing. Mahoro, yes. Alexander, good, he would say smiling. Millicast, we will show our strength, he would say, giving a Gilgamesh-style smile. Permission to attend this mission, Chief. Izuku, Jason would say, looking at the mentioned, are you sure? Jason, sure, besides, it's boring for us to wait for the battle, we're mostly warriors. Izuku, I understand, he would say, meditating on those words. What are you telling me? Achilles, he would say, to draw the attention of the aforementioned. Achilles, sounds exciting. And it will be fun, I would say, excited, to see him next to her. What do you say, big guy? Big guy, GROHHHH. Izuku, so you want to go right, Asterios? Asterios, friend Izuku, let go. Izuku, of course, you will be the reinforcement we send to UA, so prepare yourselves. And tell Sir Tristan something tells me you will need an archer. All yes. All Might, this is Shonen's. I hope Aizawa doesn't hit me for not stopping you from assigning them to the mission. Katsuma, hey Nico, what do you think we'll do? Nico, I have no idea, but I'm excited and angry at the same time. Mahoro, why do you say that? Nico, my sister will be alone with Mineta. Eri, you do know that he changed because of her, right? Nico, yes. But if he damages her, I'd say, making 10 skeletons appear, he won't want to know what's waiting for him. On the northern border, Mineta was patrolling with Robin Hood, Kaminari, and the latter's current girlfriend, Nero Claudius. He unconsciously trembled a little, causing Nero to laugh, while Kaminari simply took pity on the soul of a friend. Falsehood always falls. UA School. Principal Nizu, the most intellectual being in all of Japan, just as David Shield was in America and Ireland, was one of the greatest experts on the supernatural world. He knew it involved a war for the Sephiroth Grail. He knew it was a war that would end up having repercussions in the human world, given that several factions would come to them to swell their ranks and fight in the war. It was not necessary to know who the sides were in it. When numerous heroes began to have more power than before and numerous villains began to stop attacking, along with the Liberation Army, who were very calm. Everything had changed so suddenly, so sighing, he took a deep sip from his cup of tea, while looking from his office, while he observed the panorama, and it was not pretty at all. Numerous demons, fallen angels, homunculi, gnomes, golems, heroes of the Commission, villains, not to mention the newly joined demonic clan, the Millennia, a clan of vampires with extensive knowledge of magic, which in the past Merlin himself had to face and emerge victorious. Nizu, well, he would say with a sigh. Midnight, Director? Star, what do you suggest we do? Nizu, activate robot security on the perimeter. I want the students to fight if they want to and use their quirks freely without restriction, and tell our supports to be prepared. Snipe, yes. Ectoplasm, I will join the attack. At the entrance of the UA, the entrance exam robots were stationed in defense of the perimeter within the UA, while several were strategically placed as were the 0 points. Likewise, numerous kitsuns with some vampires from Carmilla's faction of Japan were prepared for the fight, along with several students who were more than willing to defend their school and what they believed was right. Midnight, keep calm, students. Shinzo, yes, Aizawa's unrecognized son would say. May, come on, come and see them with my defective babies, ha 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 ha, she would say, laughing like a maniac. Michaela, ready over here. So sure, yes. At that time, numerous magic circles with kanji appeared in the academy, from which numerous supporters led by descendants of past heroes would emerge. One of them was a woman wearing military-style attire, prominently colored in black and red, with leg guards, a long red cape that reached below her knees, and a hat bearing the Oda family crest. She was short, had black hair, and red eyes. Midnight, who are you? Girl, ha ha ha, I am the new demon Nobunaga, demon queen of the sixth heaven. Very well, I allow you to receive my help, she would say arrogantly. The next one was a white-haired girl, beautiful given her perfect figure and tan skin. Her body was carved with the white markings of war and combat tattoos like the star emblem. Altera, I am Altera, descendant of Attila the Hun, she would say, unsheathing her sword. May, great, I'll have to work on a baby with kanjis after I try it with Nordic runes, she would say excitedly. The next was a man with short red hair and reddish feathers on top of his head, as well as plain white eyes. He wore a red general's uniform, which included heavy armor and thick fur trim over his gloves and collar. The armor was blue, while the fur was striped black and white in the second ascension and black with a yellow striped pattern in the third. Tetsu, the descendant of the flying general, he would say surprised. Next up is a man with a wild mane of light hair, wearing plate armor and a half cape, carrying a gumbai on his back. Beside him was another man, short and with the appearance of a martial arts fighter, tattooed and almost shirtless. To his right, a man with a serious, strict demeanor, demonstrating discipline, wearing Western clothing and a firearm. There was also a middle-aged man with long black hair tied in a ponytail, covering his right eye. He has pale skin, orange eyes, and a murderous or superior grin on his face. His weapons consist of 2 katanas with a third sheathed. Beside the swordsman is an elegant, virtuous, and glamorous woman in the prime of her youth. Although she is a cold-headed military woman, she is very beautiful. Her hair is long and dark violet, like her eyes, and she appears to be wearing a one-piece latex suit with a heart-shaped insignia attached to her neck and waist. Beside her is a girl wearing a light, shiny kimono with a graceful expression, showing discernment yet full of affection. Before the introductions began, a roar was heard in the area, while a gigantic golem was seen running towards the UA gates with a single purpose. Midnight, muscular? He would say, recognizing the golem's way of running. Golem, grahhhhhhhhhh. Muscular, as golem did not stop and attacked the gates of the UA, knocking them down, while several nearby 0 points focused on stopping the golem of the former villain detained at camp by Izuku after saving Koda. Robot, stop intruder. Numerous robots came out against the homunculi and other enemies that entered the UA, while the students attacked with their quirks and May threw her defective babies. Altera, those who can, fight hand to hand, she would say, so that several would throw themselves at her. Okada, and I thought I couldn't fight, he. Altera, Grand Temple of Time, would say, to throw several magic rays against numerous demons and fallen. Okada, hey, he would say, to draw 2 katanas and throw himself, don't leave me without fun. Numerous cuts began to occur as fallen homunculi and demons fell to the ground dead without a limb, head, or simply from being cut in half from the stomach up. Star and Stripe, I thought the demons were a bit strong, I would say, touching a large, not to say fat, man. Fat demon, how dare you, insolent human brat, he would say with annoyance, I am the high-class demon Gordzig millennia, you cannot touch me, you dirty miserable human. Star and Stripe, new order, I order you to surrender to the heroes of UA. Gord simply moved to where Shinzo and Ectoplasm were being held in UA. Hawks, damn, he would say, retreating in the air, but Star and Stripe, you're leaving, my feathered friend. Mirko, oh no, American, I'll fight you. He would say to hold Star Moon Ring. Star, you hit well, Mirko, but your career ends here. New order, break a leg. Mirko, what? No. One, she would say when she broke her own leg, unfortunate. Star, now where's the chicken? Endeavor, far away from here. He would say to punch the heroine, he had enough with All Might, now another American had to come. At that, before Star answered, the sound of horses and a chariot began to be heard, while numerous homunculi, golems and demons were finished off by a kind of green energy at high speed. Shinzo, Babylon reinforcements. Satanta, this is very manly, he would say, hitting a group of fallen after appearing on the battlefield with a magic circle with Sumerian letters. Tetsu, why do you sound like Kirishima? Satanta, because Kirishima and I is my Nissan and he is the most manly one I know, he would say, smiling. Alexander, kid, don't keep all the fun for yourself. Satanta, a red-haired boy riding a horse, would say, my name is Alexander. I am a descendant of Iskandar of Macedonia, apprentice and younger brother of Izuku and Iisama. Go ahead, Bucephalus. The horse would flash lightning and charging to the army of fallen and homunculi as Tristan. These children, a redhead would say with his eyes closed while drawing a strange bow, I am Sir Tristan, one of the knights of the New Round Table, servants of Uruk. Hawks, curse, he would say, falling after being wounded in one of his wings. Edge shot, Hawks. Mirio, Hawks senpai. Nijire, no. Tamaki, I think it's time, he would say, to take everyone in his octopus arms. Mirio, Tamaki? How could you? Tamaki, the commission is not on the right side. Mirio, that's why I was always passing everything on to the director. He's one of those on the right side. Nijire, what do you mean? Tamaki, we are not soldiers. The commission is ordering us to kill the students here. Mirio, it's for the greater good. Ida, that's right. Kyoka, but Tamaki, is behaving like villains for the greater good? He would say, annoyed. Nijire, no, it isn't. She would say, to attack Mina and wash with her waves, for which Tamaki released him. Mirio, damn, I didn't expect this from you guys, he would say angrily. Do you hear me? You were my friends, but you betrayed me. Years of trust in you guys for you to hit me from behind. And to think I could expect more from the heroes, a male child's voice would say. Tamaki, Koda? I would say, seeing a white-haired young man of no more than 13 years old, but his appearance was that of a 16-year-old boy, with a mature face. Koda, it's a gift from my ancestor, he would say without further ado, and taking out his swords, he would say, pointing at Mirio, don't know the damage you cause. Mirio, damage? I just follow what a hero should do. Koda, and letting people die for the greater good. Aren't you supposed to be the hero Lemillion, the one who will save 1,000,000? Or will you save that 1,000,000 while leaving the rest aside? Mirio, I don't care. Lemillion-san, why did you do it? A well-known female voice would say. Mirio, Eri? Eri, where are you? I'll get you to safety. Eri simply showed her face reflected betrayal when she saw one of her rescuers under her command. Eri, why Lemillion-san, why did you sell yourself to those who have hurt me? Mirio, no, Eri, I'm here to help. I would never sell myself to the Yakuza. Mirio, but Eri, what are you talking about? The commission. Eri, the commission was the one who ordered everything. The existence of my quirk was something they could use to silence those who thought differently. But when Overhaul saw what I could do, he revealed himself. You break my heart like this, she would say, crying. You sold yourself to those who made me suffer, Lemillion-san. Mirio, no, Eri, I didn't do it, he would say, on the verge of entering a mental breakdown. Thousands of things went through his head, seeing Eri's face. Without a doubt it was what made him think. But that was the beginning. His mind was fragmenting. The internal struggle began to drive him crazy. Tamaki, sorry, buddy, he would say, putting a mental hospital t-shirt on him for noticing the hero's mental breakdown. Nicuchio, Eri? Edge shot, there's the girl, catch her. Yoroi, let's go. Death Arms, we must catch her. Eri, the capital of fog, our hell begins here. It has no end or beginning, it is only the meaningless repetition of dissection, he would say, so that the fog became thicker, and the heroes were worried, since Kamui Woods was all cut and bleeding while Beast Genist fell to the ground with his throat cut. Maria the Ripper, Yoroi, catch the girl. Edge shot, sorry kid, but you're going to the commission and then to Tartaros. Wash. Tamaki, Eri, I would say, running towards her to defend her. Millikas, damn mongrels who want to touch a hair on my One-Sen Gate of Babylon. Numerous weapons were fired towards the heroes, where the samurai hero did not last long as the boy smiled and laughed. Minute 3.10. Millikas, ha, they are nothing more than mixed breed dogs that don't know their place. Katsuma, let's go, Nei-san. Amahoro Hai. Both would launch themselves against the remaining homunculi behind the heroes as the demons began to retreat, and the fallen took flight, escaping. Koda, I think it's my turn, he would say, creating a Balkalidbulg. He would say to throw an arrow towards a group of fallen and demons, causing a huge explosion. Asterios, Graha would say, hitting and destroying golems. Jason, I'm not one of those who fight, but one of those who lead, although that doesn't mean I'm not good at combat, he would say, handing out punches with his bare fists. Random demons retreat, fallen, retreat. The entire army that survived, a few, left with their tails between their legs. The battle in UA was won. UA and its allies were victorious. But there are always sacrifices in battle. The Fall of Svarga Part 1. Battles always bring sacrifices. Ever since humanity fought battles, wars, and even reduced everything to an eternal struggle between good and evil, it has caused victims and sacrifices. This era is no exception to the others. One for all and all for one are the clearest examples of the modern era. But that doesn't mean it should be seen as something good or bad. Deaths are bad anywhere, but often, at the end of the battle, the winner minimizes them. That's a change. Throughout UA, there was a large amount of rubble, robot parts, destroyed golems, fallen and dead demons, homunculi dying or fighting to live, until death embraced them in its cloak of gloom. The descendants and heroes of Shinto helped the heroes of UA, searching for the wounded and survivors, because despite the fight, one must never lose the values of what it means to be a hero, helping others without asking for anything in return, although this is the result of humanity forgetting all the heroes of the past because of quirks. Koda, are you okay? Nicuchio, no, she would say, crying. The three big ones left. Tamaki, Mirio is crazy. Having Eri reveal the truth broke him for good, I would say, seeing Tin being taken to a mental hospital. Alexander, that's not the end, because now we have to rebuild and give hope to others. Katsuma, Alexander is right. Mahoro, we must move on, and not let them be forgotten. They will have done bad things. Eri, but they are still human beings, who forget history. Millikas, they are condemned to repeat it. Satanta, also, forgetting those who helped shape us is not manly. Shinzo, teacher, react. A desperate voice would say. May Miss Midnight, she would say in a broken tone. Kinoko, no. Pony, Miss Midnight. Everyone decided to see what happened. But if there's one thing that's certain, where in one line a death is assured, in others it tends to repeat itself as a necessary event, an event that turns out to be the basis for change. Mount Lady. So the old lady died, she would say, something smiling. While she was transported, the old lady died, she would say, starting to celebrate. Present Mike, shut up. He would say without holding back, because of all of you, damn sellouts, because of him he died. Hawks, they should have handed over Midoriya. Mirko, and this was avoided. Nizu, and continue being the commission's throwaway dogs? No sir, we are heroes and that's how it's going to be. Therefore, I must tell you that for your audacity, you will have to stay in Tartarus. Hawks, the commission or the demons are going to get rid of Nizu, don't relax, endeavor, and when that happens we'll get revenge for this. The trucks were stopped by Nizu before leaving. Official, where will it take them? Nizu, take them to Kyoto. Yasaka Dano has their cells ready. Officer, right away. Thus they left for the prison from which they would not get out with anyone's help, since it was a special prison, something that Yasaka, Hades and Amaterasu prepared, a pocket dimension, from which it is not possible to escape without help from outside, and counting its creators, only Issei and Izuku know how to access it, which makes it a safer prison than Tartaro's prison itself. In Japan, the UA battle did not go unnoticed by anyone, and as the fights progressed and the UA was clearly tipping the scales in its favor, civilians wanted to come out and protest in support of the Commission, given that the Commission had instigators raising the masses. But this did not happen. Almight released a recorded message, where he showed conclusive evidence of alliances between All for One, the villain who almost defeated him on Kamino, along with the president of the Hero Public Safety Commission. There, the people and civilians understood that for the system to work, they must make a pact with both the devil and God, so the crowds dispersed or redirected, shouting for the closure of the Hero Commission. Japan was already changing, no more hero system, and just as it was happening there, people rose up all over the world, demanding accountability from their respective countries' commissions. These commissions were determined to send weapons, soldiers, and heroes to purge Japan and erase its failure as a black day in history, but it was to no avail. World governments began audits, and the discoveries were varied, including records too sinister to recount, indicating a cover-up of genocide and the preparation of a great symbol of evil, chaos, that, after All for One falls, would rise and keep the system running. All over the world, the end of the era of heroes and villains began to occur, and the commissions toppled like dominoes, all triggered by the hunger for power and control. Izuku was hugging Momo as she cried for Midnight's death, while the rest of Class A and B who were there with him mourned that loss. Izuku, this change cost too much, I would say, for everyone to see. We will no longer lose more loved ones because of this war. We will end it. Shoto, friend, what will you do? Dabi, I feel like I want to see this, I would say, relaxed. Shoto, at least you're not that crazy. And how's your reconstruction? Tuya, I'm not complaining. At least we got rid of the old man. Izuku, they shouldn't claim victory, because if they attack Kyoto, they will be liberated. All Might Shonen. Izuku, without looking, headed to the balcony while the citizens of Uraraka were waiting for something. A few hours ago they all gathered there. They wanted to know what they would do, since the war was not indifferent to them. On the contrary, they wanted to participate and win for their new home. Izuku stood in front of the ziggurat and proceeded to speak, while additionally the other servants, with the exception of those from UA, returned with their allies, a large number of demigods and Aztec soldiers, along with their leader, Quetzalcoatl. The reason India was encouraged to attack his faction, until then neutral in the war, by giving a preemptive attack in Chichen Itza. Izuku, inhabitants of Uraraka, some time ago, since this city came back to life, I told you that to maintain our way of life we would enter a war that could be the end of us. I told you to live however you wanted, that you could run away, get drunk on pleasure, throw yourself into the underworld of sorrow. But against all odds, you responded that you would fight and support the decisions being made. That you were more than determined to defend the land that allowed you to call it home. That we would resist even though the outcome was not certain and could lead us to destruction. Despite this, Uraraka is a happy, prosperous city, and it's all thanks to you, its culture, its history, its inhabitants, including me and my allies. I'll repeat it. Uraraka will be lost. That is an immovable fact. Now, tomorrow, in a week, or in 1,000 years, it will be lost. But don't mourn. Why? Because as long as a single person witnesses victory, our way of life will always remain in their heart. Even if we have no offspring, our will be the one that persists forever. That is the power of Babylon, regardless of race. The fall of the city will not be ours, for you are Uraraka, not these houses and walls. We will shine through time after victory. Hear me, elite soldiers, servants. We will defeat the Red Faction. We will end the gods who want our death and submission. This will be the final war, against those who want to see us on our knees. They would give their lives, so that the glory of our people endures in the world. The people would give a cry of support. The soldiers raised their weapons, determined to fight. Stain, Well, there is a battle to win. Kirishima. It was a very manly speech. Edmund, what do you think, friend? Is a leader who deserves our respect. That's why I will follow him. Bakugo. Not bad, descendant of Leonidas. Almight. I'm surprised you came. Leonidas. A warrior will always fight for what he believes is right, and that's why I decided to come here. Percy. In that case, the camps are more than ready. Demigods, yes. Nero, that's right. Queen, Rome supports this. Camp Jupiter, yes. Tamamo, what do you think, Okita-chan? Okita, we will fight. Nagao, we will demonstrate the glory of Bishamonten. Fuma, in that case we know what to do. Musashi, that's right. David, it's time to face our enemies. Monoma, it's true. Galahad, and I thought you'd be working on wizard spells. Monoma, I came to help, but I see there's going to be a fight, so I'll work later. Robin Hood, gentlemen, I'm sorry to be a spoilsport, but I feel something is coming. Siegfried, I feel the same. What do you say, Sieg? Sieg, what everyone feels, Nisan. Theseus, whatever comes, it will be faced. Diarmuid, in that case, let these enemies come. Romulus, it's time for you to see the glory of Rome. Rama, let's hope it helps. I don't think Shiva-sama will stay still. Lonling, this will look bad if we don't do something. Frankenstein, GRH, Kaminari, what do you think? Bakugo, I'm like them. Something tells me that something or someone is coming. On Mount Svarga, Shiva was gathered with his strongest gods, Brahma, the Indian god of creation, and Vishnu, the god of preservation and goodness. Beside him, besides Agni, Indra, and Rudra, were Parvati, Hanuman, Ganesha, Shakti, Lakshmi, and Kali. Shiva, so? Any objections? Brahma, no, Babylon was not supposed to return anyway. Vishnu, you see him on the warlike side, brother. Kali, but why do they say that? Hanuman, if he was able to kneel Shiva-sama, who is in the top 10 of the most powerful beings, only below Lady Cows, what do you think that a brat demigod like the successor of Gilgamesh, because his ancestors surely awakened his complete lineage, making his successor like him, has kneeled Shiva? Ganesha would be a potential top 10. Shakti, also, they forget the fact that Karna's successor was able to fight Indra and Poseidon's bastard defeated Rudra. Demigods should not be allowed to have such power. She would say firmly and annoyed. Shiva, fine, if there is no objection, you can release her. Rudra, you will free. Shiva, remember a few years ago when one of the Gorgon sisters asked for help to help the Crooked One? Well, I asked for some of their essence, from the 3 of them, so with Brahma's help, we created a new body and used that blood, creating a Gorgon, but it was weak, so we used several Azuras to give it power, added to the fact that Rysavim owed me a couple of favors to finance him, so I collected them. Parvati, what did you put in that creature? Shiva, Samuel's blood, Belphegor's flesh, and a fragment of Valak's power, combined with part of the soul of Lilith, Adam's first wife. Vishnu, what will we do after she attacks? Shiva, easy, we arrive, imprison those who survive and destroy that shitty city without it being able to be rebuilt again. Brahma, everyone agree? All yes. Shiva, release Gorgon. He would say so that after a great earthquake near Iran, a crack would open and a grotesque monster would emerge. In Thebes, Egypt, Issei was reading a report from his spies in India, when he noticed numerous transactions and experiments courtesy of Rysavim Levon Lucifer, direct son of the first Lucifer, Vala's grandfather. Vala, what's wrong? Issei, get our servants ready, we're going to Uraraka. Izuku isn't going to fight alone. Valley, I understand. Gasper, what will happen, senpai? Issei, I will not let a friend and ally fall because of another's desire for power. The Fall of Svarga Part 2. Uraraka. Izuku was finalizing details given the monster he saw coming from India thanks to his clairvoyance. He didn't want to pretend to be a genius, so with only his servants, his closest and dearest loved ones, his soldiers, and several demigods to protect him, he was more than willing to defend his city. Izuku, I want everyone to be prepared. Jason, ready demigods. Demigods, yes. At that time, numerous portals bearing Egyptian hieroglyphics appeared, while one of them stood out in size. Issei, it seems the fight is coming to you, my friend. Izuku, Issei, I would say greeting him, I see you brought help. Issei, we will finish off India, our greatest opponent, then we will go for the biblicals. Izuku, understood, I see you brought a sphinx along with your servants and soldiers. Issei, and not only her. Akino, I would say about a second Sphinx the fight will take place, and you don't even invite Izuku-chan. How bad you are. Izuku, I didn't think they would come. Percy, Izuku, the forces are ready. Gasper, hello, I'm Gasper Vladi, descendant of Astolfo, one of the new one paladins of Charlemagne. Percy, I'm Persis Jackson, but they call me Percy. I'm the son of Poseidon and descendant of Charlemagne. Gasper, in that case you are my senpai, he would say smiling. Irina, I am Irina Shido. I am a descendant of Bradamante of the 12 paladins of Charlemagne. Percy, looks like we're 3 paladins, he would say smiling sideways. Kiba, where is the king of knights? Bedivere, we must meet with them. I dreamed of the day the round table is gathered again. Arthur, in that case we should meet. Tristan, it looks like the round table is being completed. Shoto, I appreciate that. Galahad, just like me. Kiba, what do they say? Percival Gareth, I would say, seeing those mentioned. Monoma, it seems that the Arthurian legend is almost complete. Lefay, so you're the new flower wizard. Monoma, this is the new dark virgin. Saji, we await orders, king of Uruk. Canes, I can already feel the fight. My spear vibrates with excitement. Tomo, don't be anxious, because we will fight and that's good. Nero, we'll kick their asses you. Stain, sorry to be a party pooper, but a group of creatures is approaching. Izuku, Leonidas, this part is your turn. At the entrance, Leonidas was in command of the demigods along with Theseus, David, Achilles, Jason the Argonaut, Jason son of Jupiter, and Asterios. Jason demigod, ready demigods. Leonidas. Achilles, the battle is coming. Leonidas, let the sons of Apollo and the hunters of Artemis be ready, he would speak through a communicator. Lee Fletcher, archers ready. Talia, hunters. From the nearby areas, numerous beasts began to emerge, mythological monsters from each pantheon, most notably Basmu, a poisonous horned serpent with 2 front legs from Sumerian mythology, chimeras, beasts made up of parts of other animals from the origin of the world, demonic boars like the Caledonian boar, divine bulls, originated by the myth of Europa and Zeus, harpies, flying beasts filled with greed that are known to possess cruel habits, those who decided not to obey Olympus to move, few. Tribes that India had subdued after Olympus moved to America. Human-eating fairies originated by a failure of the 7th labyrinth of Callback Alcatraz. And last but not least, an Indian replica of Gugalana, the beast once unleashed by the Sumerian god Anu, which Gilgamesh and Enkidu defeated, replicated by Shiva and other Hindu gods. The first one who wanted to attack was Gugalana, a grotesque bull the size of a mountain. Its origin was the strongest divine beast in Mesopotamia, so strong that the gods could not tame it, so only Ishtar could control it in her own way, having required the combined power of Gilgamesh and Enkidu to defeat it. At this moment the Indian replica was about to attack the gates of Uruk with force. All the demigods and warriors, descendants of heroes, were ready to fight when from the ziggurat, Izuku would summon his tablets in Sumerian. Izuku, who do you think I am? All 360 dingers mounted here in Uruk were made by my hand, infused with my magical energy, and controlled by me. He would say so that the entire wall was illuminated by golden letters written in Sumerian, while numerous cannons lit up in golden energy and unleashed a burst of shots against the bull, forcing it to stop. Katsuki, do it now. Katsuki, Brahmastra Kundala. He would say to throw a massive spear made of fire that would collide and explode against the bull. Izuku, Shoto, you must use Excalibur to give him the coup de grace. Shoto, yes, he would say, raising his sword Excalibur. The golden blast of power emanating from the sword was thrown at the bull, which could only be consumed entirely without leaving a trace of itself, since a crude copy will not surpass or equal the original. Leonidas, our part continues, he would say seriously, seeing numerous small monsters launching into the attack. Reed archers. A shower of arrows and mana attacks launched by Kota from the ziggurat were launched while Saji launched his own, helping the fight from a distance, causing significant monster casualties, relieving the demigods, who fought bravely, finishing them off in groups, demonstrating their courage, being reinforced by the soldiers of Egypt and Uruk, while the Sphinxes took care of the larger monsters like the Caledonian boar and Basma. Achilles and Asterios joined the fight, increasing the enemy's losses, while numerous quirk attacks were launched to assist. Tsuyu wrapped her tongue around an enemy fairy and threw it at a harpy, causing them to fall on a spear. Talia and Jason, hinting at their Greco-Roman divine father, threw lightning bolts or imbued their lightning bolts into throwing weapons. Kaminari and Stain threw themselves into the fight, not wanting to stand idly by, while master and student were taking on a pair of chimeras. Almight watched from the ziggurat. He wanted to fight, but he couldn't. He didn't have one for all, and even if Izuku gave it to him, his body wouldn't hold up anymore, so he was tasked with leading a defense group for the civilians. Nico and Bianca sent out skeleton warriors while Sieg and Siegfried slashed and stabbed with their swords. Artemis launched arrows from a distance, supported by Apollo, while Poseidon and Ares attacked and fought on the ground, reinforcing the Olympian presence as an ally. But everything good about a battle becomes difficult, or worse, with the arrival of the final boss, Gorgon. It is time for the fall and victory of the Red faction in this war for the Grail. From the entrance gate to Uruk, numerous human figures simulating Greek warriors were formed while Leonidas led them out of the wall, all standing in front of it in formation. Leonidas, Molen Labe, soldiers. Molen Labe, they would say, striking their spears. Leonidas, Molen Labe, soldiers. Molen Labe, they would say, positioning themselves to attack. Gorgon, what do they intend? Leonidas would only swing his spear while numerous mana spears attacked Gorgon without causing much damage. Gorgon, what can useless soldiers do? The soldiers in charging form would run forward in the direction of attack, but at one point they would form up, leaving their shields on the ground as they bowed. Leonidas, here we go, friends, he would say, moving his spear and making an orange glow come out of his shield. Use your souls here. He would say so that the mana soldiers would dissipate, and the shields would turn orange and rise Thermopylae and Omosha. He would say so that a shield would form around Uruk. The Gorgon, through its multiple snake mouths and its eyes and mouth, would launch black rays. Gorgon, turned to stone. The beams began to impact the dome as the mana shields began to break. When the shields broke, it was because the blast was concentrated in a single point, so Gorgon made all his blasts converge on a single point, accelerating the collapse of more shields. Leonidas, relentless like his ancestor, would raise his spear and extend the barrier with force, without flinching or being frightened. Gorgon, it can't be, my mystic eyes. Who the hell are you? Leonidas, my ancestor is the great hero Hercules, son of the great Zeus. Gorgon, a descendant of Zeus? I would say in surprise, given that Zeus's descendants, while powerful, were not as powerful as the descendants of Hindu demigods. Leonidas, that's right. I am the legacy of Sparta, a people adored and loved by the god of war Ares. I am the successor of the hero of Thermopylae. I am Leonidas. Leonidas' helmet began to turn to stone as it shattered, eventually fragmenting completely and being destroyed. Leonidas, and despite the fact that you attacked this place, the city of Uruk opened its doors to me so that I would not be hunted like an animal by the commissions of heroes of the world because of my lineage. Therefore I will not let you destroy this city. Avenger, that would make Gorgon a little intimidated. You are from India, but you are surprised to recognize Zeus. The Greek heritage of your origin becomes evident. The shields began to break more and more while little by little the last ones that remained were destroyed, at the same time that Leonidas's cape turned to stone. At one point, Stain, accompanied by several UA students who were there, descendants of heroes, and even Izuku himself, came out, while the dome gave way completely, but Leonidas simply extended his shield blocking the attack, noticing how the force made him retreat minimally and the petrification began to spread in his body, causing bleeding wounds. Leonidas would forcefully plant his feet into the ground, deflect the petrifying ray and with determination throw the spear accompanied by what remained of his mana, causing a golden glow in it, which made the same spear pierce Gorgon from side to side, making her fall to the ground weakened. Leonidas, blood of those women who turned those who looked at them into stone. Gorgon, who of Greek descent could forget those women. Gorgon, damn. Leonidas tried to walk but his legs turned to stone, breaking at the knees. Kirishima, Leonidas, Gorgon, I will show respect to your will to fight, at least this broken. You do not need to see the end of the Black Faction and the era of Quirks in humanity when Lord Shiva obtains that grail or kills all humans for creating heroes who can defeat gods. Leonidas, that will not be possible. With or without their heroes, humans will find a way, since just like the souls of the heroes that humanity created, the spirit of humanity itself is immortal. Leonidas' body became more and more like a rock given the petrification, while everyone looked on in bewilderment. Stain, Leonidas. Kirishima, Leonidas bro. Katsuki, Leonidas. I would say with great respect, he could have called other extras, but those who earned his respect he wouldn't. Shoto, Leonidas. I would say with respect. Leonidas, I entrust the rest to you. I would say to be completely petrified when this war for the Grail. Leonidas, when turned into stone, would be destroyed as he had no support and would fall to the ground, shattering into pieces. Gorgon tried to recover, but the combined attack of several noble phantasms present caused her to be eradicated from the face of the earth. Stain, what's next? Izuku, the Indian woman thinks she's untouchable. Issei, it's time to take the fight to them. The forces would give a loud shout in agreement. It was time to attack Mount Svarga. Quetzalcoatl, like the Aztec faction, they attacked us being neutral in the war, so we entered in favor of the black faction. Odin, and Asgard will be in the fight this time. Loki decided to join the enemy. He must take responsibility for the consequences. The Fall of Svarga Part 3. The Fall of Svarga Part 4. Previously, Shiva, I hope you know how to dance, he would say in a fighting pose. At the moment, Izuku and Issei stared at Shiva, top 3 of the most powerful existences in the world. The god of Tandava was upset for attacking his residence, the Svarga. But on the other hand, he was ecstatic. It had been centuries since he had a battle. The last one was in Japan, where he faced Tamimin Raiden, which earned him Izanami and Izanagi, along with Amaterasu. After he attacked a Nikomata village in their fight, they came upon them. It was Shiva himself who told Amaterasu for the first time, crazy about cats, which made the entire divine world tell him. That also earned him a hard blow to the jewels, and that Parvati, Durga, and Kali did not let him have fun in bed for 200 years. But there he was, exuding his power to fight and enjoying a fight like never before, since he knew that both young men in raw power were on par with the Greek primordial lady cows. But their inexperience made them fall below her. First 15 seconds, Issei, interesting, he would say with a slight smile. Izuku, you're just a half-breed, he would say, making some tablets appear in golden letters and Sumeran appear just like my ancestor. I don't tolerate those half-breeds who think they're dragons when they're toothless worms. Enkidu's chains flew out while Shiva, using his fighting style of dancing and combat, began to dodge them at the same time that Issei threw himself with a khopesh in hand, imbued with golden fire, fire of the Egyptian sun, which would sever his arm in a careless Shiva. Shiva, Nani? Issei, for someone who's the strongest in India, I'd say seriously you're too careless. Shiva, oi, he would say surprised, no problem, it's just an arm, this will be fun. Facing 2 equals who can beat me. Who do you think will win? Experience or power, he would say to start moving. Izuku, Issei, be careful with Shiva's battle dance. Issei, yes. Shiva, if that's what they want, I would say to start hitting. Izuku, fighting in this condition is of no concern to me. Tamimin Raiden, he ripped off 3 of my arms in my fight against him, and yet I won the battle. Issei, Izuku, Shiva, I haven't forgotten about you, he would say to attack Issei. Izuku, hey, he would say, wiping some blood from his mouth. You are strong, he would say, recognizing a rival, but he would say to open the gates of Babylon. Not enough. The weapons of the Great Vault were thrown, anti-divinity weapons, capable of turning the gods into mere mortals, as well as god-killing weapons. All were thrown against the god of India, all except one, yea. Shiva, damn, he would say, leaving Issei and starting to use the dance to dodge, but he would say, seeing that another arm was cut off, I trusted myself. But it won't happen again. He would say to launch himself, dodging the rain of weapons with dance. Izuku, would say to throw Enkidu again, wrapping one of Shiva's feet. Shiva, he would say, feeling so these are the anti-divinity chains, made so that the gods cannot escape. He would say, looking at the chains, no doubt the Sumerians went too far just to kill that arrogant bastard of your ancestor. Issei, there's no point in forcing them. It's known that those chains are anti-divinity weapons. Izuku, the chain's strength and durability becomes stronger as the divinity is higher, therefore. Shiva, brats, he would say seriously, I think I have no other choice. You played well, but it's over, he would say to use a free hand and bury it in his chest while forcing his heart to beat. Dance of Reincarnation, one of the greatest weapons of the strongest Hindu god. This technique is closely linked to the Ta Ki Ta Tat and Gi Na Toma dance, and is that due to the intensity with which Shiva dances to the rhythm of the cosmos, causes his entire body to begin to overheat, which causes combustion, causing some parts of Shiva's body to begin to burn in flames. All this allows Shiva to enhance each of his attacks, because now Shiva has the ability to burn the skin of his opponents with each blow he connects. Izuku just became serious. Although internally he was nervous, as was Issei, they both knew that they surpassed Shiva in power. But power is not always the key to success. Experience ends up being key in many fields of fighting. Shiva, I must admit it, he would say, smiling. They forced me to use this, he would say, changing to a serious expression. You better prepare yourselves. In the remains of the battlefield, Katsuki was battling with Vishnu, who was undecided whether to fight or not. But every time the air of the strongest demigod in India hit, it was seriously, which greatly damaged the god. Katsuki, with his spear, was the great hero, successor of Charity. He was the successor of the one who could battle against gods, leaving the power of India high. Because Karna in the past could kneel Ares, Thor, Susanoo no Mikoto, even great warriors from other factions, of which the Yokai Okami clan stood out, and several Kitsuns, who in the past were a clan to fear. Brahma, for his part, battled against the successor of the Hound of Kulin and the new King of Knights. Both managed to put the Hindu god in a difficult position, who kept underestimating them for being descendants of heroes of the past. Kirishima wielded his spear with great mastery, and thanks to the Gi-Balg spear, the god was pierced in the belly, spitting out ichor. While he looked surprised and somewhat angry at this, they were human. How dare they for such insolence? And worst of all, that several gods allowed it. They were from India, the strongest pantheon, for having several people within the top 10 of the most powerful existences. Shoto, for his part, had cut off an arm of Brahma, who was surprised. He underestimated even the weapons of other pantheons, such as the original Excalibur. The Avalon fairies were supposed to have been eliminated for creating that sword, something that the biblical god later took as his own, although the sword, despite receiving sacred energy, never responded to the church and ended up abandoned. Then Merlin gave it to the Lady of the Lake, and she was linked to the Pendragon lineage. Indra, I won't be stopped by such a weak faction, he would say, standing up to attack. Shoto, it seems that if you don't stay still, you won't stop, he would say, so that his sword shines. Kirishima, HAI, he would say, making the spear shine. GEBOLG. Shoto, Excalibur. Brahma, heh, that won't hurt me, she would say confidently, but she would notice something. Enkidu. She would say, alarmed, no, if that hits me, it will leave me out for a long time. Both merciless attacks would impact the god, leaving him greatly weakened. Shoto, surrender, he would say, pointing the sword at his neck. Brahma, they may have won the battle, but not the war, he would say, fainting. Kirishima, wow bro, I used a lot of mana, he would say, panting. Shoto, me too, he would say, sitting down to rest. With Vishnu, Bakugo, what do you want to do? He would say, throwing punches and stabs with the spear. Vishnu, I don't like violence. Even so, if I must defend myself by fighting, I will do it, I would say, counterattacking, but this makes no sense. Only Shiva and Brahma were interested in the Grail, not me, so I would say, to stop the fight I surrender. Bakugo, well, I would say, annoyed, I really wanted to fight, but at least he had a lot of fun. In the fields, Ganesha, fall! Damned spawn of the biblicals. Arthur, never, he would say, activating his noble phantasm, call me that. This sword is the reflection of the sun, purifying all impurities, mist of flames. Excalibur Gallatin, with a slash of flames, his sword would cut off Ganesha's elephant head, since like Shiva they would not give up in a fight. Rudra, Ganesha, would say, being impaled by Poseidon. Poseidon, you will not die, but you will be left in great pain. Of all the storm gods, you always asked that Susanoo and I were weaker than you. And now, for all eternity, I want you to remember that I was the one who defeated you. Indra, damn! He would say, falling to the ground. Vala, that's all a god offers. Indra, damn lizard, who the hell are you? Vali, I am a descendant of the demon king Lucifer of the previous generation, a descendant of Moses, the one who led Israel to their lands. However, I am a child of mixed blood, born to a man who was the grandson of the original demon king and a human woman. I obtained the ephemeral dragon's sacred gear because I am half human. It was by chance. However, I, who am a blood relative of the real Lucifer and am also the ephemeral dragon, editory to use a skill, Satan Compression Divider. Indra, what? Albion's power wasn't that great. Val releases a blast of radiant silver-white and jet-black rays that instantly compress anything caught in it over and over again, until it is small enough to become a marble. Apollo, I have it, he would say, taking it. Jean, eternal luminosity. Agni, I guess there's no other way, he would say, throwing down his weapons in surrender. Saji, wise decision. With the leaders, Izuku and Issei were suffering from several injuries while Shiva was panting, dancing and dodging the weapons, spells and attacks of two opponents using the Tandava Karma at the same time. It was costing him. He was already reaching the limit of his life. Izuku, Issei, yes, I would say, raising my hand, the moment of the sun or pyramid that rules the universe. The sun descends into our boundless brilliance. Ramesseum Tentirus falls. A large sphere of reality with Egyptian designs would manifest in the place while numerous explosions occurred around Shiva, until he lost another arm, while he fell heavily to the ground, without energy, unable to get up, awaiting his fate. Shiva, at least I had fun this time. Izuku, Shiva, you have been a worthy opponent, you have earned my respect. That is why there is no way to end this fight that I give 100% against you, I would say, to draw a sword. The great power that EA unleashed shook the battlefields that were already finishing their battles. India fell, and its current leader would fall with it. Shiva, so you'll use EA, he would say, smiling, damn bastard. Izuku, I will give this final blow as a parting gift to you. He would say, wielding EA as he raised her, I will tell you the beginning. Heaven and earth were divided, nothingness congratulated creation. My sword of rupture split the world. He would say while EA accumulated great power at its peak. Enuma Elish. Izuku would lower the weapon, while the great power was fired towards Shiva, who received it with a smile as it was erased. He would regenerate. Yes, Izuku was not as ruthless as the first Gilgamesh, but it would take centuries. The battle was over, India fell, and in the Vatican, Olympus, Asgard and the Aztecs raised their weapons in victory. Heaven was forced to escape to Grigori, while Surzex, AFO, Azazel, and to the surprise of many, Rizavim Levon Lucifer gathered. Surzex, we'll attack that school now. AFO, why do you say attack her? Rizavim, his loved ones will be there. We will force him to fight on our terms. Shigaraki, although I would say seeing several figures, I am surprised that aspirants and heroes joined. Ida, this is out of control. Mirko, too much, so we have to kick ass. Hawks, things definitely got out of control and society collapsed. Mirko, what are you saying, big guy? Spartacus, the oppressors will die, lol, they will feel the wrath of Spartacus. Azazel, Semiramis, is everything ready? Semiramis, sure, I would say to use her power. In Grigori, a strong tremor was felt in the area, while a great fortress, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, rose imposingly. Over the skies of Japan, a massive fortress hovered above the cities, capable of housing thousands of soldiers, assembled via systematically arranged floating masses, covered with marble floors, stone balconies, many columns, and all manner of plant life tangled and intertwined about the structure in a manner described as a unification of unpleasant clutter and luxurious beauty. It contains a throne room used as its primary means of control and command, allowing it to be activated by touching a large jewel on the armrest of its throne. The second battle of the Yue was about to begin. Second battle for Yue. Through the skies of Japan, a great fortress flew over it, causing panic among the population. Numerous beings with black bird wings, numerous beings with bat wings, gnomes, numerous homunculi and golems traveled around the fortress and inside it. The people, the civilians, were in panic. The streets were a no man's land. Anarchy was what was demonstrated. Adults killed each other, even for anything. Children, fortunately, begged for the return of the heroes who were betrayed. The adults were the ones who lifted and threw the stone that led them to exile, and now they grouped together as they could, trying to escape from numerous adults who, even seeing them, wanted to kill them. It was as if a great wave of madness had taken over the cities. The government collapsed. Neomesa, along with those who did not betray the Yue, sheltered the miners as best they could, but against numerous homunculi and gnomes that attacked them, along with parents, grandparents, and distant relatives, all possessed by a great mass of madness. Ha 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 ha, my beloved Jean, you will soon return to my hands, a male being would say, overflowing with madness and plunging everyone around him into it. The man is a young man with large, rippling eyes and oily, glistening cheeks. He has pale skin and abnormally large eyes. He is well built and tall. His clothes are quite peculiar and definitely strange. He wears a black robe of ancient design with scarlet sanguine patterns adorning the fabric, giving off an evil aura. Neomesa. Surrender. Gillis de Rice, he would say seriously. Almight notified his greatest ally in the police, especially the descendants of important personalities in history. Gillis. Oh, poor policeman, he would say with his madness, you will not prevent me from meeting my beloved Jean, he would say, launching with his power numerous humanoid-looking beings with amphibian features, but with sharp teeth. Neomesa, along with the police, opened fire trying to buy time, but the creatures continued attacking as if it was the only thing. Neomesa, what are you doing, he would say, seeing how the madman turned adults into those things, causing surprise and indignation. Damn, he would say, emptying a gun. Ha 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 ha, the oppressors will see their end, I would say, lifting an armored police truck, they will fall by the fury and the hand of Spartacus. Ha 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 ha. Police, no, please have mercy. Spartacus. Ha 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 ha, he would say while throwing the truck against a building, this will be the end of the oppression. Babylon. Almight, along with the Hussycats and Aizawa, were watching the news drones in Japan, everyone mostly acknowledging the chaos. In addition, numerous Egyptian allies were there waiting for the return of those who attacked the Svarga. Almight, damn it! He would say, clenching his fists. Irina, we must go, she would say, holding her weapon. Sirorg, if we should go, what do you think, Berserker? Frankie, GRH, I would say in support. Galahad, in that case we must go. Milikas, we'll show those mestizos who they're messing with, he would say excitedly. Satanta, this will be very manly, he would say, moving his spear. Diarmuid, we'll see how we respond, but we must go and help. Eri, yes, after all, getting into trouble without being called is what heroes do, right? Koda, my bow is ready. Katsuma and Mahoro, us too. Alexander, this is going to be so exciting, he would say, raising his sword. Lefay, they won't go alone, the new witch would say. Canis, it's time to battle, she would say, excited for the fight. Tomo, they won't be able to keep everything we're going for. Without Aizawa, Mandalay, or anyone trying to stop Milikas from leaving, he used a teleportation circle on the group, disappearing from the city. Mandalay, take care, was all he could say. UA Academy. The robots were launching an attack to prevent numerous adults corrupted by madness from entering the facilities, while they, accompanied by several aspiring heroes from Ketsubutsu and Shiketsu, due to the falls of said schools before the immense attacks of this threat. So sure, what kind of being would do this? He would say, launching chakra attacks at the adults to try to keep them away. Michaela, I don't know, she would say, shooting, but this is serious, and someone strong is coming. So sure, Lubu. The red-haired berserker dressed as a Chinese general threw himself at a new incoming enemy, only to hit and fall with a sword in his chest. Altera, Lubu, she would say, surprised to see her friend and companion dead. Takeda, who is it? Oda Nobunaga, it is, I would say, surprised. Okada, Agravain? How the hell is that guy still alive? A man in black armor, a blue cloak, and fluffy white hair stood before them, his pale skin, cold, pale eyes, black hair, and a completely serious look, typical of someone cruel and calculating, directed at the descendants of great female figures of the past. Minamoto, prepare yourselves, he would say, ready with his sword. Shiki, this guy doesn't give me a good feeling. Star, you guys can keep it. Hijikata, we will try, he exudes great power but above all a surprising cruelty. Yen Quinn, here it comes. Takeda, Minamoto, be careful. Agravain, with the swiftness of a knight of the Round Table, would pierce the swordswoman's abdomen. Altera, damn! She would say, attacking Agravain, who moved ready to pierce an unsuspecting Star and Stripe. Yen Qing, back, I would say, hitting Agravain and taking him out of Star's range. Agravain, you will not prevent my king from returning, he would say seriously. Shiki, we can't take this lightly. Okada, bastard falls, he would say, to attack the knight, causing wounds and breaks in his armor. Before Okada delivered the final cut, he would be hit by a blow from the knight, sending him crashing into a wall. Agravain, die. Hijikata and Takeda launched an attack to defend a comrade, while Nizu tried to send available robots into battle with the help of Cementos, Present Mike and Snipe, without realizing that some letters in Sumerian appeared on the field revealing several people. Kota, Berserker, Frankie, Grahhh. He would roar and launch himself, hitting Agravain on his back and emanating lightning. Agravain, damn monster. Katsuma, don't call him that, he would say, piercing the gentleman's chest. Agravain, child. Mahoro, and not only him, he would say, to overload his brother's blow by ending the knight's life. Milikas, die, he would say, throwing his chains and piercing the damned dirty mongrel. Before Nizu and the others who came out to support on the field said anything, numerous corrupt adults came out to fight against them. Snipe, what's going on? Alexander, this will be entertaining, he would say, to throw himself with the horse, leaving everyone out of combat. Satanta, you won't kill them? Kota, no, he would say, using his swords Kansho and Bakuya, if there is an opportunity to bring them back, it will be done, then we will see what Nisama thinks. Katsuma, I agree. Milikas, we'll let Tusama take care of it. Eri, yes, would say, to attack Eri. The capital of the fog, our hell begins here, it has no end or beginning, it is just a meaningless repetition of dissection, would say, so that several adults fell to the ground with many cuts in non-vital areas. Maria the Ripper, with Neomesa. He was holding his own against Spartacus and Gillis, running out of ammunition and dodging and attacking with whatever he could find. At one point, Gillis managed to wound him, but before anyone could attack him, Spartacus was knocked back, and Gillis was hit by a fiery attack. Neomesa, David, supporting my allies, the magic archer would say smilingly, and not the only one, a familiar voice would say. Neomesa, Nito Monoma, he would say, seeing the new flower magician. Monoma, it's time we turn this around. Gillis, die, he would say, attacking. Monoma, in your case you will be sealed cursed, he would say, extending his silence garden of Avalon. Gillis, Nui, he would say, annoyed, they won't take me away from my gene. He would say, sending numerous henchmen against Monoma. Monoma, it seems that trying to seal you is stupid, he would say, creating numerous spheres. Bombarda, he would conjure and throw those spheres that would detonate upon contact with Gillis. The mana blasts would consume the subject, so the next one was Spartacus. But the Berserker was giving David trouble. Monoma, Kalashur, he would say, so that Spartacus would stay still. Spartacus, you are an oppressor. Oppressor, he would say, breaking Monoma's spell and throwing himself to hit him. Sirorg, I won't let you hit them, he would say, holding the Berserker's fists. The fight was just beginning, ending a problem. Sirorg and Spartacus were beating each other up. Even the sacred gear wielder, Regulus Nemia, was having a lot of trouble holding back the black faction Berserker. Neomesa, what we do? Monoma, at this moment, resist. Galahad, Monoma, he would say, drawing the attention of the aforementioned those gargoyles. Monoma, they are from Semiramis's heroic treasure, but not what worries me. David, what are you worried about? Monoma, the hanging gardens of Babylon and whatever Avisprin has. While each heroic treasure is capable of destructive power, the gardens are a flying fortress, capable of housing Semiramis's allies, unless the League of Villains has provided some technology. Galahad, like a cannon? Monoma, yes, why do you say that? Galahad, demons, he would say, holding up a shield, she who heals all wounds and grudges, our glorious homeland. Reveal yourself, Lord Camelot. A great castle built with mana was forged around all those present, surprising everyone, especially Neomesa. But that surprise turned into fear when a purple ray crashed against the construction, while a cannon in the fortress was active. In Babylon, the advance team of Egypt, Greece and Babylon was returning from the battle for Mount Svarga, where it was made clear that India was abandoning the conflict and was left in the hands of Vishnu as leader, after the death of Shiva. Almight, Midoriyashonen would say, entering the place. Izuku, Almight? What's going on? Almight, it's the kids and Yue. Izuku, what's wrong? He would say seriously. Almight, Yue is under attack and something is making the vast majority of adults in Japan attack everything that moves, so Milikas, Kota, and Alexander made the decision to go. Galahad, Monoma, David, and the others followed them to help since they felt something bad was coming. Izuku, I understand, I would say seriously, today we will finish everything. Ibara, Nero, Jean, Shoto, Kirishima, Kaminari, we will leave now. Those mentioned, yes. Issei, Vala, Biko and Kiba, we will leave with them. Those mentioned, whatever / I'm dying for a fight. Artemis, bring them back alive. Momo, don't die. Reyes, we'll be waiting for you. Grafia, Izuku-sama, Please take my son back, I implore you. Tiamat, my alpha will take care of it. Izuku, okay, he would say to kiss each of them, but the most surprised was Graphia, since she moved on her own and kissed him, earning death glares from the girls. I will return and we will get married, I promise you. After those words, Izuku would draw a teleportation circle with Sumerian letters and would withdraw with those mentioned plus a sneak dabi. In Japan, numerous adults were being knocked out on the ground, after the children had been busy knocking them out to see what they could do later. At the same time, numerous gnomes and golems kept arriving, as even the homunculi were retreating, especially after Agravain's death. Coda, careful, he would say, dodging numerous stakes that came out of the ground. Very impressive, for children, they are giving it their all. As the future king of these lands I must recognize them, they have great talent. Milikas, you flatter us, Impaler King. Alexander, what do we do? Mahoro, this guy has great power. Katsuma, not to mention he exudes a lot of bloodlust. Satanta, fall, damn it! He would say, attacking. Vlad would block the young lancer's spear attack with his staff and then, with one movement, manage to get him off. Milikas, don't be so reckless, Satanta. Vlad, is your goal to create a nation like your land once was, thanks to the power of the Grail? Vlad, are you trying to make me expose my feelings? Kid, Milikas, what about your subjects? You have no one to obey you. Kota, a king can rule by himself, but without his army, he is reckless. Children, given our status as servants of Babylon, we feel no fear in facing nations alone. Vlad, how funny, you say you're not afraid of fighting entire nations? I wouldn't expect anything less from heroes or my enemies. But unfortunately for you brats, you've unwittingly fallen into my death trap. I'd say, throwing several stakes, which the children would begin to dodge. Coda, demons, I would say to use their swords and cut the stakes. Satanta, us and our big mouth, he would say, making his spear cut the stakes. Vlad, unfortunately, to fulfill my objectives, you must be the victims of this great war for the Holy Grail. Eri, fall curse, she would say, cutting the side of the impaler. Vlad, Bwagj, he would say, spitting blood, damn assassin. Alexander, damn. He would say, dodging a stake heading towards his face. Milikas, falls, I would say, throwing numerous spears from the gates of Babylon. Vlad, insolent. He would say, cutting and stabbing with the spear in his hands. Satanta, Gia. He would say, hitting the guy's stomach with his spear. Vlad, I swear on the honor of Draco that I will destroy you insolent brats. With the police. Neomesa was dismayed as the shield managed to repel the attack. Monoma, for his part, launched several magic attacks given his knowledge and studies of the books and spells of his ancestor. Likewise, Toga had decided to go down to face them, but would run into David, servant of Babylon archer class, where the crazy assassin of the blood of the League of Villains could barely defend herself, a clear difference in power and ability, even through the use of Phoenix Tears, provided by the patriarch of the Phoenix clan. Toga, I want to see your blood. I would say, completely crazy. David, I'm sorry, you would have been able to live a normal life, he would say to attack, since he was trying to resist his impulses, because he thought the crazy woman was pretty. All human beings on this earth have a place in God's plan. But it seems that this is as far as you've come, he would say, piercing the crazy woman's chest. Toga, hee, my own blood, she would say, starting to lose her life and shed a few tears. I wish it could have changed. David always knew it. He is weak towards women with beautiful bodies. He has a weakness for them. Toga, in his opinion, was a pretty girl. David, I wish you could have reconsidered. You could have been a great wife, he would say, closing the girl's eyes and taking out a healing harp. He would finish saying to start a tune. This skill, derived from the descendant of the Israeli king, has exorcistic effects and preserves the peace of mind of those who listen to it. In ancient society, the harp was highly valued for appeasing evil spirits. Neomesa, damn, he would say, seeing Spartacus stand up. Before anyone even moved, the landscape would begin to change, becoming a great colosseum. Monoma, sphere of reality? Galahad, is Nero's noble phantasm. Spartacus would begin to be pushed to the ground by great pressure, but since he is a berserker, he resisted it a lot. However, a blonde with green eyes and great chest would appear wielding a sword and slashing him, causing the former slave to fall to the ground. Nero, I am Nero Claudius, successor to the great Nero of Rome. This is by order of my praetor, Kaminari, calm tigress. Nero, Kaminari-kun would say to hug the Pikachu and put it on his bust. Kaminari, we had agreed to do it in private, he would say, blushing and trying not to fall. Monoma, until they arrive. Spartacus, die oppressors, he would say, standing up, this time it will be the end of oppression. Naomasa, that thing doesn't get tired? Shoto, he is a berserker and will not run out until he dies. Ibara, I give you the calamity, she would say, preparing her bow from a building. Phoebus Catastrophe, she would say, to throw the arrow. The arrow launched by Ibara represented a request for support to the ancient patron of her ancestor and her twin brother, Artemis and Apollo. So when she threw the arrow, it lit up and shot out at a great speed, great enough to pierce the clouds while leaving a trail of light. This created a great flash that illuminated the sky, and with a sound similar to rain, a shower of arrows of light that fell on the enemies like a downpour. Spartacus's arm, his legs would be severed by that attack, leaving only his right arm, wanting to continue the fight. Spartacus, ha 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 ha, he would say, starting to inflate, while numerous rays and golden spheres manifested. Naomasa, what's up? Monoma, oh no, it's about to explode. Spartacus, it's time. With this attack I will destroy all forms of oppression against the weak, he would say, opening his mouth with a powerful purple ray, and I will crush all those who lead this land. Feel the wrath of Spartacus. David, what do we do? Galahad, Lord Camelot will not stand for that. Jean, in that case, she would say, appearing at his side banner, she would shout so that it would light up in gold, I order you to protect my brothers. Spartacus would release a large destructive ray from his mouth, destroying himself in the process. While everyone prepared for the impact, the children that Naomasa was protecting would begin to cry. So Jean would move her banner, causing a golden wind charged with mana. Jean, eternal lightness. Both attacks would collide, causing great devastation in the area. Galahad, the healer of all wounds and grudges, our glorious homeland. Reveal yourself, Lord Camelot, she would say, trying to protect everyone. Jean, HHHHHHH. She would say, trying to win the match, which she would achieve. Is everyone okay? She would say, panting. Gasper, hello? He would say upon arriving, what did I miss? He would smile excitedly. Galahad, not much of a friend. Monoma, we must go to UA, there we will see how to win. Shoto, we must face that fortress. All yes, ending battles. UA, things were going from bad to worse, as Vlad was creating a large forest with his stakes. Darkness was beginning to fall, but the Uruk boys were reluctant to stop fighting. Kota, what is the matter of creating this forest? Milikas, I don't know, but his mana rises quickly. Alexander, do you think we should attack him now? Katsuma, that will only make him angrier than he is. Mahoro, and possibly kill us before time. Satanta, we must resist and wait for the arrival of the others, especially the boss. Eri, yes. Vlad, this won't be like the Grail Wars of the pre-Quirk era. I survived the Fuyuki War. They won't stop me from having that grail in my possession. He would say angrily. Kota, whatever happens, we must not let it get to this place. Milikas, perhaps, at the UA. Nizu was running along with the newly arrived Elmenhild, as they ran towards a vault in the school, in order to lock a golden cup that gave off immense power. Nizu, the vault will protect him. Elmenhild, are you sure, Mr. Nizu? Nizu, I wish I could be, but nothing is 100% certain. Back in battle. Vlad, it seems that you have already realized. An informant already told us that UA was preparing to be the safekeeping of the Holy Grail, a vault to protect such majestic power, and the only biblical object whose limit is non-existent, given that it is capable of surpassing life and death, as if nothing. Milikas, what makes you so sure you'll get it? Vlad, I will do it. I will have it in my power, he would say, to start transforming. Mahoro, and impossible. Katsuma, he is. Alexander, a vampire. Beside Vlad, a group of gnomes and homunculi began to transform, becoming more grotesque. Eri, it can't be. Mahoro, we must prevent this guy from getting close to the Holy Grail at all costs. Kota, I agree, this guy is a threat. Milikas, I would say, opening the gates of Babylon. Kota, with Milikas we will be the support. Rider, lancer, sword, assassin, attack with everything you have, he would say, taking out his bow. Alexander, as you order, archer. Satanta, it's okay. The gnomes and homunculi launched an attack, but several golems would fall upon them. Avisprin, let the golems take over, he would say as he approached the battle. Vlad, so you're a traitor, he would say, annoyed. Avisprin, I don't have a real desire for the Grail. I just don't wish for anyone to be used from this war. That doesn't make me 100% on your side either. Koda understood. Katsuma, prepare yourselves, he would say, wielding his sword. Vlad, don't get in my way, you insolent guys. He would say between screams and grunts, creating a smoke that sent branches flying like stakes. Alexander would be hit and sent flying by a punch from Vlad, while Satanta threw himself at him, dodging his claws for a moment, and began to hit him with his spear. Vlad would turn into smoke and get out of there, but numerous arrows would be a break, while Koda aimed at him and managed to hit him, knocking him to the ground. Vlad would throw stakes again at Koda, who would launch arrows, masterfully dodging the attack, while Vlad was received by a kick from Katsuma and 2 arrows from Koda along with a spear from Milikas buried themselves in his hands and stomach, causing Vlad to roar in pain. To escape, the vampire would disappear into thin air, but Satanta would intercept him with his spear and strike him, sending him slamming into a wall. At the same time, without them noticing, a magic portal would open as a raven-haired man, marked by signs of lack of sleep, emerged, carrying several weapons. Alexander, seeing that Satanta was receiving and blocking the stakes, decided to strike with his lightning-charged sword, beginning to electrocute the vampire. Alexander, burn yourself now. Hell awaits you, monster, and never return. Vlad, ha 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 ha, you are naive. No one will be able to destroy me until I have the Holy Grail in my power, he would say, emanating darkness. Alexander would frown and many lightning bolts would come out, making him flinch and creating an explosion around Vlad. Alexander, like I said, char now, he would say, preparing to deliver the final blow, but would fall to the ground with his weapon. Koda, sword, he would say, receiving the same effect. Milikas, what? What's going on? Eri, what is this? She would say, falling to the ground. Vlad, ha 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 ha, he would say, recovering to jump on the children. Mahoro, don't let him escape. Before Vlad got close to the gates of UA, a raven-haired man would hurt him. Aizawa, your end is near, Vlad. Vlad, what? Who are you? What the hell is this presence? Impossible. Why does it scare me so much? Aizawa, how strange that you feel scared like that. Vlad, no, it's impossible. A simple human can emit that feeling of fear. Who are you? Aizawa, that doesn't matter. But you have hurt my offspring, made several of them betray the values I taught them. But I still don't hate them. I hate you for it. That's why I will never, he would say, throwing numerous swords, let you have the Grail. Vlad, he would say as he was hit and started burning in blue flames. Aizawa, vampires are powerful. It's true. But in consequences they are with many weaknesses, I would say, throwing more weapons. Vlad, wah grau would say, screaming. Aizawa, for example, the weapons made by the church, despite all the harm they have caused, are very effective, he would say, taking out even more weapons from his bandages. Okay, it's time for me to take your life and I will forgive you for everything you've done, he would say, throwing the swords, until Vlad was turned to ashes and a black mass for my cursed offspring. In the countryside, Naomasa was loading the children onto a bus that Shoto was about to drive to UA, but they didn't expect anyone to arrive. A purple mist began to appear, so Shoto, when Naomasa was ready, closed the vehicle's doors while Ibra signaled to leave. I have a feeling you need that bow for something. Ibra, Semiramis? She would say, surprised. Semiramis. It's nothing personal, Archer, but I would say drawing magic circles everywhere and sending purple rays against the green-haired girl, or sorry, yes it is. You signed me up for the meeting and no one threatens me, a queen. Numerous chains materialized from the portals attacking Ibra, but she tried to hold back the poisoner with her arrows. Ibra, damn witch. Semiramis. Those arrows, she would say while dodging one with a slash on her cheek, don't even tickle me. But she would say while creating numerous black-tipped arrows, it's admirable. I was thinking of using it against the hero's trainer later. But as a poisoner I can create any poison that exists, especially that of mythological beings. Or well, by experimenting with them, modify them, like the Hydra's poison. Ibra, damn! She would say, pointing the bow at her. Semiramis, it doesn't matter if you kill me, the gardens will continue to exist, since their controller is my master, my lover, my raven Azazel. Killing me will not change anything. And even if you succeed, there is still the Paranormal Liberation Army, and the League of Villains with the faction of demons and fallen. I disagree with that. Semiramis, it's not impossible. You shouldn't have arrived so quickly. Ozymandias, Issei, you may have attacked along with India, but Shiva was no problem for Egypt and Babylon. Semiramis, but where is the king of heroes? Issei, where do you think? Semiramis, the gardens? In the fortress. Izuku was making his way through the corridors of the fortress. Villains, demons, gnomes, homunculi fallen, they were all being defeated by the king of heroes. Spina tried to attack but was impaled by Enkidu's chains and Izuku decapitated him with a sword. Redestro using his quirk tried to stop the green-haired man, but just as he finished off Heracles, he riddled him with bullets, killing him without mercy. Toga along with the rest of the Liberation Army leaders attacked, but against Izuku they were nothing. Only the blonde was saved from being killed by him. But he wouldn't kill her, he did leave her without a leg and cured her hemorrhage while the villain cried. He would soon have Asclepius attend to her, to live while the rest die. Given her personality close to that of Gilgamesh, it was a merciful gift on his part. AFO impossible. Surzex how? Azazel, who dares? Shigaraki how annoying? Izuku, who are stray dogs talking to like that? They should know their place, he would say entering the place. AFO, so the new Gilgamesh. Izuku, I didn't give you permission to speak mixed race. Shigaraki, what audacity, he would say to throw himself. Izuku, disappear, dirty mongrel, he would say, opening portals, taking out spears and tridents. Shigaraki, I will destroy you, he would say trying to touch him, but he would start to be riddled with weapons. Damn ugh. Izuku, this hurts me because I promised Nana, your grandmother, that I would save you, but your sanity is too much, so you will receive salvation from death. Shigaraki, no, I don't want to die, he would say crying. Izuku, you listened to AFO, you were his puppet, live with the consequences, he would say watching Tamura breathe for the last time. AFO, wonderful, I would say while clapping. Splendid, I never thought someone would kill Shigaraki. Tamura, wonderful. Azazel, I didn't like the boy, but why don't you join us? Surzex, you will get what you most desire. Izuku, what do I wish for? He would say seriously and start laughing like crazy. Azazel, what do you think is funny? We have sacred gears, original and artificial. You will have women, power, you will be rich. Surzex, not to mention cute succubi for you. AFO, the whole world at your feet. Izuku, seriously? At least try hard. I have power, wealth, weapons that kill gods and immortals, and I'm about to get married. Do you think I need your stupid handouts? You're dumber than I thought, especially that crow and the bat. I expected that from you, man. AFO, yes, he would say activating his quirks on his arm. Surzex, in that case, only one will come out alive. Azazel, sorry kid, you're a threat, after you will go for Issei. Izuku, in that case he would say opening the doors die. AFO, unlike Surzex and Azazel, had no time to react and was riddled with weapons. Izuku, this is where the OFA versus AFO fight ends. Azazel, we're still here, he would say activating a sacred gear. Izuku, so you used Dragon Fafnir, eh? Azazel, it wasn't easy to take it from its bearer, but now it serves me quietly. Surzex, you must not be distracted, he would say showing his power. Izuku, they still don't impress me, he would say, dodging the attack and making numerous silent ones come out of their portals, sending a strong golden ray against the redhead. Azazel, I'm next, he would say throwing himself. Izuku, I haven't used it in a while, but I would say throwing black whip's black whip. Azazel, what the buck? Izuku surprised? He would say holding the fallen to take a dagger from his portals. Azazel, an impossible, I would say scared, that dagger is rule breaker, the dagger of the witch Medea. Izuku, so you know this dagger, he would say with a smile, what would happen if I used it on you? Azazel, no, you wouldn't dare, he would say seriously but nervously. Izuku, do you want to bet? He would say, sticking it in her. Azazel, no. A golden glow would come out of Azazel as a dragon formed. Izuku, you are free, evil dragon Fafnir. Fafnir, I am free. He would say graciously, for freeing me, I swear my eternal loyalty to you. My dragon pride will be my oath to serve you, king of heroes. Azazel, wretch, I would say weak, wanting to escape. Izuku, well, a loose end, I would say, to bury a sword in the crow that was trying to escape. Surzex, damn, he would say on the ground, totally hurt and tired. Izuku, you're still alive, huh? Well, I would say to form magic circles on him. Fafnir and Toga, it wasn't a stupid pleasure. Tomato. At the battle site. Semiramis, when did he come in? Issei. And he's already out, he would say, raising his hand. Semiramis, what are you up to, King of Kings? Issei, the moment of the sun or pyramid that rules the universe. The sun descends into our boundless brilliance. Ramesseum Tentirus falls. Semiramis simply watched as the fortress was completely destroyed, but she didn't expect Ibera to appear behind her. Ibera dies. Semiramis, wait! She would say, seeing Ibera with her bow pointed at her. I will surrender. I will be her poisoner, she would say, hiding chains and throwing her arrows towards Issei. Ibera, I give you the calamity, she would say, preparing her bow from a building. Phoebus catastrophe, she would say, to throw the arrow. Semiramis, knew, she would say, being overcome while the arrows blocked the chains and arrows towards Issei, while she was completely disintegrated. At Yue, things were looking up, the last remaining remnants were retreating, the demon elders were surrendering out of fear, while the war was finally over. The end of a crusade. Yue Academy. Things were changing. The remaining leader Falbium Asmodeus along with Izuku's brother Diodora, current Mao Beelzebub, were surrendering in front of a Paliva accompanied by 2 demigods, his girlfriend, daughter of the Greek god of the underworld, Bianca D'Angelo, daughter of Hades, the woman who made him stop being perverted and try hard, along with his little brother-in-law, Nicholas D'Angelo. Bianca's younger brother, currently holding a portal open, from which Cerberus heads were coming out, which made everyone in the place surrender. Ida. No, you don't scare me, he would say, trembling. Aways, me either, he would say, standing nervously. Mirko, now you're going to see Flea, come and fight, she would say, terrified. Mineta. Surrender, he would say, next to his brother-in-law and fiancé. Kaminari. Don't make this more complicated than it already is. Guys, he would say seriously while he had Hawks with his katana to his neck. Hawks. They will pay, the commission will come. Nico, you're talking about that building of bureaucrats who dictate who's a hero and who's not based on stupid laws. At that moment a loud explosion was heard. Bianca, they said, in the commission. Kiba, prepare to meet Clarent. He would say, as a psychopath. Being Mordred's legacy had really affected him. If we add to that the fact that the commission financed the Holy Sword project to cover up any attempt by Kokabeel to create a war, added to the fact that he supported Michael by sending him orphaned children with the excuse of giving them a quirk. Arthur, I thought you wouldn't do that much damage. Kiba, those bastards ruined my life, along with that of many other children, young people and adults. I only take a small revenge. Everyone knew it. Kiba has a marked hatred towards all those heroes, angels, fallen, priests, demons and politicians due to his past where he was part of a project called the Sacred Sword Project, which almost led him to death, as well as all his friends and other participants who unfortunately did not live to tell the tale. Kiba remembered everyone for his hatred, among them, 2 top heroes in Japan, Hawks, current number 1 after Endeavor disappeared in the first battle of Yue, and Sir Naitai, who for better or worse, was the one who promised to get them out, the only hero in that project that he does not hate, since in a certain way he fulfilled. But after Bubble Girl gave him the folder at the request of the heroine Nijire and Taumaki, he learned that the commission even threatened him to hide that case. Arthur, now, of all those who were here present, why try to stop it? Pro-hero Death Arms and Pro-hero Fourth Kind, he would say seriously, looking at 2 heroes lying on the ground. Death Arms, because if it were known, society's trust in the entire system would fall. Fourth Kind, and as heroes we cannot allow that. The suffering of the minority is the price to pay for stability. Kiba, I see, he would say with a darkened look and raising his sword, it's time to disappear. You are not heroes, you are simply monsters disguised as human beings. He would channel his power into the weapon. Arthur, Kiba, he would whisper, surprised. He had never seen him so angry. Gasper, Kiba-senpai, he would say, surprised. Kiba, Clarent Blood. Arthur. After that, blue and green flames would hit those present, and they would be eliminated from the place while the building exploded. Kiba, I did it, he would say, feeling the weight of being freed from something. Gasper, senpai, he would say, hugging Kiba, everything is over. Kiba, they are now avenged. They can now rest in peace, he would say, shedding a few tears. Back at Yue, everyone was in shock, while Hawks looked towards the place where that explosion came from, being the commission building. Kaminari, that's what you won, admit defeat. Kyoka, you're not like that. Kaminari, what happened to you? Kaminari, I opened my eyes, that's all. Kyoka, I improved, I sweated, I bled, all in order to improve, to stop being the friendly, perverted, somewhat cowardly boy. This is what I am now. Ida still. Before he spoke, a magic circle would open in front of everyone, while a blonde-haired man followed by several of his close friends passed by. Ida, Midoriya, I'll lock you up in. Izuku, where? He would say, passing by him while locking him up with his chains. Mina, Izu, say it yourself, you're not like that. Izuku, maybe I would be that kind, caring, nervous, green-haired youth if I hadn't been turned away out of fear. Zero. But still, you killed, you were no different from the villains. Izuku, I only did what the true heroes of the past did. Achilles, Hector, Karna, Arjuna, Kojiro Sasaki, Senji Muramasa, even my grandfather Gilgamesh were all heroes and killed, stained their hands in blood, many of their enemies. So don't talk to me about morals. Because the boy you knew is dead, you killed him by choosing to believe in a corrupt body just to have a license that makes a hero a living joke. Kaminari, what do you order? Shoto, we are here for you. Nero, Praetor orders you. Izuku, leave them at the disposal of whoever will judge them. I will not have that job. I do not have the time or the desire to judge them myself. Aizawa, I'm glad you said that, because the director and I will judge that. Hawks, and no P you can't, he would say, taking a feather sword. Mineta, Izuku, Hawks, die. He would say, launching himself into the attack with the sword. Kaminari, I won't allow it, he would say, throwing himself and decapitating the hero. Yue alumni, Hawks. Senpai. Ida, Kaminari-kun, how could you? Kaminari, I only eliminated a threat to humans, since you won't deny that the Commission's entire plan left you devoid of information. Kyoka, what are you talking about? She would say, surprised. Kaminari, genocide. Hawks was in charge of obtaining the Grail, an ambitious project that would eliminate all human beings with weak quirks, Quirkless and Quirks considered villainous from the face. Mina, but still there were other ways. Zero, damned, he would say, trying to get away. Aizawa, it's time for them to pay for everything. Nizu, that's right, young people. After that, the minor former members of the A and B heroism classes were taken out like all the surviving heroes. Time skipped 10 years. Time can sometimes be generous, and other times a soulless curse that punishes. The latter is what happened to many of those on the wrong side. Nizu decided that Yue's time as a school was over, turning it into a juvenile correctional facility, where those alumni and students from other academies who joined the commission were imprisoned there until they atoned for their sins. All of them were imprisoned simply with appropriate and televised trials, which generated widespread public outrage, and they came out in defense of the teenagers on trial. Seeing this coming, Nizu, in the midst of his talk, spilled the beans on the commission's crimes and plans to the press and all the inhabitants of Japan, explaining how the heroes, like dogs faithful to their masters, obeyed their masters with clear exceptions, even how they made society very manipulable. People didn't believe this at first. The protests continued, but as time passed, numerous public trials of staff and heroes revealed the truth, portraying Japan as a nation that deserved everything that had happened. Yes, the people who were affected by the virus were cured, but the children decided that they would not be manipulated by them again, although, given Nizu's moves to keep Midoriya as a hero, publicizing his exploits, made the children the ones who believed in him, generating tension with the adults, who, in order to remain faithful to the words of their leaders and heroes, came to beat and humiliate children, which did not diminish the children's beliefs, because in the end, they ended up being the most thoughtful, instead of being sheep that follow their shepherd to the slaughter. The children and adolescents left Japan en masse, being received by Babylon with open arms, while the nations accepted their return along with Egypt. Japan isolated itself from the world, while the entire system fell and society eliminated the professions of heroes forever. The demons got what they deserved, or well, the families and the innocent were saved, because Izuku and Issei intervened and relocated them. Babylon and Egypt were their refuges on the edge that the biblical underworld was desolate, being absorbed by the other pantheons. The same happened with fallen angels and angels. While heaven ceased to exist along with Grigori, well, no more biblical factions. The Vatican protested this by sending exorcists and priests. But this led to a great purge and the destruction of the Holy See, first economically because before everything that was there was lost, Issei and Izuku safeguarded everything, which they then distributed in poor places. In response, the Vatican protested again, but the response was simple. The Holy See suffered an illness, and the entire religious leadership, not counting the Swiss Guard, the Vatican Gendarmerie, and minors who were not involved, or who participated but were not part of it, died. A new Christianity was born, one that truly carried and taught by example what it preached, hiding nothing from its parishioners. Issei and Izuku became great fighters and friends, who distributed the Vatican money in African areas, oceanic islands, South and Central American nations, as well as in Asia, which allowed poor countries to prosper and escape their precarious situations, because an heir of Gilgamesh killed all those who impoverished them. After all, they were cruel villains who only thought about themselves. The Congolese Civil War ended. No more terrorist groups in Southeast Asia, no more drug cartels in America. Both kings gave the boost that was needed. India had to start over under Vishnu's rule. They had to pay damages to the Aztec faction. At the same time, the factions signed peace before the UN, forcing all nations to compromise. And since no one had the power to make Egypt and Babylon bend, no one contradicted them. In Egypt, Issei married his girlfriends and fiancés, having children, and living in prosperity. The surprise also came when the brown-haired man and a brown-haired girl with an anti-gravity quirk fell in love, which served to bring peace to Babylon and Egypt, since their son, a carbon copy of Issei, joined as a saber-class servant of Babylon, in addition to being the godson of Izuku and Momo. Surprisingly, Issei managed to make Athena fall in love. How it happened, nobody, not even Artemis, knew, but it reinforced the alliance with Olympus. In addition to winning that at Camp Half-Blood, New York, the inhabitants of Cabin 6 and children of the goddess called him father, since Issei was now their stepfather, something uncomfortable since many were even older than him. A daughter of Aphrodite, Piper McLean, also fell at his feet, since Aphrodite, her own mother, forced her to fall in love with Jason Grace, the brother of Talia Grace, current lieutenant of the Hunters, after Zoe Belladonna died a while ago. Something that Issei noticed after Aphrodite ended that relationship, since she already saw what she should, so the brown-haired man helped and made her fall in love, ending up both together, in addition to the other couples of the brown-haired man. Kuroka Tuju, Irina Shidu, Ross Weiss, Akino Himejima, Cleopatra, LeFay Pendragon and Sarah False Citri ended up forming that large family, having the children of the pharaoh. In Babylon, things were different, since Izuku married his fiancées and girlfriends, Artemis being the first, Momo the second, Reyes the third, and Graphia Lucifuge with Tiamat the last. The family lived through everything, including love and passion, which ended with Eri and Milikas as older siblings. Momo and Reyes had twins, redheads and blondes respectively. Artemis one son, being her firstborn, followed 2 years later by a girl, while Tiamat and Graphia had only one son. Since it is difficult for Izuku to get a demon like Graphia pregnant so easily, the years weighed on them to a certain extent. Even though she looked like a young woman, it was not the case with Reyes, since she was young. The same thing happened with Tiamat, since dragons are more prone to infertility. It was difficult to get pregnant. On the other hand, most of them found partners and had children, but this did not prevent Babylon and Egypt from maintaining their position as the strongest factions, since they truly had power. In addition, another threat arose, Ragnarok, something that, although it should have been Nordic, Loki used the name to form his terrorist organization, threatening the world with remnants of the past war. But this would be stopped by the new generation.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.